Hola, buenas, un momento. Vale. Buenas tardes desde España. Hoy es, vamos a ver, miércoles 27 de mayo de 2020, son las 18, las 6 de la tarde, las 18 y 19 y 11. Miércoles 27 de mayo de 2020. Vale, muteo aquí. Y nada, hoy vamos a transmitir esto porque es la primera misión tripulada, el primer convenio de la NASA con SpaceX y me resultó súper curioso. Entonces no tengo puesto los cascos porque estamos pendientes de que empiecen ya a emitir. Bueno, va a ser aquí una secuencia más o menos interesante. Empezarán dentro de poco la cuenta regresiva. A ver si puedo aumentar esto para que vean ustedes. Y vamos a seguirle la pista a este tema porque está interesante. O sea, nosotros estamos diciendo que posiblemente el hombre no llegó a la Luna en el 69, que SpaceX es una película, lo que se están montando, y ahora resulta que se unen la NASA y SpaceX. Bueno, de entrada no se puede ir a ver en directo el asunto, no se puede, hay que verlo por internet. Vale, pues será una cosa que tenemos en cuenta. Porque estos días haremos un programa de esto. Hola, buenas tardes, Javi. Abel Jiménez, saludos. A ver qué chufa nos están preparando aquí, porque esto están preparando a la gente para lo de la Luna. Los trajes de Interestelar también, vaya por Dios.
And there it is. You're looking at the American-made rocket and spacecraft that will return American astronauts. You're looking at the American-made rocket and spacecraft that will return American astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil for the first time since the retirement of the space shuttle, last flown nearly 9 years ago. Today, with our partners at SpaceX, we mark a new first in NASA's storied history and usher in the commercial crew era of American spaceflight.
At 4:33 Eastern Time this afternoon, two of NASA's finest, astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, will lift off from Pad 39A aboard SpaceX's Crew Dragon spacecraft atop a Falcon 9 rocket. This will mark SpaceX's first flight with crew and the beginning of a new chapter in human spaceflight.
Good afternoon and welcome to Kennedy Space Center. I'm Marie Lewis of NASA.
And I'm Lauren Lyons, an engineer at SpaceX. And today we have special guest, retired astronaut Leland Melvin, who is here to provide a truly unique perspective on today's events.
Marie and Lauren, thanks for having me here. And I am so excited. I've got rocket fuel going through my veins. And you guys, I was out there 11 years ago on Pad 39A on STS-129. And this is really hallowed ground that we have here. And you think about the storied legacy of Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, shuttle, and now this new era, SpaceX Crew Dragon. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, and we're so excited to have you here to go through it with us. We want to talk first, though, about the weather, because that's the big story of the day right now, the headline. And teams from NASA and SpaceX are keeping an eye on the weather here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Meteorologists from the U.S. Air Force 45th Weather Squadron are predicting a 50-50 probability for launch, so keeping things exciting. A rain shower passed through the area just a moment before the start of our coverage, which delayed us by just a few minutes, and which is why we are indoors now. That weather is expected to pass, but teams will continue to monitor our flight rules, including flight through precipitation, as well as anvil and cumulus clouds around the launch pad. Teams look at more than just the weather around Kennedy, but also weather and sea states in the flight path of Crew Dragon. That's really important. All of those need to be favorable before launch. Now, Tropical Storm Bertha has been causing some weather that teams will continue to monitor to make sure it's okay for rescue operations, just in case that's needed. And the team will convene shortly to review the latest weather and wind trends around the flight path of the rocket and make a decision about proceeding. Now, if all is go, we will be tracking a 4:33 p.m. Eastern launch for the return of human spaceflight to the International Space Station from U.S. soil. And the team also will take another look at weather prior to propellant loading, which is scheduled to happen about 45 minutes prior to launch if we do in fact proceed. And we have teams all over the country covering the action, from SpaceX headquarters in California, Mission Control in Houston, our social media desk in Washington, of course, right here in Florida.
Today's mission marks Crew Dragon's second test flight and its first test with humans on board. We're about, 4 hours and 9 minutes away from liftoff, and Bob and Doug finished their lunch just recently, and now they're going through their final medical checks before NASA turns them over to the SpaceX team. Once the crew is handed over, they're...
Bueno, vamos a ver qué nos cuentan estos con la película esta. Voy a poner aquí otro mientras, porque estos se están enrollando, están haciendo tiempo. Tenemos aquí la secuencia. A ver. Y bueno, vamos a intentar seguirla completa, porque a mí esto no me salen las cuentas ni loco. Entonces... vamos porque estos van a enrollarse aquí.
The crew will get in their Tesla and begin the roughly 20-minute drive to pad 39A. Now, once at the pad, the crew will ascend the fixed service structure in order to board the spacecraft in a process we call ingress. During ingress, the SpaceX team will run a series of checks to ensure the suits, seats, and vehicle interactions all are functioning properly.
And after all vehicle and crew checkouts are completed, the SpaceX closeout team will close Dragon's hatch with Bob and Doug safely inside. About 40 minutes before launch, the crew access arm, which is the long walkway that the astronauts use to board Dragon, it'll retract away, followed shortly thereafter by arming of the launch escape system.
Once the arm is retracted and the escape system armed, propellant loading on Falcon 9 will begin. About 5 minutes before liftoff, Dragon will be configured for what we call terminal count. This is where Dragon's onboard computers take control of the vehicle.
And at T0, just under 4 hours from now, we expect to see Crew Dragon atop Falcon 9 lift off from pad 39A, carrying astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. Roughly 12 minutes after liftoff, Dragon will separate from the Falcon 9 second stage, with Dragon officially taking over full responsibility for the remainder of the journey to the space station. And as I mentioned previously, Bob and Doug are just finishing up their lunch, and we are currently awaiting their arrival to the suit-up room.
And while we await that moment, you will notice over the course of this broadcast, we do not have crowds gathered here at Kennedy Space Center, and that, of course, is one of the protocols we've taken to protect each other and our teams. We would normally have tens of thousands of guests here at Kennedy.
Bueno, pues no sé si me dará porque son muchos minutos, o sea, muchas horas. A ver, vamos a poner este y vamos a ver aquí. La NASA pide a la población que no asista a su nuevo lanzamiento espacial. Ahí lo están viendo. O sea, no ir. Verlo por internet y creéroslo desde casa. O sea, más fácil, imposible. Vamos a ver qué dice aquí.
Plena pandemia del COVID-19, el jefe de la NASA pidió no concurrir al lanzamiento de la primera misión tripulada de SpaceX. Jim Bridenstine, al frente de la agencia espacial, dijo a los periodistas que quieren evitar atraer a las grandes multitudes que estos eventos suelen convocar. El histórico vuelo planeado para este miércoles y que se transmitirá en línea llevará a Douglas Hurley y a Robert Behnken al espacio. Pasó casi una década desde la última vez que se concretó un lanzamiento tripulado desde suelo de Estados Unidos. En marzo, SpaceX y la NASA realizaron una prueba junto a los astronautas para simular este despegue.
Bueno, ya aquí donde nosotros estamos se ve un poco de público, gente que madrugó bastante, Alejandra, para tratar de ver este lanzamiento que es en algunas horas, es decir, hacia las 4:33 de la tarde, pero desde ya muy tempranito han llegado, han puesto sus sillas y se han sentado para poder ver este espectáculo, porque es que lo importante de todo esto es que no ocurre hace casi una década. La última vez fue el transbordador espacial en el año 2011, así que la gente está expectante de poder ver cuándo sale este cohete con astronautas desde suelo estadounidense, astronautas estadounidenses, cohete estadounidense, Alejandra.
Y es que tiene que ser un momento histórico para las personas que les gusta la ciencia, pero también para lo que puede implicar en el futuro de la aviación aeroespacial. Hablemos de la importancia del hecho de que la NASA se una a una empresa privada para llevar a cabo una misión como esta.
Claro, es muy importante porque es la primera vez que una empresa comercial lleva a hombres al espacio. Y es que la NASA ha decidido unirse a SPACEX, que ha hecho este cohete y lleva muchos años intentando desarrollar este Falcon 9, que es el que sale en el día de hoy. Hace un año aproximadamente hicieron esa prueba y lo lograron. Pero ¿por qué es diferente, Alejandra? ¿Por qué es diferente en este momento? No solo los trajes que llevan los astronautas. ¿Recuerdan esos trajes naranjas que siempre hemos visto cuando se montan a la nave y cuando están allá adentro? Bueno, ahora serán unos aerodinámicos blancos, muy al estilo del dueño de Tesla, que es el hombre que va a llevar y que va a ayudar a la NASA a llevar hombres al espacio. Pero también hay otra cosa importante. Este es el cohete, y eso para que se hagan una idea. Este es el cohete. Esta es la segunda parte del cohete y esto es donde están los astronautas. 2 minutos después de lanzarse, esta parte del cohete se desprende. ¿Qué pasaba antes? Que esa parte era inservible. Pues bien, lo que han hecho ahora, y esto es una de las cosas más nuevas que traen, es que va a desplegar unas patas, por decirlo de alguna forma, y va a aterrizar en la Tierra, o sea que va a volver a servir ese cohete. Oigamos lo que han dicho las autoridades previo a este lanzamiento.
No tengo que decirles lo emocionante que es tener el primer vuelo de humanos al espacio desde el Centro Espacial Kennedy en 9 años, y la plataforma histórica de la que se hará. Fuimos a la Luna desde la plataforma de lanzamiento 39A, y 82 de nuestras 135 misiones de lanzamiento se hicieron de esa plataforma, incluidos 3 de mis vuelos. Y ahora, en lugar de salir corriendo en solitario, a través de nuestra asociación con SpaceX, esa plataforma se está utilizando una vez más, y ahora es para nuestro programa de tripulación comercial, así como para otras misiones de SpaceX. Creo que es absolutamente excepcional. Realmente es un momento histórico desde una plataforma histórica.
Porque es histórico, pero estamos preocupados en este momento por el tema del clima. Esa ha sido la mayor preocupación de los últimos días, Alejandra.
Y bueno, Ana María, también me gustaría saber la presencia de Elon Musk y del presidente Donald Trump. ¿Cómo ha sido su relación en estos últimos años? Porque ambos son dos personas sumamente extrovertidas, para llamarlo de alguna manera, en las redes sociales, y que dejan muy bien, dan mucho de qué hablar con sus opiniones, ¿no? Es una unión explosiva, para llamarlo de alguna manera.
Claro, el momento en el que se encuentren cuando llegue el presidente Donald Trump y también el vicepresidente Mike Pence, pero realmente Musk ha estado ahí al tanto de cada uno de los detalles de lo que está ocurriendo allí en el Kennedy Space Center todo el tiempo, incluso desde hace un año cuando se hizo ese lanzamiento de prueba. En esta oportunidad no va a ser diferente, pero es muy importante contarle a la gente que lo que han hecho unidos, NASA y en este momento SpaceX, ha sido muy, muy importante para poder llevar a cabo este vuelo. Y te digo, estarían llegando, y es lo que todo el mundo está en este momento preguntándose, ¿cuándo llegarían a la Estación Espacial Internacional? Pues bien, mañana a las 11:39, es decir, 24 horas antes, menos de 24 horas, durará este vuelo que llevará a estos dos astronautas hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional, Alejandra.
Un vuelo rápido, la verdad, casi que un vuelo de aquí a Europa. Bromeando. Gracias, Ana María. Gracias por acompañarnos hoy, más o menos, casi, y con retraso, casi lo mismo. Pero bueno, Ana María Mejía con nosotros, vivo desde la zona de la noticia. Hablamos más adelante, Ana María. Y bueno, Jennifer, la verdad es...
Bueno, María de lado y la otra. Esta es... bueno. Ahí tenemos el programa, a ver cómo lo organizan esto, porque por la diferencia horaria, y al final a ver si no se anula. Lo pongo desde el principio para que ustedes vean. El director de lanzamiento de SpaceX verifica la carga de propulsores. El brazo de acceso de tripulación se retrae. El sistema de escape de lanzamiento de Dragon está armado. Bueno, aquí toda la secuencia. Y aquí despega. Pero claro, como tengamos que estar aquí 4 horas, nos fundimos. Bueno, a ver, voy un momento. A ver qué pasa aquí. Esto es un tema delicado. Es delicado porque
Space Center to view the launch. But even though we couldn't host a lot of people here, you can still join us every step of this historic mission from right where you are. And we have a team.
Vamos a ver esto. Es lo de siempre. Hace 50 y tantos años nos metieron al gol de la luna y ahora nos meten aquí. Aquí no va la luna, pero no tardará mucho porque quieren concienciar a la gente de que esta es la manera. Esta es la manera y se unen los de SpaceX, que ya hemos hablado aquí un montón de estos cohetes. Bueno, es que claro, volver a desarrollar esto es una locura, pero grande, macho, porque es repetir todo otra vez.
15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7.
Esto es otro, esto es otra cosa. Entonces voy a hacer la prueba.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition, liftoff.
Miércoles se da el primer lanzamiento de humanos hacia el espacio exterior en prácticamente una década. También se celebra en Cabo Cañaveral algo muy importante, que es 50 años del lanzamiento del Apolo 11. Y desde la misma superficie de lanzamiento, si todo anda bien, saldrá hacia el espacio el Crew Dragon, que es una nueva nave que se dirigirá al espacio exterior. Y la marca es que, bueno, con seres humanos, con tripulación dentro. Siempre el tema del espacio llamó mucho la atención en todas las generaciones, por una vinculación con la ciencia ficción o bien por algo mucho más natural, pero el interés es altísimo. Está con nosotros Steve Payne, que es ex gerente de integración y lanzamiento de la NASA. Él está en la ciudad de Orlando y este miércoles, Steve, va a ser un día muy particular para usted porque de alguna forma la interacción con este proyecto es muy personal, ¿no? ¿Cómo la vive?
Bueno, sí, ya van 6 años de que he estado trabajando con este proyecto, tratando de prepararlo para este día. Y estamos todos muy orgullosos de lo que va a pasar el miércoles y estamos esperando que el clima funcione y que podamos lanzar.
Y esta es una nueva era de viajes espaciales tripulados. Cuando se detuvo el programa anterior con los shuttles que veíamos que despegaban y volvían a la Tierra, etc., ¿siempre se supo que se iba a continuar con la exploración espacial?
Sí, siempre lo sabíamos, pero toma tiempo tener un programa nuevo y diseñar un vehículo nuevo para llevar personas al espacio. Y desde que se detuvo el programa del Shuttle en el 2011, hemos estado trabajando para diseñar sistemas que nos puedan llevar a la órbita terrestre. Hacerlo a buen precio, hacerlo rutinamente y que funcione con mucha seguridad para que se pueda hacer rutina el acceso al espacio desde la Tierra. Y siempre lo hemos querido hacer desde los Estados Unidos. Los últimos 9 años hemos estado colaborando con nuestros compañeros rusos para usar la nave Soyuz para llevar nuestros astronautas a la estación. Pero queríamos traerlo otra vez a los Estados Unidos. Y el primero de los vuelos tripulados saliendo de los Estados Unidos y el primero de muchos y de muchas compañías que estarán haciendo esto mismo en los años que vendrán.
Los 2 astronautas que estarán en la nave, ¿qué es lo que van a hacer una vez que se concrete con éxito el despegue?
Bueno, el primer día van a evaluar cómo funciona la cápsula. La última vez que la volamos tenía solo un maniquí adentro. Ahora tiene dos astronautas, uno piloto de pruebas, el otro ingeniero de pruebas, y los dos son astronautas que han volado varias veces ya. Van a evaluar cómo funciona y si todo va bien, a unas 19 horas después de haber lanzado, van a acoplar con la estación espacial y cuando atraquen serán parte de la tripulación de la estación espacial, la expedición número 63, que están allá arriba ahora. Y pues pasarán de 1 a 3 meses en órbita, en lo que se prepara la próxima misión. Y entonces volverán y harán un amarizaje cerca de la costa este de los Estados Unidos, cerca de Florida, y probamos todos los sistemas. Y cuando vuelvan, todo lo que aprendemos lo vamos a incorporar en la próxima misión. La primera, luego de la certificación de la nave. Y de ahí para adelante van a ser misiones comerciales puras. Nosotros compramos un boleto y nos dan un asiento para ir a la estación espacial.
Cuando dice nosotros, ¿quiénes somos nosotros?
Bueno, pienso como NASA, pero el público ahora puede comprar un boleto. Una vez que ya estén certificados y una vez que tengamos operaciones comerciales en la estación espacial, cualquier científico que tenga alguna investigación que lleve a cabo en la estación espacial puede ir en esta nave a la estación espacial. Si su compañía le paga el boleto, ellos pueden ir y conducir su experimento en órbita por cualquier tiempo que le tome y entonces volver. Es la primera vez que se puede hacer como una compañía privada pueda comprar ciencia o comprar un boleto para ir a hacer ciencia en la estación espacial.
Hablemos ahora de las condiciones del tiempo. Este fin de semana pasado fue Memorial Day Weekend, el Día de los Caídos, un fin de semana largo. La gente fue a la playa, había viento, hay lluvia, hay amenazas de inundaciones en muchas partes de la Florida. También hay un sistema que tiene 20% de probabilidades de convertirse en una depresión tropical, no ahora, pero sí en el término de 5 días. Existe el potencial para que así sea. Habrá tormenta, lluvia, viento. ¿Cuánto puede incidir condiciones del tiempo adversas, sobre todo ahora que comienza el verano, en un lanzamiento desde el Cabo Cañaveral?
Es muy importante. En el pasado siempre ha sido un problema, pero siempre se encuentra un hueco en el tiempo donde uno puede lanzarse. Y si tiene nubes antes o después de la ventana del lanzamiento, pues lanzas en ese espacio. Esperamos ahora que tenemos un 60% de buen tiempo para el lanzamiento el miércoles. Así que si todo va bien y la nave se comporta y el tiempo se comporta, lanzaremos el miércoles.
Vamos un poquito más hacia el futuro ahora. Porque este es un programa, obviamente, que se trata del presente, pero también del futuro, ¿no? ¿Hacia dónde vamos con este tipo de vuelos?
Bueno, esto es una de las cosas que NASA tiene como misión, es desarrollar tecnología nueva y empujarla al grupo comercial para que se pueda usar en compañías privadas. Así que el acceso al espacio de órbita terrestre baja, eso es algo que siempre había sido exclusivamente NASA o algún otro gobierno. Esta es la primera vez que va a ser una compañía privada que va a estar llevando rutinamente astronautas a la estación espacial. Una vez que ese acceso sea más fácil, podemos hacer más ciencia en la estación espacial. Toma al menos 3 personas para mantener la estación. Y si uno puede llevar más, entonces podemos hacer más ciencia. Le sacamos otras 100 horas a la semana de ciencia pura en vez de mantenimiento. Así que vamos a mejorar la ciencia que podemos hacer, mejor calidad y más cantidad. Entonces, una vez que esto sea algo rutina que hacen compañías privadas, la NASA puede enfocarse en los programas de la Luna y de Marte. Todo lo que estamos aprendiendo ahora en la estación espacial nos ayuda para las misiones de larga duración. Y como me imagino que saben, cuando vayamos a la Luna la próxima vez, no va a ser solo para visitar un par de días, eso va a ser para quedarse en una misión de larga duración. Así que todo lo que aprendemos es cómo reutilizar el agua, cómo limpiar el aire, cómo mantener el clima dentro de la cápsula o de la estación espacial. Todo eso se va a utilizar para misiones a Marte o para la Luna.
Cuando pensamos en la pandemia que nos rodea en este momento y uno dice, qué bien, ¿no? La exploración espacial no se detiene. De hecho, acaban de bajar del espacio hace pocas semanas a algunos astronautas que tal vez conocían el concepto de lo que era una cuarentena en la Tierra para los seres humanos normales como nosotros, y cuando llegaron se encontraron con un mundo distinto. Entonces digo, recomienda a la NASA que no vayan a Cabo Cañaveral los turistas, que la prensa lo haga en forma responsable, respetando el distanciamiento social. Por lo tanto, me imagino que esperaremos una cifra récord de consumo digital del lanzamiento en vivo, ¿no? ¿En qué plataforma se puede ver este lanzamiento para el consumidor en general?
Bueno, sí, como dijo, el centro va a estar cerrado a visitantes y hasta el centro de visitantes va a estar cerrado a visitantes también. Está recomendando que si lo pueden ver en la red en vez de en persona, es mejor así, van a tener mejor vista porque no van a poder acercarse lo suficiente para verlo bien. Pueden ir a nasa.gov, donde puede conseguir toda la información. Si lo quieren en español, tenemos ciencia.nasa.gov, donde pueden conseguir más información. Pueden ir a la red de SpaceX, a spacex.com, y conseguir vistas en vivo del lanzamiento. Y también tenemos el hashtag #LaunchAmerica, donde puede conseguir toda la información de este lanzamiento. Así que hay muchas maneras de verlo.
Y la gente también hace google.com y busca Crew Dragon lanzamiento y ahí aparecen todos los...
Y lo encuentra. Me imagino que va a estar donde quiera. En todas las redes sociales se encuentra también.
Steve, sabe que un gran interés de la audiencia es poder responder este interrogante de la vida extraterrestre. Para la NASA y las exploraciones espaciales, ¿cuánto hay de ese aspecto? De extraterrestres, de cosas que no conocemos, objetos voladores no identificados, UFOs. ¿Cuánto hay de eso? ¿O es más un mito y algo más distante de la realidad para una organización como la NASA?
La NASA lo mira como un lente científico. Como se imagina cuando fuimos a Marte con nuestras misiones robóticas. Estamos buscando el ambiente que puede ser conducivo a tener vida. Buscamos dónde están las huellas de algo que puede haber sido vida de alguna forma. Todavía no lo hemos encontrado, pero lo estamos buscando porque todo allá afuera tiene los mismos ingredientes que tenemos aquí. Y si aquí surgió la vida, es posible que haya surgido en otros sitios también. Todavía no la hemos encontrado, pero estamos buscando.
Rusia, China, Estados Unidos, la Unión Europea a través de la agencia...
Un momento, paro aquí un momento, porque... Vamos a ver cómo pongo yo esto aquí. ¿Ustedes se han fijado? No ha contestado la pregunta. No ha contestado la pregunta. Ese señoriño, que lo digo en gallego, no se entera de nada. Le hacen una pregunta y dice, la NASA lo está buscando. Pero señor, si tenemos todas las pruebas del mundo aquí, ¿qué películas nos están contando? La pregunta fue perfecta. La contestación, no se entera de nada. Este no se entera de nada. Que es el problema que tenemos aquí. O sea, esto yo ya hablé con gente de la NASA en persona y ya lo dije aquí, porque ya tenemos aquí varios hangouts de ingenieros de la NASA. Eso es como una secta religiosa. O sea, ¿quién le va a decir a un sacerdote, a un obispo, a un cardenal que Dios no existe? ¿O que la iglesia está contaminada? Nadie, porque son una secta. Y esta gente de la NASA es una cosa parecida. Este está viendo ahí que yo no sé qué hace ahí. O sea, pero bueno, vamos a seguir escuchando. O sea, le preguntan, a ver, señor, aquí la gente está viendo naves extraterrestres, UFO, ovnis, ¿qué? No, la NASA en Marte, con el Curiosity estamos buscando. Debía haber, pero de momento no encontramos. Anda, chaval. Bueno, A ver, compartimos pantalla y acabamos de ver esta chorrada, porque esto yo ya me pongo de los nervios.
Espacial Europea no solo es la NASA ahora, que es un jugador muy activo en el tema de la exploración espacial. Está Estados Unidos mucho más adelante que Rusia, China y la Unión Europea en cuanto a la conquista del espacio.
Creo que sí, con los sistemas nuevos que tenemos y con los programas nuevos que tenemos. Ahora tenemos un programa para el sistema de aterrizar en la Luna, para llevar los humanos a la Luna. Se llama el Human Lander System, HLS en inglés. Entre eso, la estación espacial y los cohetes nuevos que tenemos, más el programa Artemis, que vamos a ir a la Luna con nuestro cohete nuevo, hay mucho que está tomando lugar en los Estados Unidos en cuanto al espacio. Y hay muchas compañías privadas también que están tratando de llegar al espacio también. Nosotros queremos colaborar lo más posible con todos los compañeros internacionales que podemos. Como sabe, ya tenemos astronautas internacionales que van a volar en la segunda misión de la cápsula Dragon. Y esperamos tener otros después de eso. Con la estación espacial hemos encontrado que colaborando con otros compañeros y socios podemos hacer más que si lo hacemos nosotros solamente.
Bueno, muchísima suerte, Steve. Steve Payne, ex gerente de integración y lanzamiento de la NASA. Estaremos todos en vivo viviendo este momento, como dicen en inglés, weather permitting, pero en algún momento se encontrará ese, como decía Steve más temprano, ese agujerito para poder hacer un lanzamiento nítido y que también nosotros lo podamos apreciar desde nuestras casas con muchísima mayor claridad. Gracias, Steve.
A la orden.
Vale. Bueno, pues vaya por Dios. O sea, este tipo de cosas no ayudan. No ayudan porque esta gente no se entera. O sea, yo no sé qué cargos tienen ahí, qué rollos se están montando ahí. Vamos a ver. La gente me está diciendo, oye, tienes 4 horas para explicar de nuevo porque es un fraude esto. Esto no es tan fácil explicarlo. Yo ya lo hablamos aquí en el Hangout, o sea, en el vídeo. Están ahí, hay varios capítulos hablando de eso. Y no se imaginan ustedes lo difícil que es transmitirle a la gente que nos escucha este tipo de cosas. Yo, por ejemplo, porque estos son un cúmulo de detalles, un cúmulo de cosas que hay que saber. Yo no sé si la gente sabe las cosas que yo estoy contando. A ver si me explico. El otro día estábamos hablando de las anomalías que había. Yo el otro día estaba hablando de las anomalías que había. ¿Y qué pasaba? Poníamos, por ejemplo, el tema de las fotografías. Y nos fuimos a las cámaras Hasselblad. Pero resulta que la gente que nos está viendo no sabe lo que es una cámara Hasselblad. No saben qué es una cámara de medio formato, no saben lo que es una cámara de gran formato, saben lo que son las cámaras reflex a lo mejor, o las compactas. Pero si le hablas una cámara de medio formato, pues es normal que no sepan, porque la gente anda en su vida y hay muchas cosas que saber en la vida. Entonces, claro, si ponemos aquí Hasselblad, nos vamos a la página oficial de Hasselblad, yo les puedo compartir pantalla. Y nos vamos a esto es Hasselblad. A ver, estoy probando aquí. Vale. ¿Qué pasa con estas cámaras? Estas cámaras, lo primero es que son carísimas. Yo lo voy a ampliar así mucho, porque claro, si no sabemos esto, no sabemos nada. Estas cámaras, miren ustedes lo que cuestan. Por ejemplo, 34.000 euros, o sea, 35.000 dólares. 34.680 euros. Ahí tenemos una cámara Hasselblad. Esta es moderna de ahora, moderna. Se me abren aquí cosas. Esto es una cámara, vale, Hasselblad. Bien, Déjenme poner esto porque después me abre todas las páginas, porque al ampliarlo. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Esta cámara, o sea, solo el hecho de ir a la Luna, se ganaron una fama mundial de por vida. O sea, supuestamente fueron a la Luna y se hicieron una publicidad eterna. ¿Qué cámaras fueron? Las Hasselblad. ¿Cómo eran las Hasselblad que fueron a la Luna? Pues era así. Una chufa, porque eran así. Las primeras, esto eran así. No hay más vuelta de hoja que darle. Así. Estas cámaras siempre fueron así. O sea, cambiaron ahora porque... Ahora les explico por qué. ¿No? Esta es la cámara que llevaron a la Luna. Esta cámara no está protegida con nada. No tiene nada. Esta cámara es lo que es. Palanca de diafragma, liberador de respaldo, manecilla de rebobinado de película y tal. Bien, botón de disparo, palanca de enfoque. O sea, no tenía ni visor por arriba esta. Porque hay un montón de modelos, pero estas son las que llevaron a la Luna. Aquí la tienen. Bueno, aquí están los astronautas con la cámara colgando. ¿Qué pasa? A ver, díganme ustedes cómo se puede enfocar con ese casco. O sea, yo me pongo un casco así y como miro por el visor. Pero resulta que ese modelo no tenía ni visor. Bueno, entonces, claro, después con esos guantes enormes, ¿cómo puedes manipular esa cámara? Eso es imposible. Es imposible, o sea, eso no. Entonces, después, pueden decir ustedes, es que la cámara la prepararon dentro del módulo o ya venían preparadas y solo es quitarle el seguro y disparar las fotos. Podía ser que había esa posibilidad. Pero estamos hablando, a ver, un momento porque les voy a compartir este vídeo, claro, esto es para explicarle a ustedes lo difícil que es desarrollar algo. Porque yo este vídeo se lo tuve que enviar a otra persona para que vea, para yo demostrarle. Pero claro, yo aquí me tengo que infringir el copyright y me lo estoy infringiendo continuamente con esto de la CNN y de SPACEX. Un momento. Vale, tenemos tiempo. Pero es que esto es necesario decirlo. Por eso yo siempre dije, concho, una productora o algo, macho, porque esto es volverse loco. A ver. Aquí hay varios canales porque la gente me tiene preguntado de fotografía y tal, porque yo hice trabajos de fotografía artística solamente. Y yo los digo, oye, pues mire, que un canal de un señor que a mí me gusta mucho, porque a veces la gente pues pasa como todos los periodistas y estos profesionales, nada más que quieren, o sea, te ofrecen y te venden, qué tonterías. O sea, muchas veces que si no sé qué, que si no sé cuánto, que no sé qué, va. Entonces pues lo ofrece en tres versiones. Uy. En inglés, en español y en francés. Y está bien. Y aquí a este ni le va ni le viene. Y cuenta y va bastante bien. Como les digo, lo del doctor Gaona, pues a mí este señor también me parece bastante, a veces pues hay es para gustos. Bueno, pues en este vídeo de aquí habla de las Hasselblad. Él tiene una Hasselblad, no es la de la Luna, es un poquito más moderna. Es un poco más moderna bastante. Y miren ustedes, porque estas Hasselblad eran modulares. O sea, tenían el respaldo detrás, tenían un cuerpo cuadrado y tenían el objetivo. Y se podía desmontar todo. Pero vamos, eso es una caja negra. O sea, la caja negra, porque eso entra la imagen y da la vuelta y tal. Y se proyecta en una película de 6x6, que es un poco más pequeña de 6x6. La película es muy grande porque son de medio formato. Las de gran formato son más grandes aún. Pero todo esto hay que explicarlo a la gente para que sepa el porqué de las cosas. O sea, si le dices a alguien, oye, mira que esto fueron con una Hasselblad, y dice, ¿una Hasselblad? ¿Y eso qué es? No, una Hasselblad son estas cámaras carísimas de la muerte. Hay otras. Cámaras de medio formato, mamilla, brónica, había varias marcas, unas se fueron comprando otras, y esta de Hasselblad acabó en la ruina porque acaban todos en la ruina, porque esto no hay quien lo compre. ¿Quién lo compró? Sony. Rolls Royce lo compró BMW, o los indios estos de Tata, andan así. Los coches se los compran los indios y los alemanes y los ingleses arruinados porque van con el volante por el otro lado y porque andan así. Bueno, pues esto pasa lo mismo. Esto pasa lo mismo. Hasselblad, esto no, esto... Unas ópticas, las ópticas igual te valen 20.000 euros, una lente, pero ¿estáis locos o qué? O sea, hay que coger un microscopio electrónico para ver, se ve bien. A ver, yo tengo por aquí cámaras, o sea, pero esto está hecho por profesionales, ¿eh? Yo les voy a enseñar unas fotos, hecha con una cámara de medio formato, no con la Hasselblad, pero no sé si son de mamilla, a ver. Para que vean ustedes la calidad, pero la calidad, pero esto no lo hace cualquiera. O sea, esto no lo hace cualquiera. Ustedes compran una Hasselblad o una mamilla y no hacen esta foto. Nunca. Porque esto hay una cosa que se llama audiovisuales, fotografía, esto. Y hay que hacer una carrera, esto requiere conocimientos. Esto no es llegar ahí y tienes una Hasselblad y sacas así con esta nitidez. No, no funciona así la cosa. Pero esto pasa con todas las marcas, ¿eh? Fíjense ustedes, yo voy a compartir una pantalla, o sea, una foto de una cámara de medio formato. Y dirán ustedes, bueno, ¿y qué tiene de excepcional esto, Alberto? Esto es una foto que está bien hecha y ya está. Más o menos es una foto. No, no, no. Espérate que la cosa no es tan así. ¿Ustedes ven a esta chica? Y la ven. Tengan en cuenta que aquí hay flashes, hay fotómetros y hay de todo, ¿eh? Aquí hay un profesional haciendo esta foto porque es de la publicidad de la casa. Yo la saqué de allí. ¿Ustedes ven esta calidad? Miren en qué porcentaje estamos de aumento. ¿Ustedes ven esta calidad? ¿Ustedes ven esta calidad? Bueno, pues esto no lo hace una cámara normal. Yo no sé ustedes ahí, pero yo aquí ya estoy viendo el maquillaje, el pelo, el vello de la piel. Y fíjense en qué porcentaje voy de aumento. Se ven los flashes en los ojos. Está reflejado en los ojos los flashes. Estos flashes son grandísimos, son carísimos. O sea, que la foto está hecha con ciencia. ¿Ven los pelitos de la nariz? ¿Lo ven? Bueno, ¿ven el maquillaje? Porque yo aquí sí lo veo. Yo aquí veo el maquillaje. Claro, se puede ver el ADN. El ADN con estas cámaras se ve. Y sigue aumentando y sigue viéndose. Se ven las venitas del ojo. Decirle a la gente que muchas veces echan unos vasoconstrictores, unas gotas que hay para que no se estén los ojos rojos. ¿Lo ven? Bueno, pues esto es una Hasselblad. La Hasselblad, a tener un respaldo tan grande o tantos megapíxeles o lo que sea, aquí se ve el rímel de las... Normalmente en fotografías se utilizan pestañas postizas y rizadores de pestañas y aquí usaron rímel. ¿Lo ven? Bueno, pues ahí está a tope. ¿Lo ven? Esto es una Hasselblad. Oh, no, una mamilla. Bueno, pues esto es lo que hace. Fíjese, ahora lo doy para atrás, 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 para atrás. ¿Y el tamaño de la foto es esta? Bien. Hasta ahí todo bien. Vale. No, vamos a ver, dice aquí videoproducciones y ventas. Alberto, si esto es un fraude, entonces no hay que replicarlo. Sí, hay que hablar de esto porque mañana o pasado nos vendrán que van a ir con el mismo sistema a la Luna. Van a ir con SpaceX a la Luna, con esos trajes de interestelar, que no están presurizados ni está nada, pero eso que es de locos. Bueno, pero vamos poco a poco y vamos a contestar aquí lo que nos preguntó Goyo López. Alberto, tienes 4 horas para explicarlo. 4 horas, esto es una locura. Vamos a ver, vamos con este que nos va a explicar, y yo les tengo que explicar a ustedes esto primero para después irme con lo de SpaceX. Compartir pantalla. Tenemos un señor aquí que nos explica el rollo. Yo voy a poner un poco, después si quieren le pongo este enlace abajo. Esta es la Hasselblad 503. Y aquí sale con la Hasselblad. Bueno, le di para adelante justo cuando le iba a enseñar. Vale. Vale. Ahí la tenemos. La versión de calle, la versión normal. Estas cámaras eran carísimas y siguen siendo carísimas de segunda mano. Y aquí nos explica perfectamente cómo funciona. Aquí en la parte de atrás va respaldo, la película. Y después aquí tiene la cosa patada, o sea, es el cuerpo y aquí los objetivos y tal. Pero esto es más simple que el mecanismo de un chupete. Esto no tiene nada. De hecho, no tiene ni fotómetro. Mire, aquí le quitó el respaldo. Aquí le separó el respaldo del cuerpo. Y le está quitando una chapa de metal. ¿Lo están viendo? Le está quitando una chapa, o se la está quitando o se la está poniendo. Una chapa. Esa chapa es para proteger la película. La película hay que protegerla, si no, se vela. Pero no puede entrar la luz. Ahí tiene unas almohadillas y tiene esa chapa. Esa chapa, la diferencia que hay, no, tiene mucho menos de 1 milímetro. Para entrar, el margen que tiene para entrar es mucho menos que 1 milímetro. Hombre, no vamos a hablar de nanómetros, porque nanómetros es la 1000.000.000ª parte de 1 metro. Si se dilata lo más mínimo esto, no entra por dilatación. Y si se contrae, tampoco entra, porque por frío. O sea, los márgenes no entra, no entra. Si se dilata o si se contrae, no entra. Porque el cuerpo es de un material y la chapa es de otro. O se dilata el cuerpo, se dilata la chapa, se contrae el cuerpo, se contrae la chapa. Los obturadores tienen, eso sí que tienen una separación de nanómetros, vamos, los obturadores. En estas cámaras el obturador va al objetivo. Y está todo tan calculado para la luz. El problema es la luz, porque si no te vela la película. Que cualquier modificación en la temperatura, fuera del rango, deja de funcionar la cámara. Aquí le estaba sacando la chapa, ¿lo ven? Y ahí queda el respaldo donde va la película. La película va ahí. Y después tienes que volver a ponerla, la chapa. Y aquí, bueno, esta tiene visor. Esa de la Luna me parece que no tenía visor. Pero esto, hasta el visor de estas cámaras funcionan al revés. O sea, sale invertido. Lo de la derecha en la izquierda y lo de la izquierda en la derecha, en el visor. Aquí hacerle una prueba para enseñarles a la gente. O sea, fíjense que esto es una cosa. Esto es una Hasselblad parecida a la que llevaron a la Luna. ¿Lo están viendo ahí? Y ahora va a poner el dedo por arriba. Un dedo, uno, porque si no, si pones... Ahí, mira. Lo pone en el lado derecho y sale en el lado izquierdo. Sale al revés. Bueno, y aquí cuenta toda la historia. Vale. Para un momento. Yo le voy a poner este vídeo para que la gente sepa qué es lo que pasa aquí. Déjamelo apartar por aquí. Y después quien lo quiera ver, que lo vea. ¿Por qué es interesante? Porque, a ver, esto necesitaríamos editarlo y ponerlo muchísimo tiempo. O sea, esto llevaría semanas hacer un buen vídeo para que la gente, miren, aún falta 4 minutos o 4 horas y pico para lanzamiento. Yo ya... Bien, entonces dicen, oye, a ver, ¿por qué no es? Esto porque es una farsa. Vamos a ver. Vamos a poner aquí un vídeo de SpaceX. Lo que pasa es que esto va a ser mejor cortar y encender dentro de 4 horas, porque si vamos a estar aquí 4 horas... Vamos a ver, aquí, yo ya lo dije muchas veces, yo fui militar durante 7 años y estuve en una brigada paracaidista. Yo estaba en la brigada paracaidista. Y yo saltaba de los aviones. Los aviones, cuando saltas de un avión hay 2 tipos de salto. Uno que es automático y otro que es manual. Cuando saltas, por ejemplo, en automático, el paracaídas necesita como mínimo, para abrirse, 100 metros. 100. Lo pone allí. Pues lo tengo visto yo. Pone 100 metros mínimo. Mínimo va a abrirse, que no te asegure que se abra. O sea, Lo bueno es ya se abren solos porque van enganchados del avión, pero tienen una cinta que se engancha un cable que va con la cabina y cuando sales del avión, pues saltas y esa cinta está enganchada allí. Y a medida que vas bajando tiene un precinto de 15 libras, rompe el precinto y se queda allí una parte en el avión y nada, tú sales y salen los cordones, sales tú, los cordones y después el paracaídas. Y al final del paracaídas está el precinto y se suelta poco y el paracaídas se infla. Y después hay otro salto que es manual, que saltas, hay unos que se llaman halo-jajo, que es High Altitude Low Open, High Altitude High Open. Bueno, que saltas altísimo, pero normalmente no se salta tan alto porque esos son saltos estratégicos de estos que hace muchísimo frío y el frío te corta la piel, tienes que ir totalmente tapado y con oxígeno. Normalmente se hacen más bajos, que sigue siendo altísimo. Y tú cuando saltas, pues el paracaídas, a medida que se va abriendo, va bajando contigo, pero tienes mucha altura. Pero bueno, les quiero decir que yo estoy ahí, que yo he saltado. Ustedes saben, la gente que nos está viendo, habrá alguien que sí por ahí, pero normalmente la gente no salta en paracaídas. Realmente, pues impresiona. O sea, yo me acuerdo, porque con estas cosas hay que ser sincero como con todo. Cuando yo hice el curso paracaidista, te exigen 7 saltos de un avión, ¿no? Unos 3 o 4 simples y después, porque no saltas así como le llamaban body, no. No saltas con música y con unas tipas allí cachondas y tal, no. Saltas, normalmente el curso lo haces en un avión, bueno, antes era en un aviocar, este es un C-112 o 212, bueno, lo que sea. Y el avión rápido coge altura, rápido. Va sin puerta, ya le quitan la puerta porque son... Y hay 2 luces allí encima de la puerta, una roja y otra verde. Entonces hay un jefe de salto y te dice, porque no se escucha ni torta dentro del avión, por los motores y esto, y rápido ya está a la altura del lanzamiento. Yo no sé cómo sube tan rápido eso. Y te dice viento, te soplas encima de la mano y te dice 3 nudos, 5 nudos, hay un límite de viento para saltar. Entonces mete la cara por fuera del avión, el jefe de salto, porque hay una zona de salto, hay una zona labrada donde tienes que caer, porque estos paracaídas automáticos, que son con los que se empieza el curso, no son dirigibles y bajan muy rápido. Bajan lo justo para no romperte las piernas y la espalda, pero tampoco pueden bajar lento porque te lleva el viento y te puede matar el enemigo en caso de guerra. Entonces bajan rápido. Para caer tienes que tener los pies paralelos al suelo, las piernas semiflexionadas y siempre caer de espaldas. O sea, caes y pones el culo y das una vuelta o 2. Y una vez que estás en el suelo, si el paracaídas tiene, porque tienen aquí a veces unas sueltas rápidas, si estás en el suelo, pues se te infla el paracaídas si hay viento y te arrastra. Entonces tienes que soltar una de las sueltas, porque si sueltas las 2, se va el paracaídas a tomar por saco y hay que ir a buscarlo porque saltas con equipaje, saltas con armamento, saltas con mochila y saltas con la mochila del paracaídas cuando te lo dieron para ponértelo. Y hay que entregarlo dentro de la mochila. Entonces sueltas solo una esta y se suelta ahí una parte y ya se cae. Entonces vas allí y lo coges y tal. Bueno, entonces el jefe de salto mete la cara para afuera, un viento que se le aplasta la cara del viento que hace. Y se enciende la luz roja, preparados, el primero se pone en la puerta, yo cuando hice el curso salté muchas veces de primero, muchas veces, y ves las piscinas allí pequeñitas, las casitas, ves todo enorme, y lo que te dices y te preguntas es, joder, ¿qué hago yo aquí, macho? Esto está altísimo. Bueno, y a dónde iba es que le preguntas con el tiempo, cuando ya llevas mucho tiempo, bueno, cuando haces el curso, hiciste todos los saltos y le preguntas allí a uno que ya lleva un montón de tiempo, oye, ¿el miedo este que se sienta al saltar pasa alguna vez? Te contestan y no te contestan nada. Resulta que yo eché 7 años allí y el dicho que hay es, el mejor salto es el que no se da. El mejor salto es el que no se da. Y los nocturnos son peligrosísimos porque no ves el suelo. No lo ves. Entonces nosotros llevábamos una luz química, una barra de esas que rompías y la tirabas y bueno, porque te lleva el viento y valían 5 o 6 euros cada barra de esas. Adiós, barrita, adiós. No sirvió para nada. Pero ya llevabas 3 o 4, yo llevaba 2 o 3. un peligro. Pero que las cosas bajan muy rápido, bajan muy rápido. Cuando se salta manual bajas a 200 y pico. Eso depende de la masa, del peso del objeto que esté bajando. Yo estuve allí y yo salté. Bajas a una velocidad impresionante. Impresionante. Bien. Estos vídeos, de SpaceX, nos están metiendo aquí unos cohetes que pesan toneladas, que parece que los guían con unas aletas para mantenerlos vertical, y 5 segundos antes de llegar al suelo le encienden unos retropropulsores. Y da igual que venga de lado, que venga como venga. Ellos los alinean y los posan verticales. Pero señores, eso es imposible, porque hay una cosa que se llama inercia. Inercia quiere decir inercia. Así como yo cuando salto de un avión y abro el paracaídas no se abre al momento, porque si se abre al momento me fastidia las vértebras y la expresión que se utilizaba allí es que te saca los mocos. Tienes que plegarlo de una forma, el manual, que se vaya abriendo poco a poco y baja contigo. Eso tarda segundos en abrirse de todo. Y si no se te abre bien o si se te lía, tienes que liberar el principal y abrir el de emergencia. No puedes abrir el de emergencia con el principal abierto. Estos tíos están bajando aquí toneladas de estos SpaceX, toneladas, y le meten ahí un impulso y lo frenan y baja así. Pero vamos a ver, señores, ¿quién se cree esto? ¿Esto quién se lo cree? Bueno, es que aquí estamos jugando con lo de siempre. Estamos viendo cómo actúa la gente con el coronavirus. Lo estamos viendo. Mal. La gente actúa mal, no le da la importancia que realmente tiene. Voy a compartir pantalla para que ustedes se ubiquen un poco en el tema. Porque a esto sí hay gente que se dio cuenta y dice, oye, macho, ¿esto qué es? O sea, ¿me quieres decir que este cohete chufa, que pesa toneladas, lo aterrizas así? Ay, me cago en la hostia. A ver, vamos a compartir. Porque yo esto ya, claro, yo esto ya lo dije. Y lo voy a decir otra vez. Esto es un avión. ¿Lo ven? Es un avión. Bueno, pues si le quitamos las alas y la cola, la dirección y la profundidad, es un tubo como el de SpaceX. Este es el avión sin alas. Esto que puede aterrizar así, en 3 segundos. Esto, que no es de acero como esos que son de acero y que pesan, esto pesa mucho menos en comparación, porque esto es aluminio aeronáutico. Esto, para llevarlo al sitio, en un aeropuerto, en posición horizontal, es una hazaña. Es una hazaña. O sea, es un milagro que cada avión salga y llegue a su destino. Los pilotos son unos ases, son buenísimos. Y esto tiene gobierno, ¿eh? Esto tiene alerones, tiene flaps, tiene slats, tiene profundidad, dirección, aerofrenos. Esto, que es un tubo. Igual que los de SpaceX. Para llevarlo al aeropuerto, y tiene gobierno. Vamos a ver qué nos presentan estos tipos. Estos tipos nosotros ya lo dijimos 50 millones de veces. Esto no se puede hacer así. Además, te lo meten en una plataforma en movimiento en el medio del mar. Y después te vienen con los 20 fracasos que tuvieron para llegar al éxito. Que ni éxito ni nada. Esto no se puede. Nosotros no podemos hacerlo. Si hicieron ingeniería inversa y lo hacen con tecnología extraterrestre, sí. Es la única forma. Vamos a ver. Yo voy a compartir pantalla, voy a compartir un vídeo pequeño y lo vamos comentando. Bueno, a ver. Primero vamos a verlo un par de veces. Vamos a ver. A ver si puse el vídeo bueno. Ustedes fíjense. Viene eso, que eso pesa. Y bueno, y la gente aplaudiendo, y lo de siempre. Pero si está pegado al suelo. Ahora abre las patas, fíjense. Vamos a ver, aquí paramos un momento. Yo esta escena, y cuando hablamos de estos temas en el canal, la puse invertida. Mira que da lata invertir un vídeo, ¿eh? Puse esto como si hubieran despegado. O sea, cogí el reproductor, le di para atrás. Y así sí que tiene lógica, que despeguen. El humo se puede modificar, se puede cambiar o añadir cuando te convenga. Pero lo lógico sería que despegaran así, pero no que aterricen así. Eso es porque hay que frenar todo ese tonelaje mucho. A ver, de hecho no podrías casi dejar que cogiera velocidad cuando se separa de la nave. Ya no podrías dejar. Les voy a poner este vídeo un par de veces y después le voy a enseñar otro vídeo. ¿Qué es lo que hacía la NASA hasta ahora? La NASA, hasta ahora, cuando mandaba el Discovery o uno de estos, había un depósito central y dos cohetes a los lados y después la nave encima. Cuando se separaban esos dos cohetes, se los reutilizaban. Y se mira aquí como salían de la nave, dando vueltas a lo loco. Y después le ponían unos paracaídas, pero los paracaídas siempre se rompían y tuvieron que inventar un sistema de que se abrieran un poco, después un poco más y después un poco más. Y el tortazo que se pegaban al llegar al mar era pequeño, vamos. Un tortazo. Así es la única forma que se pueden utilizar y recuperar esos cosas. No esto. Esto no puede ser, es que no puede ser. Y es lo que nos están vendiendo ahora, o sea que van a ir a la Estación Espacial Internacional, no se puede ir al sitio a verlo, hay que verlo por internet. A ver, macho, que ya me pongo nervioso aquí porque si nos metisteis un gol en el 69, a ver si no vos vais a intentar meter otro gol ahora. A ver.
Very shortly, the Singapore will be attempting its landing on the autonomous spaceport drum ship.
Check on your screen. Sometimes the switch goes out when it approaches the drone ship and the heavy vibrations make it lose signal. Crossing our fingers, that's not the case right now. So it looks like the landing is happening at the moment. We have lost signal. We're hoping that signal comes back shortly.
Bueno, lo pongo otra vez, a ver.
Oh, bien.
Ahí viene, mira. Enciende un cohete. Ese cohete no hace nada. O sea, un cohete central. ¿Qué frena eso? Eso es lo único que puede hacer. A ver. Aquí le ponen aplausos y ruidos. Está muy cerca del suelo para frenarlo ya. No se puede frenar a esta altura. Lo único que puede hacer eso es tumbar la nave. Es tumbarla. Tumbar el cohete. Esto no es así. Esto está mal. Vamos a ponerlo otra vez. Eso, ahora, vamos a ver, vamos por partes. ¿A qué velocidad podrá ir esto? Bajando libre, a 1000 kilómetros por hora, a 2000 kilómetros por hora, porque esto baja a una velocidad, si baja vertical, que las controlan con estas aletas de aquí, se puede mantener la verticalidad, sí, pero la inercia que lleva, esto, a ver, yo tengo visto coches, hay cargas, cuando se lanzan paracaidistas desde un avión, también se lanzan cargas, se lanzan comida, se lanza munición grande, pesada, que no la puedes llevar, y se lanzan coches, vehículos. Y los vehículos y esto, las cargas pesadas llevan 3 o 4 paracaídas enormes. Y si se rompe uno de esos paracaídas, la carga queda destrozada, el coche queda, yo tengo visto y queda, pero vamos, parece una hoja de papel, que queda aplastado totalmente. ¿Por qué? Porque es así. O sea, eso pesa y intentas frenarlo y no lo frenas. Cae y pete un trompazo. ¿A dónde va esto? Esto baja a una velocidad impresionante. Esto, porque yo les voy a enseñar después. Espera, vamos a ver, compartir pantalla. Vamos a ver esto otra vez un poquito más. Ahí va. enciendo un cohetito del medio, ¿eso qué fuerza hace? Eso no hace ninguna fuerza, porque la velocidad que lleva eso con lo que pesa, a ver, frena, y además que no está orientado, va, abre las patas en el último momento, viene medio de lado, se pone derecho y aterriza. Todo lleno de aplausos y de cosas. Vale. Este ya lo vimos. Vamos a ver otro. Ay, espera. A ver, espera que me pone otro aquí. A ver si este... Porque esto es todo un rollo patatero que vamos. Claro, si no sabes de qué va el tema, no sabes de qué va el tema, porque... A ver. Vamos a ver. Ustedes, antes de ponerle, cuando cae al mar, le voy a poner, para que vean ustedes lo grande que son estas cosas. Se lo voy a poner aquí para que vean, porque esto no es un tubo de 10 por 1 metro de ancho, ¿eh? Miren. Estos son los que utiliza la NASA. Estos son los que utiliza la NASA una vez que caen al mar. O sea, ustedes, fíjense, miren cuando caen al mar, mire. Esto es grandísimo. Estos son los que lo recuperan. Se tiran ahí buceadores, se tiran de todo. Pero ustedes miren la proporción, o sea, esto es enorme. Este llevaba paracaídas, aún se ven ahí las cuerdas de paracaídas. Pero a ver si se mira por abajo, sí, mira. ¿Cómo vas a aterrizar eso verticalmente? Miren lo que va para abajo en el fondo, o sea, los buceadores ahí, eso se mete para abajo, que es enorme. A ver. Ahí le meten aire, ahí le quitan agua, pero esto es grande, macho. Que los buceadores entran en él como si nada. Esto pesa toneladas y toneladas. Es grandísimo. Bueno, ahí, ¿no? Vale. Pues esto ahí lo lleva un barco grandísimo y ahí va. Bueno, ¿qué es esto? Vale. Ahora vamos a ver la secuencia de lo que le decía yo, cuando se abren los paracaídas. Este vídeo es muy largo, lo voy a cortar de todo, pues voy a poner solo ese fragmento. Compartir pantalla. Uy.
Remain. Start. 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 0, and liftoff for the final launch of Endeavour, expanding our knowledge, expanding our lives in space. On your way.
Bueno, de para adelante, porque si no... Miren, aquí ya están sueltos. Miren cómo bajan, ¿eh? Bueno. Fíjense. falla el vídeo de la cámara, no aguanta la velocidad ni aguanta nada, porque eso está congelado todo. Está el vídeo así, no es que se vea mal, es que está así. Y ahora va a abrir 3 paracaídas. Pero se tumba, se retuerce. Ahí va. Se abren un poco, fíjense, se abren un poco, no los pueden abrir de golpe porque se rompen. Ahora se abre otro poco. Y ahora se abre otro poco. Y aquí en la tercera parte uno se rompió. No aguantó. Fíjense ustedes la fuerza que hace. Y son paracaídas enormes. Son de carga, son para esto. Y ahí cayó al mar. Vale.
Todos sabemos que el mundo está en una tremenda crisis y en gran peligro. El problema es que el Coltorscape nos sigue envolviendo.
¿Lo han visto? ¿Han entendido el mensaje? Estas piezas, estos son cohetes. O sea, una cosa es la nave, otra cosa es el depósito central. Esto es lo que pasaba con el Discovery, con el Challenger y estos. Y estos son cohetes. Estos cohetes son reutilizables. Pesan una barbaridad. Los sueltan y van cayendo, cayendo. Llega un momento que abren los paracaídas. Primero se abren un poco, después un poco más el mismo paracaídas y después un poco más. Aquí han visto que ha roto uno de los paracaídas. Porque es mucho peso, es mucha inercia. No se puede venir y meter un retropropulsor así y aterrizar en vertical. Eso no funciona así. Eso es una locura. Es a donde voy yo con esto. Entonces, claro, después de analizar esto profundamente, que nosotros lo analizamos en el canal, pues tiene mérito intentar ver cómo nos intentan meter un gol con esto. O sea, yo siempre dije, porque es lo que dicen muchos estudiosos por ahí, y yo estoy con esos, dicen, es más fácil, ¿cómo era? Es más fácil hacer creer a la gente algo que hacerlo. O sea, si somos capaces de hacer creer a la gente que fuimos a la Luna, es suficiente, no hace falta ir. Bueno, pues esto es lo mismo. Es lo que se unió SpaceX. Esto tuvo una cantidad de críticas, no solo mías. O sea, ustedes buscan por ahí en internet, en YouTube, lo de SpaceX tiene una cantidad de la gente. Dice, pero estáis locos, macho. ¿Cómo vais a hacer esto? Esto no se puede hacer porque es que no se puede hacer. Las leyes de la física no lo permiten. No puede bajar un objeto a 3.000 kilómetros por hora y encender un mechero y frenarlo y aterrizar vertical. Porque hay que contrarrestar toda la inercia que tiene. Hay que contrarrestar el peso que tiene el objeto, la inercia que lleva, y en el momento que llegara a cero, se desequilibra y cae para un lado. Y la única forma de hacer eso sería, en el momento que se separa de la nave, poner los retropropulsores para no dejar que cogiera tanta inercia. Pero eso supondría que tendría que llevar muchísimo combustible. Y sería más peso. Ya hemos hablado en el canal que lo mismo pasa con los aviones. Si le metes mucho combustible que no vas a utilizar, más combustible es más peso y más peso lleva más consumo. Entonces entramos en el cuento de la pescadilla que se muerde la cola. Y no puede ser. No puede ser. Esto no puede ser así. Ese es el dilema y ese es el problema. Entonces, claro, a mí, que se junte ahora la NASA, que nosotros hemos comprobado 40.000 fotos y vídeos de la NASA y están manipulados. Y ahora que vayan por aquí, que se junten con SpaceX, otros que nos presentan unas cosas que no se las cree nadie. La gente que investiga un poco dice, no, a mí las cuentas no me salen, eso no puede ser así. No puede ser, porque no puede ser. Se juntan y dicen, no venir nadie allí por lo de coronavirus, no venir nadie. Lo tenéis que ver por internet desde vuestras casas. Ay, 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 que esto se pone interesante. Entonces, claro, esto tiene una intencionalidad. Y la intencionalidad es ir preparando el terreno, porque dentro de unos años nos van a venir con la misma historia de que fueron a la Luna. Con la misma historia. Fuimos a la Luna ya hace más de 50 años, 51, 52, los que sean, los que pasen a partir de ahora. Y volvemos a la Luna. Y la gente se lo cree y se va a la playa y se va al chiringuito a tomar una cerveza y a ver el partido de fútbol. Y se lo cree. Y después nos viene a nosotros a decir aquí que no decimos las cosas como son. Pues no, señores, no. A ver.
Dedicated to those of you following along.
That was 5 days ago. We rolled the...
Aquí ya hay movimiento, pero bueno, yo esto ya le digo, o sea, el que se lo quiera creer, que se lo crea. Yo, esto es una película todo, porque es... ¿A dónde va este Elon Musk, que tiene una pinta más rara de nervioso?
You can see on your screen, Bob and Doug are getting very, very close to pad 39A. In addition to these launch pad upgrades, SpaceX also made changes to both Falcon 9 and Dragon to enable flying crew.
Ustedes están viendo, van en coches Tesla. Esos coches son Tesla. Están haciendo propaganda de los coches. Fíjense, ¿eh?
During ascent of the rocket.
Right, and I'm sorry, I'm just waiting for that pullback moment on the camera where we're going to see their cars roll right up to the pad. Another key upgrade, though, for everything today is Dragon's new life support system. As you can imagine, oh, sorry, there we go, crew arriving at the pad. As you can imagine, flying humans requires keeping a habitable environment inside Dragon throughout the entire flight. And so that's everything like providing breathing air, keeping the capsule at a safe pressure, keeping it free of contaminants, removing carbon dioxide, regulating temperature and humidity, and implementing a waste collection system, aka the toilet.
The changes to Falcon 9 were small, but extremely meaningful to meet NASA's requirements for safety for human spaceflight. And specifically, SpaceX had to prove a high degree of fault tolerance, meaning that small failures in the system would not lead to mission failure. Falcon 9 was already able to handle engine failure, but new emphasis was put on making sure that a failure throughout any phase of launch would not mean mission failure. And that's a really cool view on your screen with Bob and Doug getting out of their Teslas. That is amazing. And this goes down all the way to latches, control valves, electronics, and wiring, and so much more to keep them safe.
All right, well, with the astronauts now on location at pad 39A, Marie, Lauren, Leland, take us through the crew making their final steps towards that Dragon spacecraft.
All right, thanks, Dan. That was really cool to see. We can see the Teslas on the screen there. They're going to stop for Bob and Doug to take a little nature break before they make their way up to the pad. And we're expecting it should be about T-minus 2 hours and 55 minutes, so just under 3 minutes from now. We should hear a formal announcement on the loops that the crew is on the pad. So we'll quiet down to listen for that when we get a little closer. But Lauren, you didn't get a chance to mention while they were driving out there, they have a very cool playlist they had on the way out, right?
Yeah, I remember Bob tweeting, what should I listen to on the way out? So here's what they chose. The first is AC/DC's Back in Black. I think he actually tweeted that one, or someone recommended it, which is super cool. And the reason being, they are back. Then they also listened to the elevator music from the Blues Brothers film, that song "Girl from Ipanema." And I believe so, yeah. Got another career, that in meatball loving. But sort of symbolizing the fact that they're waiting. And the third song was the Star Spangled Banner, the Army French horns version, for very obvious reasons, that one.
Yeah, I gotta set the mood, set the tone, right, Leland? You know all about that.
Little meatball, all good.
Mm-hmm. And
don't let me come over there, Lauren.
So we're looking now at the Crew Dragon capsule on top of the Falcon 9 rocket, the impressive crew access arm. That's that black and white kind of hallway you see there. That's how the crew make their way over to Crew Dragon to climb inside. And that Falcon 9 rocket stands about 230 feet tall. The Crew Dragon trunk, from the bottom of the trunk to the top of the nose cone, that's another 27 feet on top of that. So here in just a couple of minutes, Bob and Doug are going to be making their way up in an elevator. They don't have to climb the whole way. It's just about 10 feet of stairs at the last leg of that trip. And lots of people are weighing in on social media. This person says it's happening, and I can't read the rest of it right now, but lots.
Bueno, y después otra movida con los trajes. Los trajes Pero vamos a ver, macho. Yo... ¿Qué trajes son estos? Yo... ¿Esto qué es Star Trek o qué? Esos trajes no están presurizados ni están nada. ¡Qué pinta, macho! Mira, os voy a compartir.
Nueva era espacial, nuevos trajes. Este 27 de mayo, el mundo será protagonista de otro hecho histórico. Tras casi una década sin misiones tripuladas al espacio desde el suelo estadounidense, el hombre vuelve a salir de nuestro planeta. Y para este evento histórico se pensó en una nueva indumentaria. Quienes presencien el lanzamiento notarán algo diferente sobre los elegantes trajes espaciales que usarán Von Benken y Doug Hurley. No veremos los trajes anaranjados de calabaza que los astronautas solían usar durante la fase de lanzamiento de vuelos. Los trajes espaciales de SpaceX tienen un diseño blanco de una sola pieza y son mucho más elegantes. Es la primera vez que una empresa privada gestiona junto a la NASA un vuelo de estas características. Ha pasado ya casi una década desde que no se envían misiones tripuladas al espacio desde el suelo de Estados Unidos. La elegante nave Crew Dragon de SpaceX despegará gracias al cohete Falcon 9.
Bueno, ya aquí donde nosotros estamos se ve un poco de público, gente que madrugó bastante, Alejandra, para tratar de ver este...
Bueno, señores, pues esto es lo que hay. Yo... es así, o sea, me da la risa.
You follow?
Nice.
Yeah. And hopefully they will be today. We just need the weather to say, I mean, it looks pretty nice right now, right? But I mean, obviously it's not just what the weather conditions are here. They've got to think about downrange in case of an abort, make sure it's okay for recovery if we get into a situation like that, which is unlikely.
So this elevator is going to take them up
Un
to level
traje de dos
255.
piezas.
It's not 255 floors, but that's 255
Y unas chapurreanas de esas, unas
and
botas
from
de
there, they'll
barro.
take, once they get up there, and this elevator is pretty zippy, so
Pero
they'll get there
señores,
pretty quickly. They'll get out,
una
and they'll walk up
chaquetilla y
another
unos
flight of stairs
pantalones.
to level 265, and that's where they will greet the crew on.
And I don't know, well, obviously Leland's been in the elevator. Lauren, I'm pretty sure you've been out there too, but the first time I rode in the elevator, I was like, whoa, we're really moving in this.
Pull some G's.
A little bit of a jolt when it first goes.
Yeah, you get used to it. And then the jolt is a little bit more extreme when you get in the rocket and take off.
Just a little primer. It's a primer.
The doors are opening. Here they come.
It's a beautiful view up there too of the, all of the surroundings in Florida and this national wildlife retreat that we have here. But getting ready for the business at hand of getting in the rocket and heading to the cosmos.
And those are the stairs Lauren mentioned. They're at it's the 255-foot level right now.
Yes.
I think I said that right. And now they're headed up the stairs to the 265-foot level. That's the level that will take them to where the crew access arm is in the white room.
Yeah, that's the view right there that they're looking at. And Lauren, what are those chevrons, those white chevrons on the floor? Where do they lead to?
Those are basically highlighting the exit path. So in the event that that anyone up there needed to get away ASAP, they follow those arrows to where escape baskets await them. There's 7 baskets and they'll hop in there and it's kind of like a zip line. They'll slide all the way down from that fixed service structure down to the ground, safe and away from the rocket.
Great.
And at the top right of your screen where you see them, there's actually a phone right up there next to the worm. There's the worm again, Leland. But there's a phone.
I'm okay with that now.
It really pops up there.
Yeah, it's like it belongs there or something.
It's funny, isn't it? Leland, tell us about the phone. What's the significance of the phone up there?
Yeah, I mean, you can call family members that you maybe weren't able to come to the launch, and in this case, there are quite a few of them. But you know, it's a last minute to say goodbye and say that you're going to talk to them when you get to space.
Solo falta que se fumen un pitillo ahora.
Absolutely. And again, they're just kind of taking in the sights before they go into the white room, and the pad team is there. You can see them. They're in black with the white numbers on their back. They're all members of the pad team. They're going to be helping them when they get into ingress. Actually, we're at T minus 2 hours and 50 minutes right now, at about T minus 2 hours and 35 minutes. So just under 15 minutes from now is when the astronauts will ingress. That's the term we use for climbing into Dragon. And of course, they will have the assistance of the suit techs and get buckled in. And so we want to head over to Hawthorne now for a preview of what's in store for not just Bob and Doug, but future space travelers.
Shortly after we begin to regularly fly NASA astronauts to and from the space station, SpaceX will also begin flying private passengers to station and beyond using Dragon.
That's right. NASA is going to be enabling up to 2 private astronaut missions to visit the space station each year, just as part of our support of a broader economy in low Earth orbit. It's just one of the many ways NASA is opening access for companies to manufacture products in microgravity, for new commercial modules in space, and to enable more people to be able to explore the stars firsthand.
And the more people out there exploring the stars, the closer we get to becoming a multi-planetary species. Earlier, we showed you a first-hand look at where you would train if you were to fly with us on board Dragon, but now let's take a peek inside the spacecraft itself.
When we wanted to take Dragon and make it human-rated, I think we took a different approach to spaceship design than has previously been done, because we wanted this to feel like a 21st century spaceship. We wanted it to inspire another generation of astronauts. Really, everything, when you look at Dragon, was driven by function. We took into account everything from the placement of all the cargo supplies to the light rail on the top, doubled as a handhold. Probably one of the biggest features of Dragon are the touch screens on the inside. We designed them not just to be very functional, but with a user experience in mind. It's very intuitive to know what we need to do at any given moment in time. When I think about comfort for the astronauts, it's really every aspect of how you can interact with the spaceship that comes to mind. We have 3 different seat sizes. We even go so far as molding the foam around the astronaut's body so that there's not any pressure points, and it's just generally a pleasurable journey to space. Dragon is a spaceship that's all about safety and reliability. We designed it to be 2 fault tolerant, which means that any 2 things could fail. So I could lose a flight computer and a thruster, and I could still bring the crew back home safely. We also added a launch escape system. If anything goes wrong on ascent, the crew can get away from Falcon and get picked up safely. I've worked on Dragon since 2012. If I see Dragon lift off, I think I'm going to feel a buildup of emotion of 8 years of working with some of the best engineers and technicians across the country that put their heart and mind into making this incredible moment happen for everybody.
You guys have started on schedule.
We see them signing. Looks like they're signing something in there right now.
Yeah, we give them a black Sharpie to sign the white room. It's starting a new tradition.
Yeah, we didn't do that. That's nice.
That's awesome.
It's a good tradition.
Yeah.
And while we were in the video, we saw Bob and Doug walk down the crew access arm. Leland, it's like that, futuristic look that you talked about. I mean, what did you think seeing that and how that kind of compare and contrast what that was like during shuttle?
It's really beautiful, I think. I mean, back when I was flying on shuttle, everything look at the thumbs up from Bob. He's getting excited. Just a few little photos at the end there. But it's just a totally different era. I mean, the SpaceX team is really looking to make something futuristic. It's looking like something from the George Jetsons or from other movies that you've seen on television. and the movies. And I think it's something that inspires our country and inspires our children, especially, to see that they want to be these astronauts. They want to study hard and be that next generation of explorers launching from Cape Canaveral in a SpaceX rocket, or working for NASA, working for SpaceX, or any of the other companies that are trying to get off planet. And I think that this change in the way that we're doing business is going to be a really great way of getting more people to the table to fly in space.
Yeah, that was really important to us. Dragon, we see it as a 21st century spaceship. It needs to look like a 21st century spaceship. It flies like a 21st century spaceship. So of course, the ground support equipment should look like it's from the same era. The suits do. All of that sort of future-facing technology and aesthetic is super important to us. Actually, right now, you can see that duct in the hands of member number 5 there. That is an ECS duct, or environmental control system duct. Once this original, who just went in? Was that Doug or Bob?
I think that was Doug.
Okay.
That was Doug, yeah.
That is awesome.
He's ahead of schedule. Somebody tell him to climb back out.
Looking, it is great.
He's ready. He's like Leland. We were joking earlier about it. We were going to have to buckle Leland into his seat here to keep him from running out there.
Yeah, if we had stayed outside, I was going to swim across the moat and run over and get in the vehicle with Bob and Doug. But
now Bob's going in.
Yeah.
This is great. So the suit technicians are helping the crew climb inside. They're holding back the hatch seals to protect the seals on the hatch, but also making sure that the crew doesn't hit their head or anything on the way in. Even though they have helmets, we still don't want that to happen.
And they climbed in a couple minutes earlier than we expected them to, but Lauren, that SpaceX has rehearsed this over and over and over again with Bob and Doug, and and I've heard them say, well, we might be a little bit ahead of schedule if we're ready. It just gives them more time to check things out.
Yeah. So right now, what the crew, the suit technicians are doing is they're strapping the crew's feet into these restraints that the boots sit inside of. They're then going to close those 5-point harnesses around them. I know, Leland, you talked about some of the harnessing that you had in the past with the shuttle.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a more sleek design where there's one point to plug in to get cooling, communications, and everything. And we had a 5-point harness. We, had these hoses and things all over the place. But I think this is a much more streamlined look into the future of space travel.
Yeah, and similar to what was going in the ONC building during the suit checkouts, that seat umbilical is going to connect to the right thigh of the spacesuit. There is a fluid module that is connected to the spacesuit, and that provides fresh cooling air and also nitrox for the leak checks that are going to come up later. But the audio system is also going through that umbilical. So while the crew while the suit techs are getting the crew all buckled in, they're going to perform a comm check. And that's, again, similar to what was done at the ONC building, but this time the integrated two-way communications between the astronauts and the ground crew.
And we're going to head back to Hawthorne now, as we just saw Bob and Doug ingress Crew Dragon. Dan?
Hey, thanks. Yeah, it's incredible to see them inside the capsule. If you're just now tuning in, great timing. You're watching our coverage of the mission known as Demonstration Mission 2 or Demo 2. Today, SpaceX and NASA are going to be sending people into orbit on a mission to the International Space Station for the first time from U.S. soil since 2011. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are those astronauts flying in Dragon. They're inside. That's Doug Hurley really close to our screen and Bob Behnken on the further seat away from us.
And they are getting ready to lift off from pad 39A, where Falcon 9 will lift off around or at 4:33 p.m. Eastern time. They already ascended the tall structure next to the rocket, which is called the fixed service structure, and walked down the corridor known as the crew arm. And now they're already boarded inside of Dragon.
Yeah, right before they got in, we did see them pause for a moment and actually sign the wall. They were in the white room. And the white room is just literally that room at the end of the crew arm that has an opening into Dragon. It's the last place on planet Earth where Bob and Doug are standing before they get into Dragon for their ride to the space station.
And the term the White Room was first used during NASA Gemini missions, where the room right before entering into the spaceship was painted white. So we've continued the tradition with painting ours white as well, and also started a new tradition. If you just saw, they did sign the White Room wall, which is really, really awesome. It's a fairly small area that has room for the crew and a few ground support members to complete cargo load at T-minus 24 hours, and crew ingress at T-minus 2 hours and 35 minutes. And ingress is how we refer to the crew boarding Dragon.
And inside the White Room, there's also a movable platform that just gets extended out to the capsule just in order to bridge that gap between the crew arm and the Dragon side hatch, just allowing easy entry into Dragon. And as you might expect, the entire area is environmentally controlled, just so the Dragon side hatch can be kept open while we're keeping all of that dust, dirt, Florida humidity out of the capsule, making sure it's pristine for the crew. There's also a big seal that's inflated and compressed against the capsule right now, just to help maintain that clean environment.
White Room also has lots of tools in order to open the side hatch, complete crew ingress as they're doing right now, and prepare for any contingency or emergency that may be encountered.
And so as we just heard from Lauren and Marie and the team, they're getting into this capsule now. They're getting their seats connected to their suits via that umbilical that's going to give them hardline connections into audio for their comm checks, which are going to be coming up shortly. And again, breathing gas and pressurized nitrox for those suit leak checks. So this will be the second time since getting suited up that they've done these leak checks. We're just kind of all about redundancy and constantly checking our systems as we continue to count down. But I mean, there they are right now. We're watching Bob and Doug getting into Dragon, getting strapped in. Before they connected their suits to the actual seats, they did something called a foreign object debris check, or a FOD check. And that just means that they actually get inspected for any substance or debris on their suit that could interfere with those systems on Dragon.
And to help protect against debris, the crew has covers on their boots as well as their umbilical port on their suits that need to be removed before they can ingress. So they've already removed those, and as you can see, they are getting strapped in. And once the FOD check is complete, our commander, Doug Hurley, entered first, and then Bob Benkin followed after him. And they're getting buckled in right now, as you can see on your screen, and attaching their umbilicals to their suits. The umbilicals allow the crew to have comms through their suit and air to help keep them cool, as well as delivers nitrox for suit pressurization. And as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the event of a cabin depressurization.
And just walking through the interior a little bit, there are 4 seats configured inside Dragon right now. They're numbered 1 to 4 from right to left when you're looking at the seats. We've had a couple of camera views just from the hatchway, so in the White Room. If you're looking at that angle, you go from 1 to 4, right to left. Doug Hurley is in seat 2, or the commander seat. Bob Benkin is in seat 3, which is on Crew Dragon, is the pilot seat. And then obviously nobody is in seats 1 and 4 today. A Crew Dragon is designed to carry 4 astronauts on these future NASA missions, and we met 2 of the Crew 1 members and heard about their other 2 crew members a little bit earlier. Directly in front of both of our crew members today are 3 touchscreen displays that they're going to use throughout the flight, giving them insight into Dragon systems, seeing any alerts or issues with the vehicle, and if required, taking control and manually flying Dragon. We can see Doug Hurley manipulating those displays right now.
And coming up, the crew will do a comm check to make sure that they can hear mission control, and their seats will be rotated into position for launch so that they can see those display panels right in front of them. So now let's check in with John Insprucker for the latest on the health of both vehicles. Over to you, John.
We're at T-minus 2 hours, 36 minutes, 30 seconds in the countdown for the launch of Falcon 9 with Dragon to the space station. The Dragon launch ops team has completed their major activities to prepare the spacecraft for the astronauts. Checkouts are complete of major systems, including the escape system. And as you can see, ingress of the astronauts well underway. They're hooking their suits up to the various cabin systems. Right now on Dragon, there are no issues in work. Comm checks will be coming up shortly on the Dragon spacecraft with the crew. We might be able to hear some of that, and we'll bring it to you as it happens. Now, currently, the Falcon 9 team is preparing for their final checkouts and propellant load. Checkouts are due to begin at T-minus 2 hours. That's when the majority of the launch crew will actually get on console officially in Fire Room 4 at Kennedy Space Center. Currently on Falcon 9, all systems are go. The Air Force range continues to report no problems with air and sea space clearance. Everything's looking good. Roadblocks are up around the launch pads. The weather forecast continues to be acceptable, but something we're going to watch all the way through. We're not only looking at weather at the launch site, but we are looking around the world. We need to make sure conditions are acceptable if Dragon has to splash down in the Atlantic in case of an escape. We're also monitoring contingency splashdown locations if the crew had to come back to Earth before docking with the space station. Right now, those conditions are getting better as we go through the day. At the launch pad, things continue to be a 60% probability of violating the conditions, or 40% chance, if you're an optimist, of good weather. But right now, the clock is continuing to count down. All systems are go. We're just inside T-minus 2 hours, 35 minutes.
All right, now as Bob and Doug finish their ingress procedures and get comfortable inside Dragon, we're going to continue to listen for those comm checks. They should be coming up in just a little bit. But right now, I'm joined now by SpaceX's Jessica Jensen and Lars Blackmore, just to discuss a little bit more about what make Dragon and Falcon 9 a 21st century launch vehicle. So first off, thank you so much for joining me today. Jessica, I'll start with you.
Yeah.
Walk me through kind of Dragon's life history and how we got to where we are today.
Sure. So Dragon was designed from scratch 12 years ago by SpaceX. It was designed to carry cargo to and from the International Space Station. And what that means is 12 years ago wasn't that long ago. So we got to use state-of-the-art materials, state-of-the-art, computer processors. So really, Dragon, to start off with, is already a modern advanced spacecraft. But then there's two other parts of it also that really led to commercial crew. One part of it was that we actually were able to man-rate Cargo Dragon while it's in the vicinity of the space station and attached to the space station. So that was a huge learning curve for we human-rated a spacecraft for a portion of the mission, and then for crew, you just have to obviously expand it for the whole mission. And then the last part was Cargo Dragon has been this amazing test bed for commercial crew. And what that means is we were able to test out like heat shield materials and parachute materials on Cargo Dragon before they ever flew on Crew Dragon.
Very cool. And that's just one part of the equation. Lars, walk us through, again, just the flight history of Falcon 9 from the humble beginnings to where we are today.
Well, Falcon 9 first flew almost 10 years ago today. And even though the first version of that rocket couldn't carry humans, the fundamental design was made with that goal in mind. Over the course of 87 launches, we've steadily improved the rocket so that now it has twice the payload to orbit that we started out with. We can land and reuse the first stage in the fairing, and most importantly for today, we have the reliability that we need for humans. Now, what's interesting is that reliability has come from steady upgrades and almost a decade of flight experience, but it's actually quite hard to prove reliability. This is something that the commercial airline industry has been grappling with for decades. And just like them, we rely on lots and lots of testing. So, for instance, if you take the Merlin 1D engine, that has to fly for about 6 minutes continuously to get to orbit. We took one of those and ran it for more than 250 minutes to get the statistical proof of reliability that we need. So it's that testing and lots of analysis that gives us and NASA the confidence that Falcon is ready to fly humans for the first time.
And obviously, a lot of additional upgrades, a lot of additional testing had to go just to make sure that both of these vehicles were human rated. So walk us through some of the specific upgrades to Dragon to meet that criteria.
Yep. So the first one's pretty obvious. We had a Cargo Dragon. It has lots of cargo cubbies. So we took all of those out, replaced it with astronaut seats, crew displays, and crew controls. But one thing that people may not know is on Cargo Dragon, we've actually been flying mice to and from the International Space Station for years. And what that meant was we had to design an environmental control and life support system for Dragon years ago. It's oxygen, it scrubs carbon dioxide, and among other things, controls temperature and relative humidity. So even though that was done on a smaller scale for mice, it was a learning curve on how to help man-rate a spacecraft when you have to do it for humans.
And then, Lars, same question. What kind of specific upgrades had to go into it to certify Falcon 9 for this day?
Well, I already mentioned the reliability upgrades. One upgrade that I think is particularly interesting is the launch abort trigger. So people probably know that Dragon has the ability in mid-flight to separate from Falcon and boost the astronauts away to safety in the case that there's some kind of emergency. And that could be triggered by the astronauts or by the ground crew. What people may not know is that Falcon itself has the ability to cause that trigger. And it will do that entirely autonomously using algorithms, software, and sensors. And that's particularly important in the case of a time-critical fault, where aborting quickly means aborting safely. And in some cases, Falcon can do this quicker than 0.3 of a second, so much faster than a human.
And Lars, I'm going to pause right there for a sec. We're getting some comm from the crew. And so coming up shortly, we're going to hear these communication checks. Bob and Doug are going to be talking to several positions down on the ground, and they're going to be using both communication speakers inside of Dragon and inside their suits in a series of communications checks. They're also going to be doing these checks over different satellites and ground stations.
PLT, comm check, umbilical.
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Umbilical, comm check complete. Stand by for ground station comm check.
And you'll hear him referred to CDR as Doug Hurley. That's the commander. PLT pilot, that's Bob Bankin. So that first one we heard was through the umbilical, so that communication linked directly into their suit. Now they're going to do a communication check over the ground stations. We'll also hear one over TDRS, that's the tracking and data relay satellites. Same satellites we use to talk to the International Space Station. That's what we'll be using to talk and track Dragon throughout its entire flight. So again, just waiting for a moment for the teams to continue configuring everything. They're going to do these ground checkouts now. And you're going to be hearing them talk directly to the core. It's the crew operations responsible engineer. That's essentially the Capcom if you followed NASA missions in the past. It's a position right here in Hawthorne at SpaceX Mission Control, which is just a few feet away from us, where the team's going to be watching over Bob and Doug for their entire flight. That's where the main person whose job it is to talk to them is going to be sitting. We'll also hear them do some checkouts with the launch director down there at the Cape inside firing room 4. And you'll be hearing those very characteristic beeps.
SpaceX Dragon, weak but readable.
Copy. We have you the same. Stand by. We're still configuring for ground station contact.
Dragon, copy.
And just to further explain some of those voice protocols that you're going to hear, you might be used to hearing Houston Station or Houston Shuttle or Houston Endeavor back when we were flying those specific shuttles. You're going to hear SpaceX Dragon. That's the SpaceX team calling the Dragon team on orbit. And then Bob and Doug will be able to respond. So they're going to continue to configure. We'll get these ground station checkouts momentarily. And just a reminder, you're going to hear that very unique beeping sound. That's called a quindar, and that's been something that's been used throughout space-to-ground or air-to-ground communications throughout spaceflight history. And that's really just for teams who are in mission control or supporting the launch know when you hear that sound, it's time to listen.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check, ground station.
Dragon has the loud and clear, much better, Jay.
And core, loud and clear, ground station comm check complete. Stand by for TDRS comm check. Dragon, SpaceX, comm check, Tidris.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Tidris, comm check complete. Stand by for checks with MD, LV in the launch configuration.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
Jason, we've got you loud and clear. How you doing?
Doing great. How you guys doing in there? Stand by for comm checks.
Ready to launch a spaceship.
Agree. And stand by for comm checks over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, launch director on countdown 1, comm check.
Mike, we've got you loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Let me try on Dragon to ground 1. Dragon, SpaceX launch director on Dragon to ground 1, comm check.
Loud and clear.
Have you the same?
Dragon, SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation for section 2 of 4.100.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
Copy, ready for seat rotation. We will report when initiating.
All right, so that wraps up those communications checks. Everything going good with the spacecraft. Bob and Doug talking to the teams on the ground. Pretty soon they're going to get their seats rotated. Bringing you back inside Hawthorne real quick, I do want to thank Jessica and Lars for joining me real quick, giving us that great insight into Dragon and Falcon 9. Hope you guys got a good spot staked out to watch a launch today. Great to have you on.
Absolutely.
All right.
Excited.
So we're going to throw it now down to Gary Jordan at Mission Control Houston, who I know is also following along. Over to you, Gary.
Thanks, Dan. Great to hear good checks from Bob and Doug in the Dragon vehicle. Here at Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Zeb Scoville has pulled space station flight controllers, and all systems are go for launch. Essentially, the station is prepared for Dragon to arrive 19 hours after launch. Flight controllers here will continue to monitor the countdown, but really it's up to the teams in Kennedy and Hawthorne to get us to liftoff at this point. So we want to hear your comments as we continue to count down to launch. So let's go to the social desk now to hear it.
Thanks, Gary. So taking a quick look at those numbers right now, there are now 1 million people watching our coverage, and Launch America is up to the #1 trending hashtag on Twitter. So let's take a closer look at what's being said online. Okay, so right now we have Art Alexandria, and it looks like she's got a personal self-portrait, cosmic for sure, in her NASA flight suit. And guys, this is what I'm loving seeing online with this hashtag, is how everyone around the nation is making this launch uniquely theirs. And I want to point out one line in her post that says, "I believe that no matter how far the future is, we are on our way towards it." And guys, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's what today represents. Let's take another look. Oh my goodness. Okay, so right now we have Jessica with her space pup getting ready for liftoff. And guys, I'm not gonna lie, we love to see it. So please, if you have any space pets, comment using hashtag LaunchAmerica. As you can see, everybody is thrilled to be a part of this launch today. And I know of one special guest in particular. I'm so pleased to welcome Diana Cohort of Physics Girl. Diana, I hear you have a burning question for Mission Control, so go for it.
Hi, Tahira. Thank you so much for including me on this incredibly special day. I'm Diana from the YouTube channel Physics Girl, and I've always been so fascinated by space and especially space exploration because we bring together so many people for such a complicated task to send a rocket up into space. So my question is along the lines of what goes into a mission like that? What we all know, I think we're familiar with how much preparation and training astronauts have to do, but preparing for a mission like this, and maybe preparing in the future for a mission to the moon or to Mars, what kinds of things does the whole team have to do in order to prepare to launch a rocket?
So Diana, that is such a great question because I mean, sometimes I think it does get overlooked what all goes into making a moment like this happen. So Gary, what has the team there in Mission Control been doing to prepare for this historic launch?
Thanks, Tahira. And Diana, that's a fantastic question. Really, the operations here are not just starting today. There has been a lot of training and a lot of simulations that have been going into preparing for this moment, really preparing and getting everyone familiarized with every step of the mission from launch all the way through docking, and throwing different scenarios at them just in case something were to happen. Every flight controller you see behind me will be prepared to respond effectively. Now, I do want to make a shout out that it's not just the flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston that have dedicated so much time to this launch. In fact, I've been talking to Zeb Scoville, the flight director here in Mission Control Houston, who said that even before he was a flight director back in 2014, they were working on some of the operations for commercial crew missions. But really, this team expands across the country. You've already seen a lot of people working in Hawthorne, in Florida, in Houston, and really it takes an integrated and dedicated team to make a mission like this possible. Diana, thank you so much for the question. And really thanks to everyone sending in questions and for sharing in this historic mission today. Remember, as you're hosting, to use the hashtag #LaunchAmerica. I do want to make a shout out to the flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston. In fact, some traditional flowers have been sent to Mission Control Houston. This dates even back before the shuttle days for every mission to dedicate it to the operations and the controllers here who are working so closely and are integrated in every part of the mission. But now let's head over to Hawthorne for the latest status on the crew and on Dragon. Dan.
All right, thank you, Gary. As you can see, Bob and Doug in a little bit different position now. Their suits have been rotated to the launch position. So this just puts their backs a little bit more horizontal with the ground itself, or parallel with the ground itself, and places those displays directly in front of them. We've also already moved into suit leak checks. So this is the second time they've had these leak checks done in their suit. So pressurized nitrox now flowing into those launch and entry suits that they're going to be wearing throughout the dynamic phases of this mission. So right now we are under 2 hours and 20 minutes from launch. We're about 2 hours and 18 minutes and counting from liftoff of the Falcon 9 from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's going to be carrying our NASA crew members today, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, aboard SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft. It's been a really exciting day so far. We're fighting against that weather, but we're continuing to press on for launch. The crew has been up since about 6 a.m. as they prepare to head to the International Space Station for part of this Demo 2 mission for NASA.
Yeah, and as you can see on your screen, it looks like they're just waiting and getting ready for this mission today. It's been such an exciting day so far. Again, as Dan said, their seats are rotated into launch position so that they can see those screens that you see there on the left side right in front of them. Their suit leak checks have been complete. Their comm checks are complete. So let's throw it over to Lauren in KSC.
All right, so Dragon hatch close is expected at T-1 hour and 55 minutes, and we are just pretty close to that. It's getting really, really close. So this is one of the final key visual milestones on that timeline to lift off, the closure of that hatch and locking Bob and Doug inside. Now, we have a couple of special guests joining us with Daryl at the OSB-2 viewing location. That's NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine and SpaceX Chief Engineer Elon Musk. Daryl?
That's right, Lauren. We're here on the 5th floor. We were supposed to be outside on the balcony overlooking pad 39A, but we have come indoors due to the weather. But we are here with two titans of space. And though it might look like this is a reunion of a 90s boy band, it is not. We are socially distanced for good reason. But we are here to talk about space. And I want to thank you both and tell you both it's a privilege and honor to be with you today. We're going to start off with you, Jim, and ask you a couple questions here. I want to ask you, first of all, it's been almost 3 years that you were sworn in as NASA Administrator, and you knew from the very first day that you would be right here at the Kennedy Space Center in this moment when a commercial partner was ready to launch. Tell me what it's like to be leading NASA at this very moment.
So I want to be clear. I did not know that when I got sworn in. I will tell you, a lot of folks said it couldn't be done. But of course, as soon as I got the job, Elon and I have had a number of conversations. Elon committed that this was something that SpaceX could achieve. We've had challenges. We've had setbacks. We've seen catastrophic losses of capsules and challenges with parachutes. What's that? On the ground, uncrewed. I want to be really clear. Tests. But that's what's unique about SpaceX. SpaceX can do things that NASA historically has not done. They test, they fail, they fix, they fly, they test, they fail, they fix, they fly, until the point where we are today, where not only is SpaceX comfortable, but NASA is comfortable. We are ready to go. But if you would have told me even 2 years ago we'd be right here, I might have even been questioning it then. But this is a monumental achievement. It's a Herculean task by the SpaceX team, which we're very grateful for, and also by the NASA team that has been working hand in glove with them to get to this point.
And it's good we have Jim and Elon both here to fact check each other, so that's good. Thank you for that. Elon, in 2002, when you started SpaceX, many in the aerospace industry didn't take SpaceX seriously. You remember what that felt like. Yet here you are, you just sent 2 astronauts in a car made by your car company to launch pad 39A with a spacecraft made by your space company. And now they're launching the International Space Station. So I'm wondering for you, in this moment, do you just pinch yourself thinking, yeah, is this really happening?
This is a dream come true, I think, for me and everyone at SpaceX. This is not something that I ever thought would actually happen. So when starting SpaceX in 2002, I really did not think this day would occur. I expected 90% chance we'd fail to even get to low Earth orbit with a small rocket. So somebody told me in 2002 that I'd be standing here with the NASA administrator, meeting the astronauts, and we've got a rocket and spacecraft on pad 39A, the best pad in the world, which is it's an honor to be there. I would have thought, man, I don't know what you're smoking, but it's not. like no way is that true. You know, and so it is. Say it's even a dream come true. I didn't even dream that this would come true. Let me put it that way. You know, but it is. I am incredibly excited to be here on behalf of the SpaceX team. And as Chip said, this really is the culmination of an incredible amount of work by the SpaceX team, by NASA, and by a number of other partners in the process of making this happen. It's really, you can look at this as the result of 100,000 people roughly, when you add up all suppliers and everyone working incredibly hard to get to make this day happen. So it's really hard to believe that this is real.
And you're here, and it's amazing. And many of us have been amazed as we've watched you accomplish these things over the years. Jim, back to you. This is all about the commercialization of space. And so in the early going for Commercial Crew Program, it wasn't something NASA was used to. You know, Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, Shuttle, NASA gave the designs and the contractors went out there and built it. This is different. It is. They're building it now. What were some of the hurdles that you had to overcome to get to this point?
Well, I think getting people to recognize that when the government provides both the demand and the supply, you're limited in what you're able to do. And of course, back when this program was initiated under Charlie Bolden, General Charlie Bolden, astronaut Charlie Bolden, Congress was not supportive and did not provide the proper funding. And yet he persevered. He pushed forward. And now I think everybody recognizes we have to commercialize space. We've had success now with commercial resupply of the International Space Station. Now we've got commercial crew to the International Space Station. Eventually we need commercial space stations. So what we're using the International Space Station for right now, we're proving that we can compound pharmaceuticals in a way that you cannot do on Earth. We're able to create immunizations in a way you cannot do on Earth. We're printing human organs in 3D. Right now it's just tissue, but eventually we're going to print human organs in 3D using adult stem cells, your skin cells, your own DNA. It's going to transform how we do medicine here on Earth. We're creating advanced materials that you can only create in the microgravity of space, things like an artificial retina for the human eye. So if you have macular degeneration, you don't have to lose your eyesight. Bottom line is this: these markets are the future. And when they materialize, and they are materializing because of the work of NASA, we're going to see capital investment, not just into launch, but also into habitation. And that ultimately is what's going to be transformational for commercial space.
Very good. And Elon, in getting all of that going, the ISS and all the activity that takes place on board, it's key that this Crew Dragon operate on a regular basis. As the chief engineer, what were some of the biggest hurdles you had to overcome to get your spacecraft ready to fly this mission?
Well, the spacecraft and the rocket have gone through literally thousands and thousands of tests and reviews, both by SpaceX, by NASA, by third parties. We've also, as Jim was alluding to, we've done a lot of flights. So one of the things that I think that's very helpful about this flight, about what we're about to do, is that the rocket has flown many times. In fact, even in this essentially this configuration, it's flown about 20 times. So that means we really have, I don't want to tempt fate, but a well-proven rocket. And we've flown Crew Dragon to the space station once, successfully brought it back. We've done a tremendous amount of testing on the ground, and when we do the testing on the ground, you always push the limits. So you want to try, you push it way beyond what you'd expect in flight. So sometimes you break it because you kind of want to break it on the ground during testing to see what the limits are. So this is a result, like I said, of thousands of tests, of thousands of design hours, and a tremendous number of smart people working incredibly hard to make this day happen.
And you've got 2 astronauts on board now.
Yes.
Do you feel that responsibility?
Yes, absolutely. I felt it, I think, most strongly when I saw their family just before coming here.
And did you say anything that you can share?
So we've done everything we can to make sure your dad's come back okay.
Thanks for sharing that with us. Jim, you had some words with the astronauts. What was your take on how they were feeling?
I will tell you, Doug Hurley, Marine Corps test pilot, of course, veteran of multiple space shuttle missions. Bob Benkin, flight test engineer, United States Air Force, again, veteran of multiple space shuttle missions. This is not new to these guys. All I could do is convey to them how much all of America appreciates what they're doing, that the entire world is watching, and just how grateful we are as a nation. And I will tell you, their demeanor is loose. They are ready to go. They were joking around. They're talking about what they had for breakfast and how it might come up later. It was
shaking eggs.
Yeah,
I saw that. Yeah.
Right. So it was nice to see. They are in their elements, and we are just so grateful and proud of them.
Well, that's good to hear. That gives you great confidence, I'm sure, in your positions as you hear that. We're going to go to a social media question, and we've got this question coming from Brooklyn. And she wants to know, I noticed some changes in the crew spacesuits. They look much thinner and lighter. What changes in the space capsule allow to have these futuristic suits?
Well, we spent a lot of time designing the spacesuit. I personally spent a lot of time on the spacesuits. It took us 3, almost 4 years to design suits that both look good and work well. So you can see a spacesuit in the movie, looks good, doesn't work. and then you can make a spacesuit that works, but doesn't look good. Because fundamentally, it's a pressure suit that's got to survive in vacuum.
Right.
So it's so it tends to pop up, when it's under pressure, and it's got to handle all that pressure. So it took us many iterations to get the suit to. We really wanted to look great. Fundamentally, what it's about is like we want to inspire kids to say that one day they want to wear that uniform. They want to wear that spacesuit, and get them fired up about, I want to be an astronaut. I want to work on aerospace engineering. I want to advance space flight. And I think what today is about is reigniting the dream of space, and getting people fired up about the future and excited. It's just one of those things that I think everyone, from all walks of life, from all parts of the political spectrum in the United States and elsewhere, should be really excited that this is a thing that is made by humans for humans, and it's just a great, exciting, inspiring day. And it's one of those things that makes you glad to wake up in the morning.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Functional and inspiring. And there's one on a model right over there, and you got me so excited. I might run over there and put that thing on, Elon.
Yeah. They're kind of custom tailored, by the way. I think you won't fit in that one, but we could make one that you would fit in.
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, because I'm 6'8", so I have to do a lot of sewing.
Well, and the Dragon spacecraft can take someone who's 6'8".
My size.
Yes.
This commercial thing, I'm getting excited.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm ready to fly, Jim.
Yeah.
Sir. We've got another social media question we're going to ask. Ashton J wants to know, how do you think that launching astronauts on American soil for the first time since 2011 will revolutionize future missions?
Yeah, so what we're doing here is unlike anything we've ever done before. We are not purchasing, owning, and operating the hardware. We are turning to commercial industry. And going back to the spacesuits, it's the same for the capsule, it's the same for the rocket. We did not tell industry what to build. We gave them top-level requirements. We said, here's the requirement for payload. Here's the requirement for safety. And then we let the innovators, commercial industry, American commercial industry, innovate. And they came up with solutions that had never been dreamed of before. And that's the success of this program. So we're really revolutionizing how we do spaceflight. And I really think when we look into the future, we're going to see these models of doing business with public-private partnerships apply not just to low Earth orbit, which is what we're doing today, but we're taking this model to the moon and even onto Mars.
And I hear something about Tom Cruise shooting a movie at the International Space Station. Is that right?
I'll tell you what I told Elon just yesterday, and that is this. People ask me about Tom Cruise all the time now, and the answer is yes. We would love Tom Cruise to fly to the International Space Station and make a movie. I'm all for that, and we're going to do what we can to make that happen. But you should know this. There was a day when I was in elementary school and I saw the movie Top Gun. And from that day, I knew that I was going to be a Navy pilot. It's just the way it was. The goal here, and this is what we're doing today. Exactly. And Elon is all about this.
Get the kids fired up about wanting to wear that spacesuit, wanting to fly that, go to orbit, go to the moon, go to Mars, reigniting the dream of space, and just getting people of all walks of life, young, old, excited about the future. Excited. I think anyone who has within them the spirit of exploration should love what's going on today.
And if we can get Tom Cruise to inspire an elementary kid to join the Navy and be a pilot, why can't we get Tom Cruise to inspire the next Elon Musk? That's what we need. We need a new generation of many Elon Musks, and that's what this launch is about today. I want to say, speaking of this inspiration piece, it's not by chance that we have the Secretary of Education of the United States of America here. This is all about the next generation. If we have great success in our generation, it's not enough. It has to continue. The challenge with the Apollo program is that it ended. What we're doing now is sustainable, and that's why we have the public-private partnerships and commercial capabilities that are coming online.
Very good. And the good news for Tom Cruise is he does a lot of his own stunts.
Yeah.
So in zero gravity, he should get hurt a lot less.
I think it's going to be super cool. Yeah. And as Joe said, it's like this is going to. You want to capture the public imagination, have them see cool things happening in real orbit, real space stations. It's like, I think I'd want to watch that movie. And it's like, I said, you think it was like, this is really just the beginning, because we want to go from low Earth orbit, we want to go back to the moon, and the moon to stay, have a moon base, like Moon Base Alpha, and have build a city on Mars and be a spacefaring civilization out there among the stars. This is a super exciting future that I think that's the kind of thing where you're like, can't wait for it to happen.
If you can't get excited after listening to you guys, I'd say you need to have your pulse checked.
Yeah.
Elon Musk, SpaceX CEO and Chief Engineer, thank you very much.
I do.
Jim Bridenstine, we appreciate you leading NASA in this time, Administrator for the agency, and we're going to send it back to Marie.
All right, thanks a lot, Daryl. We saw in the meantime, while that interview was going on, the hatch actually closed. So that happened a few minutes earlier than we expected to. Our timeline has that happening at T-minus an hour and 55 minutes. So a few minutes ahead of schedule right now with hatch closed, and you can see the pad teams there just working on things now.
Yeah, right now it looks like what they're doing is, what are they doing? So they perform a leak check. There's a mechanism there called a side hatch mechanism. That is what actually closes the hatch and seals it. And what we'll do is perform a leak check on that for a few minutes to make sure that that's nice and tight, that those O-rings are sealed really, really well. And after that, we will install the, yeah, you can see the leak check ground support equipment there in the technician's hands there.
And while we're watching this, Leland, I mean, we just heard them talk a lot about inspiring the next generation. And you're a man of many talents. I know after your flights yourself, you used to head the head of NASA education. I mean, what did that stir up in you?
You know, Marie, what Elon said about reigniting the dream of space is so important, that we get our young kids thinking about themselves being in these seats. And when I first became an astronaut in 1998, I was riding on the back of a fire truck celebrating John Glenn's return to flight on the space shuttle. And I saw these two little kids. They had on orange pumpkin suits, and their dad turned them around to look at me on the fire truck. And it was almost as though when they saw my face, they started launching into space with rocket fuel because they were inspired, because they saw someone who looked like them. And I think that if we can reignite this dream through SpaceX's launch, through the partnership with NASA, we can get so many more kids to believe in themselves and know that they can be just like Doug and Bob flying on the SpaceX Dragon.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really just breathtaking to see them there in their suits now and looking at the screens in front of them. Lauren, I know we've talked a lot about the spacecraft. We've heard about that, but for folks that maybe are just tuning in, what are they looking at in front of them now?
Yeah, so they have 3 different touch screens in front of them. Overall, that whole assembly there is called the control panel. So you'll have those 3 LCD touch screens in front of them where they have, the displays are showing them details on the vehicle's pressure, its temperature, there's audio control. That center screen has the procedures that they're going through today on day of launch. You can also see the vehicle's attitude. You can see its velocity, its apogee, its perigee, its inclination, details on the status of the hatch, the thermal control system loops, basically all the cool stuff that helps them have situational awareness of the vehicle. That's displayed on those displays. Additionally, there are some actual buttons on that button panel that you see down below. And some of the things that allow them to do is if the crew ever needed to do any sort of manual overrides like that, right in the middle, right underneath that center LCD screen, that's the crew's ability to initiate an abort. It's called an abort handle, and it's right in the middle where both crew members could use it if they needed to. And the audio controls are also on those button panels. When they're not in their suits, there's actually speakers that are coming off of the control panel that allow them to hear mission control, hear the core, hear ISS, when they're not in their suits where the audio systems are integrated into that.
And we see them using the touch screens now. Leland, what's your take on this? Because this has got to look totally different from what you were looking at during shuttle.
Touch screens, we had these displays and these buttons, and you know, it was one of those moments when I'm looking at this now, when I had knee boards that had procedures and things on there, and the procedures are now all run in that middle screen, and the malfunctions and the things that you do to mitigate problems with the vehicle if something happens, it's all controlled right there with the 2 of them. And so it's a radical departure from what we did with the shuttle, but it's again ushering in this new era of space travel.
For post-ingress brief and a check on how that suit air feels about now.
And we're going to listen now for an announcement about hatch closer.
Copy. Well, today we are not tracking any issues on Dragon and F9 currently. For a weather update, the weather line that is overhead, which is what you saw when you were ingressing, is now moving offshore. The next radar return is a cell over Orlando, which is expected to be our decision gate for today, and that is currently eroding.
That's good news. Thank you.
Copy. And then one additional item, the Cabo, the orbit site remains as briefed, so no change there. But I do want to make you aware that that is slightly west of Cabo for go weather. So you just want to target the longitude if needed.
Okay, Dragon copy, slightly west. We'll target the longitude, and the suit air has cooled off, so we appreciate that as well.
Copy, outstanding. Let us know if you have any questions, and we'll keep you posted as the closeout team completes the leak check.
aft.
So what we actually heard was a little bit more discussion about the weather, still looking at things, and we're about a minute away from an announcement about hatch closure, excuse me. You're just joining us, we're at T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes and counting, and we're expecting an announcement to confirm hatch closure in just a few seconds.
Dragon, SpaceX, for comm checks with Falcon 9.
Go ahead.
Okay, we are ready for that at that time. If you are ready.
We are ready.
All stations up on countdown net for section 54.49. F9 responsible engineer communication check with the crew. Start with guidance, navigation, and control.
Dragon GNC on countdown 1, comm check.
GNC Dragon, loud and clear.
GNC loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the propulsion engineer.
Dragon, prop on countdown 1, comm check.
Prop Dragon, loud and clear.
Prop, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check with the avionics engineer.
Dragon, avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Avionics Dragon, we have good loud and clear.
Avionics loud and clear. Stand by for comm check with the ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Ground segment Dragon, loud and clear.
Ground segment loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control, countdown 1, comm check.
Launch control Dragon, loud and clear.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer. Dragon, chief engineer on countdown 1, comm check.
Bala, Dragon has you loud and clear.
Chief engineer, loud and clear. This completes the F9 responsible engineer comm checks. Dragon, chief engineer on Dragon to ground.
Go ahead, sir.
I was just doing a comm check on this loop. Good luck, guys, and buckle in.
Thanks to you and the F9 team, Bala. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bala.
So we just heard a series of comm checks there, and Lauren, I don't know if you want to describe a little bit more about why that's important. And we heard the acronym GNC. They said guidance, navigation, and control really quickly, and then went back to the acronym GNC. Can you kind of explain to folks what that means?
Yeah, the launch chief engineer, Bala, as you heard them thanking him towards the end, initiated a comm check with all of the different subsystems that those engineers that are on console and those operators today, and talking with the crew, making sure that they were able to communicate with them bidirectionally, and just handing that check off from all of the different stations on console today. That was really, really cool. We obviously don't do that when there's a satellite on top of the rocket, so this is the first time for a real flight that we've done that operation, which is very awesome.
And now that the hatch is closed, a lot of the work of this team is done, but I mean they're obviously not finished. They're not ready to leave the white room just yet. You were talking to some folks about what's going on in this room now.
Yeah, that's right. They should be completing the hatch leak check. That's you sort of pressurize that area between, there's two O-rings that are there, and we want to pressurize that area, see if it holds pressure. It's a very, very sensitive test, very high criteria for passing. And so once that leak check is shown to be okay, and that the capsule or that those O-rings are able to hold pressure, what the team will do is they'll go back into that area, into that access panel, and install what we call the SPEP, which is the side pressure equalization plug. Once that is plugged, you've really closed everything up. And when the crew splashes down, what they'll actually do is pull that plug to equalize pressure across the hatch so that you don't cause the hatch to buckle due to a pressure, or sorry, the hatch or the capsule, the weldment, any of the vehicle to buckle due to a pressure differential. So they should be adding that plug, and then they'll cover up that side hatch access panel with the TPS panel or thermal protection system panel, close it up, and that'll make sure it stays safe on its end.
And now obviously we're looking at a view from the outside, the top of Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon.
We can confirm a good side hatch leak check.
Dragon copies, good leak check.
Leak check.
Dragon copies, good leak check.
Leak check.
Dragon copies, good leak check.
And we just heard confirmation of a good leak check. And we just heard confirmation of a good leak check. And we just heard confirmation of a good leak check. And we just heard confirmation of If you're just joining us, you're looking at the Falcon 9 rocket with Crew Dragon sitting on top. Inside that capsule on top are NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. And we are inside of 2 hours until liftoff. The weather holds up. NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. And we are inside of 2 hours until liftoff. The weather holds up. There's another stunning aerial view of the crew access arm extended out towards Crew Dragon. That is the final path that the astronauts took to climb aboard Dragon before they strapped into their seats and the hatch closed. That is the final path that the astronauts took to climb aboard Dragon before they strapped into their seats and the hatch closed. That is the final path that the astronauts took to climb aboard Dragon before they strapped into their seats. No doubt, Bob and Doug are focused on the mission ahead, but you know, we also heard the administrator and Elon Musk talking about how they've been kind of jovial and joking around, and you kind of mentioned to me during that segment that that's very important.
It really is, Marie. When we were in the vehicle, after we got to this point when the hatch was closed, we were all going back to those moments of our training, when we were going to accident entry training in the shuttle and just different phases of flight that we were going through. And we would think about some of our instructors who got us there. You know, in our crew notebooks, we would have names of people that were very impactful in making sure that we were perfect in our training.
And that looks like a view of Air Force One. And flying near Launch Pad 39A for a special guest to have a special view of the astronauts on the launch pad. Near Launch Pad 39A for a special guest. President Trump on board, making his way to Kennedy Space Center to hopefully view a launch at 4:33 this afternoon. And there they are in view of the launch pad. So no doubt he's looking at the window, looking out the window at Bob and Doug on the pad. That's got to be an amazing sight to see from on board Air Force One. Looking out the window at Bob and Doug on the pad. That's got to be an amazing sight to see from on board Air Force One. And we are at T-minus 1 hour, 46 minutes, 22 seconds and counting from launch. And guys, the last time we actually did a little bit of research when we found out that the president was coming. The last president to witness a launch from here at Kennedy Space Center was Bill Clinton. That was back in October 1998 for STS-95. So it's been a minute.
Okay, and we are about 56 seconds away from the, oh, no, we're not. We have an hour and 56 seconds away. Never mind. Instead, we are 1 hour and 45 minutes away from launch. And Tahira, you are there with the social teams. I bet you are seeing some excitement on all the things we just saw on the screen there.
Hey, Lauren, I mean, like you said, things are really ramping up on social media right now, especially seeing that hatch close and also just watching this flyover happen. We are up to 1.7 million viewers across all of our social media channels. And let's check out what people are saying on Twitter right now. So it looks like we've got more creativity still going on. Some people are crying with pride in Houston, feel it. We even have Elizabeth Banks, who from the Hunger Games. That's awesome. We have more just good luck and well wishes for Bob and Doug across the nation. This has been a constant online today, which is so great to see. More just future astronauts and kiddos getting excited. We even have the band Bastille tuning in for launch. This is being said on social media. We've also got
A ver, bueno, ahí está, ahí con el rollo ese, ahora vamos ya, porque aún falta 1 hora y pico. A ver, por ahí alguien decía no sé qué, en la sala de chat, Actor Mayoral, la mentalidad de los que se sienten engañados por todo lo que no entienden. Es muy interesante como estudio de la mente humana. Bueno, vamos a ver. Yo he dejado un enlace en la descripción del vídeo. Un enlace de una versión de lo de la Luna. ¿Cómo la arreglaron esa versión? La gente que quiere tirar todo, que al final del vídeo dice que era una simulación. Ahí sale la mujer de Stanley Kubrick y sale todo el proceso ese de cómo pudo haber sido lo de la Luna. Lo dejé en la descripción, hay 2 vídeos, 2 enlaces ahora en la descripción del vídeo. Yo se lo aconsejo que lo vean porque la gente creo que está hablando sin conocimiento de causa. En Cuba, en la universidad y en todos lados, siempre se enseña a los alumnos lo del falso aterrizaje del hombre en la Luna. Que las cosas no son tan así. La gente, yo no sé quién es esa persona, pero seguramente no se ha informado bien de las anomalías que hay. Pero si no quiere anomalías, le pide a la NASA las cintas y fotos originales y le dirá que las perdió. La NASA dijo que las perdió. Entonces, claro, ¿quién es el que no está documentado? Esa es la pregunta que nos tenemos que hacer. Porque esto mismo pasa con el tema OVNI. El tema OVNI, hay gente que lo ridiculiza y quizás no esté bien informado o haya una intencionalidad de ocultarlo. Eso hay que tenerlo presente. Bueno, pongo aquí el vídeo. No sé si me dará, porque tengo unas horas limitadas para emitir al mes y mañana empieza de 0. Hoy me quedaban pocas horas ya para emitir, supongo que me dará el vídeo para ver el lanzamiento. Pero lo interesante sería ver esos cohetes entrar de nuevo y ver cómo aterrizan verticalmente. Porque claro, yo estaba poniendo ahí en el chat que imaginemos por un momento que esos 2 astronautas o supuestos astronautas estuvieran en un simulador. En un simulador profesional. Porque cohetes de esos no los echan a diario, pero casi. Y que nos hagan creer, viendo 2 pantallas, una del cohete y otra del simulador, que esos 2 hombres están puestos en el simulador. Claro, el motivo sería dar el símbolo de grandeza. Estados Unidos, pues será la potencia más grande del mundo, pero no hay mucha diferencia con otras ciudades ni con otros sitios. Uno se va a Nueva York, que parece aquello, ves una cantidad de miseria por ahí por las calles. Bueno, parece que Ultralandia, pero la imagen que dan es lo que gana y eso es la imagen de potencia y de ahí vamos y ahí somos. Y digo Nueva York, como digo, lo que sea, vamos. O sea, ahí juega un papel fundamental intentar hacer creer al mundo que son los más importantes y potentes. Cuando despeguen, si no pasa nada de una explosión, así que eso tendría mucha más propaganda y daría, pues eso, más bombo al asunto. Si no pasa nada, ya verán a todos, porque claro, que no se ve a la gente en Houston, en la sala de operaciones de control. Es que esto parece un coche de Tesla. O sea, 3 pantallas y ya está, más simple que el mecanismo de un chupete. Simple. Están ahí los tipos tumbados, esperando. Deben estar de unas ganas de salir ya. Y después, estas mujeres siempre aquí riendo, todos estos americanos son rarísimos, siempre están riendo. Bueno, pues si se viera el centro de control, porque tiene que haber un centro de control por algún lado, sale el cohete y se ponen todos a aplaudir. Vamos, una fiesta, cohetes, matasuegras, todo ahí. Bien, bien, güey. Yo sí tengo que ir en una cosa de esas. Si me hace semejante fiesta, si no me estrello, o sea, si no me explota y si todo sale bien, le digo, no voy. Yo no voy. O sea, yo cojo un tren y en la central de trenes no están aplaudiendo ni echando cohetes. O cojo un avión, y bueno, los aviones siempre, el 99% de las veces cuando aterrizan todo el mundo aplaude. Del miedo que pasa dentro del avión. Y esto, pues, es así. Es así. Yo no entiendo, aquí salen todas riendo con una sonrisa profident total, de cine. A ver. Claro, después está otro problema, que son los cinturones de Van Halen con lo de la luna. Es que hay muchos detalles, muchos. Aquí ya hablamos de todas esas cosas. Los cinturones de Van Halen están llenos de reactividad a tope. Hay dos, uno con más intensidad y otro con menos. Y ahí atrás estamos hablando, ¿por qué no están poniendo nada aquí ahora? Estaban... Se le escapó a uno de la NASA, hablando de Marte.
This isn't relevant.
¿Qué se le escapó? Se le escapó que habían superado el problema de los cinturones de Van Halen para ir a Marte. Lo soltó así, sin querer. Lo soltó sin querer y claro. Y cuando fuimos a la Luna, ¿quién superó ese problema? Bueno, voy a compartir pantalla.
Working on methods that allow us to crystallize proteins in space in a more purified and more standardized method. And this could lead to monoclonal antibody suspensions that we can treat through injection instead of a painful infusion. We also are developing studies into our capability to produce tissues and organs in space. Again, because you don't have sedimentation, there's a capability there to produce more realistic tissues that can someday possibly be used to prevent human disease.
Now, Kurt, I know they have some cargo going up with them, but I understand they plan to bring some science back.
That's right, Gary. A lot of their cargo going up with them are crew supplies and EVA supplies to support them if they have to do EVAs on board. But the cargo they'll be bringing down is science, and it comes from across the spectrum. We have student experiments in seeds that will be returning with the Crew Dragon. We also have a number of experiments that are dependent on their samples returning in frozen lockers on board the SpaceX Dragon to be able to do the science there. Those include rodent research tissues from the National Lab Rodent Research 17 mission, and also our veggie experiments, which are experiments in growing plants in space that will be needed when we go to more distant locations like the Moon and Mars.
International Space Station Chief Scientist Kurt Costello, thank you so much for your time. Let's hear now from one of the next astronauts to fly the station on a Crew Dragon, talking with Marina Jurica. Marina.
Thank you so much. I am so honored to be a part of today's momentous launch. My guest is no stranger to the International Space Station and will return there for the first time in nearly a decade for his third space flight with the Crew 1 launch expected later this year. Having logged 177 days in space from flights on the Space Shuttle Discovery to the Soyuz, JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi will have spent more time in space than any of his other crewmates. It is my pleasure to welcome him here with us today. Thank you so much for joining us, Soichi. Honjitsu wa arigato gozaimasu.
Wow, that's wonderful. Marina, how are you doing? Thanks for having me today. This is wonderful. Today we are celebrating the launch, so I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so much for being here with us. I am sure you have felt the excitement for today's launch, Soichi, and you will be on the next Crew Dragon flight after this one. Are you excited to launch from Kennedy Space Center again, and how are you preparing for this new vehicle?
Yes, definitely we are excited to go back to Kennedy Space Center. My first space flight was from Kennedy Space Center on the Space Shuttle Discovery. That was 15 years ago, but my memory is still fresh. I still feel the vibration of the launch, the same launch pad of 39A that the demo to go up, and the same launch pad that we will go up as a Crew 1. And our crew is getting ready for the final training phase, which will come in the coming weeks. And the mood is really high, and we are ready to go up.
And as you know, the International Space Station and space exploration is an international effort. How do you feel representing the Japanese Space Agency once again on the ISS?
Well, I think the strength of the International Space Station is the diversity of all the participating countries, and adding a diversity is definitely gives a rigidity to the program. And the same applies to our Crew 1. Our Crew 1, we are 4 of us, but quite a different background, quite a different ethnicity, and definitely the diversity is the key word of our success to the Crew 1.
And I'm sure it will be very successful. What are you looking forward to once you get back to the ISS?
Well, this will be my third visit to the International Space Station. I'd like to see the things my colleagues keep saying, hey, you gotta visit the space station again because it's getting more comfortable, more roomy, and I cannot wait to go back to my sleep station after 10 years.
And nothing beats that view, does it?
Oh, definitely. My last flight, we actually installed a big window called the cupola, and that was a big hit, obviously. This is the #1 leisure time for astronauts, and I'm ready to shoot as many photos as I can this time as well.
Amazing. I will look forward to seeing those photos. I'm sure you remember exactly what it feels like in these moments right before a launch. What do you think Robert Behnken and Douglas Hurley are feeling right now as they prepare to head to the ISS?
Well, Doug and Bob's space shuttle veterans, they know the drill. They have launched, they experienced the launch before. So I think they're pretty relaxed. And so far through my training, I learned that most of the steps before the launch is quite similar to what we have in the space shuttle days. So, different suit, different vehicle, but all the necessity steps to go up into the capsule should feel similar. So I'm pretty sure they are relaxed. Of course, they are very excited.
I'm sure they are. Gokatsu yaku o oinori shite imasu. Honjitsu wa arigato gozaimashita. Thank you so much, Soichi, for joining us today.
Oh, Marina, you are so good. Domo arigato. And we'll both enjoy the beautiful lunch today. Thank you very much for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good luck with your launch later this year. And as the excitement builds towards launch, I will send it back to you.
Thank you, Marina. I now have the distinct pleasure of being joined by one of NASA's record-setting astronauts and a recent resident aboard the International Space Station, Christina Cook. Christina, thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you, Dan.
Christina, we're coming up on 20 years of continuous human presence on the space station, and you were one of those humans. What's it like to see a new milestone like this launch unfold after so much history already?
So much history indeed. It is really just such a testament to NASA. Not only are we pushing the boundaries of knowledge and discovery and exploration, but we're pushing the boundaries on how we accomplish that mission. We're bringing in commercial partners. We're fostering a space economy. So we're making sure that we're always pushing forward, always taking that next step. I think it's such a privilege to be part of an organization that recognizes if we're not actually making steps and innovating every single time we do this, then we're not truly answering humanity's call to explore and to push those boundaries.
Christina, I know Bob and Doug are veterans themselves, but what advice do you have for Bob and Doug, given your experience as a long-duration station crew member?
Well, being able to live on board the International Space Station and work there is just such a privilege. You know, you're a steward of this amazing laboratory that's bringing so many benefits down to Earth and also learning how we can push farther into the universe. So it is quite an honor. And I think that's the main thing about how it feels to be up there for a long duration. You know, in terms of advice, Bob and Doug have been great mentors for me. They've given me advice for so many years. It's strange to be the one who could be in a position to offer them anything. But I would say that as, you know, shuttle flyers, they used to participate in missions that were really, really intense, go, go, go all the time. Long duration space flight is more of a marathon than a sprint. So I would tell them to take that moment, enjoy it, and, you know, really welcome the opportunity to have part of your mission be taking it all in and sharing that with the people that got you there.
Thanks again, Christina. Always a pleasure to hear from you and fantastic words. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, my pleasure.
So once again, once Bob and Doug arrive at the station, they'll be greeted by astronaut Chris Cassidy, but before we do that, let's toss to a briefing.
Hello, everyone. I'm astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of Expedition 63 on board the International Space Station, flying 250 miles above the Earth. Like you, I'm excited about today's launch and the possibilities it will bring to America and to the world. But also, I'm very excited that two close friends will be arriving and joining the crew. I had the privilege of flying with Doug Hurley on both of our first shuttle missions back in 2009. Together, we came to the International Space Station and helped construct the amazing facility that it is today. Although this will be my first mission with Bob, it was my honor to follow him as the chief of the office when he left back in 2015 to begin training for this amazing mission. Personally, I've been very fortunate to fly in two different spacecraft. Launching from America on the shuttle, and most recently launching from Kazakhstan in the Soyuz. But I can't tell you how exciting it is to know that we're once again launching Americans from the coast of Florida. And finally, here's a story I'd like to share with you. Back in 1981, John Young and Bob Griffin launched on Space Shuttle Columbia, the very first space shuttle flight, marking the last time we flew Americans on a brand new vehicle. Roger. With them, they flew an American flag, representing America's technical prowess. 30 years later, that same flag was flown to the International Space Station. This flag remains here today, waiting for Bob and Doug. Our flag means so many things to our country, and this small piece of America represents what we'll be able to achieve together. We'll never stop exploring. And so Bob and Doug can take this very special flag home to Earth, where it awaits its next journey to the cosmos. In a few years, The first Orion crew will take this flag with it around the moon. All of this starts today. I'll be watching outside the window along with everyone else in America and around the world. I can't wait to look out the window and see my friends on close approach. Go Falcon 9, go Dragon, and go Bob and Doug. I'll see you soon.
And that was a very special message from NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, right now the lone American aboard the International Space Station. So he will be ready and waiting to welcome Bob and Doug when they arrive tomorrow, if liftoff happens today, a little later tomorrow morning. The countdown now stands at T-minus 1 hour, 25 minutes, 54 seconds and counting until launch. And we'd like to share with you just how much has happened here at Kennedy Space Center since the last time we had a crew on the pad launching from here. As you can imagine, the end of the shuttle era was a bittersweet moment for many people across this spaceport. But in the end, we knew we were striving for this day, and here we are. Joining us now is Kennedy Space Center's Deputy Director, Janet Petro, on the comeback we've seen across Florida's Space Coast. She's with Daryl Nail now at OSB2. Daryl?
Yeah, thank you, Marie. Janet, you were just telling me you were there at the crew walkout. Tell me a little bit about what you saw between the astronauts and their families.
So it's very historic. It was very emotional. So when Doug and Bob first came out of the doors, you know, of course, a cheer went up from everybody. You know, the vice president was there, Elon was there, the crew families was there, and of course, Bob, myself, and the rest of the center leadership was there to cheer them on. But then, you know, when they came out and then they went to the families, and Bob Behnken said virtual hug, and he shouted out virtual hug, and he did this motion, and of course his child also did that virtual hug, and so I guess that's the tradition of doing a virtual hug with the families. And then they you know, then they walked and got in the Tesla. Either side, the family walked right up to the window of the Tesla and were talking, you know, having a private last moment with their father, hand on the window. It was very emotional. I had tears in my eyes. I don't know how many other people had tears in their eyes, but it was really a special emotional moment, and everybody was, of course, wishing them well. A lot of I love yous, a lot of Godspeeds, a lot of Ad Astra, you know, take care, all of that. So it was very special.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And in the context of why it's so important, Janet, you remember, you've been here since 2007.
Yeah.
You were here in 2011 when Shuttle Atlantis came to wheel stop. I've talked to my uncle and father who worked out here. You know, layoff notices went out like the next day when the shuttle came to a stop. It was a very sad time. Bob Cabana, the director here, called it depressing. Tell me about that time and how far we've come.
Yeah, so as you note, it was the end of a very iconic program. You know, a lot of people had spent their entire career working on the space shuttle program. So 135 flights, all of them launching from Launch Complex 39, many from 39A, where we're going to be launching from today, and then returning back, you know, at the shuttle landing facility. Those two iconic sonic booms was something that all along the Space Coast people really resonated with, really felt in their hearts and looked forward to. So it was a very sad time, but I will tell you that 30-year program, we had planned for it. The workforce was incredible. You know, there was a lot of people who, as I said, spent their entire career here, and they wanted to safely fly that shuttle out, and then they retired. There was also another large group of people that just wanted to put on their resume that they had been privileged to work on the space shuttle. So the workforce I was incredibly proud of, because they were resilient, they were dedicated, they were committed to safely flying out that shuttle. They didn't skip any steps, and regardless, as you said, that they knew they were getting their layoff notices. I think it landed on a Wednesday. They were getting their layoff notice on a Friday. They were in it till the end to make sure we safely flew it out. And of course, you know, we had 14,000 workers out here then, which we have a lot fewer here today. And of course, our guest operations, you remember those last shuttle flights, everybody around the country wanted to be a part of that experience. And we at the center really leaned forward to maximize how many people we could get both on site and never mind how many people were lined up at the beaches all along the river to watch that last flight. And of course, today with COVID, unfortunately, we weren't able to have any on-site guest operations, which was pretty sad for this historic flight, but I'll bet that there's a ton of people watching from the beaches or from even their TV as we launch here today.
I'm sure there is, and tribute to your leadership and Bob Cabana's as well, getting things turned around here as a multi-user spaceport, getting the commercial entities in here. We appreciate all that you've done to make that happen. Janet Petro, appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Daryl.
All right, Marie, we'll toss it back to you.
All right, thanks, Daryl. And as NASA and SpaceX have worked for years to get to this moment, today's mission opens the door to an entirely new era in human spaceflight, not only for astronauts, but someday for the general public as well.
From the beginning, it has been our mission at SpaceX to help make humanity a multiplanetary species. And today's mission is an important step towards that goal. The key to opening up space access for people like you and me is reusability. Without it, traveling to space is just far too expensive for the average person to do. Imagine how expensive a flight from LA to New York would be if you had to throw the plane away after a single trip.
A lot.
Yeah, exactly. That ticket would cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and almost no one could ever afford to fly. Both the Dragon spacecraft and the Falcon 9 rocket are designed to be reusable, which not only improves the reliability of the vehicles in that they're flight proven again and again, but it also drives down cost. This is essential to enabling not just a handful of people, but rather hundreds of thousands of people to get out there and to explore the moon, Mars, beyond. And I, for one, it is my dream to visit Jupiter's ocean moon, Europa. Leland, you're one of the lucky Earthlings that's had the opportunity to get off the planet and go explore. Where would you like to go next?
You know, Lauren, I think I would like to go to Mars and, be there for, about a year each way and then a year on the Martian surface. But the one condition I would have to have, my pups would have to go with me, because it's about exploring new places, but taking your family with you. We have these crewmates that are people that you get to know and love, over a course of training, but it's nothing like having your family with you. And I think that's something that we're going to be seeing in the future, people living and working on other planets as a family.
I think there are a lot of people who want to see your dogs with you in space.
Well, we've seen them in an official portrait. I know that the dogs came in with you to take a picture in your spacesuit back in the day.
Yeah,
there it is.
Well, we kind of snuck them in. No dogs allowed at NASA.
Well, they had their moment.
They sure did.
And knowing that the opportunity to fly to space as a private citizen or a private dog maybe one day is right around the corner, we have a new poll question on Twitter for you. So if you were given the opportunity, would you travel to space? Let us know and we'll share the results a little bit later.
All stations.
All right, well, there is not a lot of cargo.
Chief Engineer technical poll for launch escape arming and propellant loop.
All right, now while there's not a lot of cargo in today's mission, Dragon is carrying 2 special payloads, aside from Bob and Doug, of course. The first is a series of custom art pieces entitled Humankind by Los Angeles artist Tristan Eaton. These indestructible double-sided paintings are made from gold, brass, and aluminum, and they celebrate how far humanity has come, as well as how far we still have to go. It includes a beautiful homage to the Saturn V rocket, as well as a nod to Bob and Doug's current ride to space. You can find more images and information about these pieces on SpaceX's social channels. Next, in the spirit of inspiring the next generation of explorers, we wanted to celebrate the class of 2020, from kindergarten all the way through graduate school. SpaceX and NASA invited students from around the world to submit their photo to fly on America's first human spaceflight in nearly a decade. Each graduate's photo was used to create a mosaic image of the planet Earth, which we printed and is being flown aboard Bob and Doug's flight on the Crew Dragon spacecraft. We received nearly 100,000 photos. So thank you and congratulations to all the world's graduates.
I am so proud of what we're doing today. And I think about regular people flying in space on a SpaceX rocket one day. When I first went to space, I thought my primary task of installing the Columbus laboratory would be my aha moment, but it was when Peggy Whitson invited us over to the Russian segment to have a meal. She said, "You guys bring the rehydrated vegetables, we'll have the meat." And we're doing this, having this meal, and it's with African American, Asian American, French, German, Russian, the first female commander breaking bread at 17,500 miles an hour, going around the planet every 90 minutes. And when I think of that perspective shift that I got looking out the window, flying over my hometown, flying over Leo's hometown in Paris, flying over Yuri's hometown in Russia, it brought us all together as a civilization. And I think that's what spaceflight does for us. The more people that have the opportunity to go to space will feel like it's an international family of people working together for the good of humanity and all humankind.
Absolutely, and it's exactly what that piece of art was all about.
Yeah. And following today's mission, we will be one step closer to a future where we can all have that experience. We can all have that orbital perspective and the ability to explore new worlds. In just over an hour from now, Bob and Doug will be the first people to launch on an American vehicle in almost a decade. For the team at SpaceX, it's really hard to put into words how honored we feel about the trust that Bob, Doug, and NASA have put into our team to carry out this critical mission. I worked on Crew Dragon for 2 years, and I can just imagine what all of my friends and colleagues are thinking right now as they sit in anticipation and excitement for what's to come.
Absolutely. And speaking of those who have carried the hopes and dreams of science and exploration, we have a few shout outs to share with you from some big fans of NASA and SpaceX.
Wow, we're making history again. The NASA program. I am there with you guys in spirit. Bob, Doug, good luck. I know you'll be fine. I'll be watching and got everything crossed, arms, legs. I'm tied in a knot. Can't wait for you to get back safely.
This is the first time a U.S.-built rocket has taken people into space in 9 years. It's quite an accomplishment. So for us at the Planetary Society, more rockets means more exploration. More people in space means more exploration. More countries involved in the endeavor of spaceflight means more exploration. This is how we know the cosmos and our place within it. So congratulations, SpaceX. Here's wishing your team and the crew especially a safe journey and the joy of discovery. Let's go.
And a big thanks to William Shatner and Bill Nye for those well wishes. And while we're keeping an eye on the pad, we want to bring in NASA astronaut Rex Walheim. If that name rings a bell, it's because he flew 3 space shuttle missions to the International Space Station, including the final one by Atlantis, STS-135. He was one of the last 4 people to ascend the tower at Pad 39A and head to space. And he currently is Deputy Director of Safety and Mission Assurance at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Rex Walheim, thanks for joining us. You and Leland actually flew together.
Hey, Rex Dog.
Really enjoyed flying with Leland. Hey, dog.
Rex, you flew on the final shuttle mission, we said STS-135 with Doug, in fact. What's it like seeing him in Crew Dragon right now?
It's great. This is what we've been looking forward to. You know, after the end of the shuttle program, you know, it was a very important time when we wanted to transition to this commercialization of space flight to allow these commercial companies to take our astronauts to and from the space station. So in the 9 years we've had since we last landed on Atlantis, we really worked hard for that. We worked with our SpaceX partners and our Boeing partners, and here we are. Today's the day. We're taking that first step in this new era.
What do you remember most about launch day for STS-135?
I think it was just you felt the weight of it. The space shuttle was a storied program, 135 flights, and thousands of people had poured their lives into this program to launch probes to the planets, to launch the Hubble Space Telescope, and then of course to build the International Space Station. So you knew the incredible accomplishments of this program, and so you wanted to finish strong. And then when it finally became launch day, you'd finished the study, you'd worked really hard, and now it was time to kind of soak it in. And I think that's what Bob and Doug are doing right now. They're sitting on the vehicle, talking to each other, listening to the sounds, and feeling the vibrations as it starts up. And it's going to be a great experience for them.
Hi, Rex. What is your take on private astronauts going to space?
I think it's great. I think the more we can do to commercialize space, to to make access easier, the better we are. And I think that's part of this whole program. You get the cost down, then more people can afford it. And you get the cost down, you can do more things in space, more science, more research. And it is a transformative experience to fly in space, and I wish more people could see that. When you look out on the planet, like Liam was talking about earlier, with your crewmates from different countries all around the world, it gives you a different perspective. It gives you a perspective that we're all crewmates on this planet Earth. And we kind of get that now with the pandemic. We understand that we're all in this together. And that's what the space program does. And I want to see more people get a chance to see the Earth from that vantage point. And I think it'll bring us all closer together.
Hey, Rex, a very serious question here. The worm or the meatball?
Leland, I saw you dissing the worm earlier. How can you do that? The worm is awesome. I'm so glad to have a NASA worm insignia back. It's great.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Rex. We appreciate you. And as we watch Bob and Doug there in the capsule, we are an hour, 10 minutes, 57 seconds and counting from launch, and we're going to send it over to Hawthorne for an update. Jesse?
Thanks, Marie. We're just an hour and 13 minutes away from launch, and things are really getting ready to pick up here. Since arriving at the spacecraft, Bob and Doug were helped by our closeout engineers to get into their seats, attach their suits to special umbilicals that provide breathing air, pressurized nitrox, and a communication link to Dragon systems. They conducted leak checks, which were successful, and communications checks with the Corps here in Hawthorne, which is the person who will speak to them directly throughout the entire mission, as well as the launch director in Florida. This is where they are checking their comm path through both ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites that we'll use to talk to the crew the entire way to the station.
Right, and after those suit checks were complete, the closeout team was able to seal up the hatch, which also got its own leak check, and we confirmed that it was good to go. The closeout team at this point has already departed the area around the pad. They were about 25 minutes ahead of their schedule, and right now weather operators are kicking off their final check on wind speeds at the pad, which are going to be used, and they're really important for that final go, no-go for launch. Before we get to that final go, no-go, various teams at both NASA and SpaceX are going to do some internal go polls, just making sure conditions are good with Falcon 9, the Dragon, the crew, the range, and the space station before the final go is given. So let's check back in with Houston real quick for a status on the team there supporting the space station on their readiness for launch.
In Mission Control Houston, led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville, has been pulled, and we're go for launch. All systems on board the station that are required to be healthy for the mission are reported good, and we're standing by. Station power and communication systems are looking healthy, life support systems and thermal conditions are normal, and the trajectory is right on track to ensure that Dragon's flight will meet right up with the orbiting complex as planned. Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station is finishing up some tasks, going into his pre-sleep period, and will be able to watch the launch of Bob and Doug. Mission Control Houston will largely be in a monitor mode for the first 18 hours of the flight, with the team here really jumping into the mix tomorrow when Dragon gets in range of the International Space Station and we begin integrated operations. So I'll send it back. Everything's green on our board from the International Space Station. Go Falcon 9, go Dragon, and Godspeed to Bob and Doug.
All right, thank you, Gary. If you are just now joining us, you picked a really good time because we are 1 hour, 8 minutes and counting away from launch. And this is our coverage for this mission known as Demonstration Mission 2 or Demo 2. Liftoff time still holding for 4:33 p.m. Eastern. Tracking no issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon, and we're still waiting for that weather to hopefully cooperate. We're still tracking a few things like precipitation and flight through clouds. We're hoping that clears within the next 20 minutes or so. Over the last 3 hours, our crew members, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, donned their SpaceX suits in the historic crew quarters suit-up room and made their way out to Launch Pad 39A. They walked out of the crew quarters building just as every astronaut to fly from this spaceport has done since Apollo 7. They were transported to the pad where the crew now on board the Crew Dragon spacecraft, and we're continuing to get views of them inside that cabin live.
Today is a historic launch. It will be the first time a commercially built spacecraft will launch people into orbit, and the first time since the U.S. has sent people to the space station from American soil since 2011 with the retirement of the Space Shuttle program. Over the next hour, we will conduct a series of polls to get ready for launch. Have Bob and Doug arm the launch escape system and begin fueling Falcon 9. Launch is set for 4:33 p.m. Eastern. This will include a 12-minute flight to orbit and then a 19-hour flight to dock with the International Space Station at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow.
Today's mission is the culmination of years of work between the teams at SpaceX and at NASA. Demo 2 is going to be an end-to-end flight test. We're going to start with launch today, go all the way to docking with the space station, and then when Bob and Doug come home, splashing down in the Atlantic. And this is going to be the final test for NASA to certify SpaceX for regular crew flights to the space station.
And we've been hearing a little from the crew on board Dragon, which they are currently strapped into their seats, as you can see on your right screen. They're already through their seats, or they've already been strapped into their seats, and through communications and leak checks, they're able to follow all the milestones still ahead on those displays just above them that you can see there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to equalize the pressures in the common manifold just to raise them a little bit. So we will be momentarily cycling the tank isolation valves. I just wanted to let you know for awareness.
Just wanted to take a pause to listen into the nets.
Okay, we appreciate that, Jay.
So they'll be getting insight into all of the Dragon and Falcon 9 systems as we proceed towards launch. At T-minus 1 hour and 7 minutes, let's check in with John Insprucker for a status update on both of those vehicles. What's the update, John?
Well, the good news is we've had a smooth countdown this afternoon. SpaceX team is working no technical issues on either the Falcon 9 or the Dragon spacecraft. For the Falcon 9, operators have completed, or they're actually still in work, they're going to complete in a few minutes, propulsion checkouts that are being done on both the first and second stages. The team will be assessing their launch readiness with a final go, no-go poll. That'll come at T-minus 45 minutes, and that'll be followed by propellant loading starting at T-minus 35 minutes. Now, earlier today, Dragon operators performed a series of checkouts of Dragon's flight systems. The spacecraft is also currently go for launch. Our NASA crew, astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, that you can see inside the Dragon capsule on the right-hand side of the display, they are currently going through the various screens, simple checks. Their hatch is closed, suit leak checks are complete, comm checks are good. The next major event for Dragon is going to be retract of the crew access arm that you can see on the left monitor up alongside the Dragon capsule. That's going to happen somewhere between 45 and 42 minutes before liftoff. Now, the big one right now is the range. The range is currently red for launch from historic pad 39A. Now, the air and the sea space is clear, and the worldwide network of ground stations, as well as the tracking and data relay satellites, they are ready to support Dragon as it heads into orbit. But the range is red for the weather. We recently did clear, we went green for lightning, but we are still violating several constraints. Rain, cumulus clouds, field mills, which is essentially you can tell that the atmosphere is energized around the launch site. We are expecting that we'll possibly clear that. We're going to hear a weather briefing at 1 hour with the expectation that those conditions may clear shortly afterwards and allow us to move into propellant loading. Also, we've been releasing balloons. What we're seeing at the upper altitudes is conditions look good for Falcon 9 with Dragon. No concerns have been expressed by the GNC guidance team right now. Now, as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window at 4:33:35 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, or just past 33 minutes after the upcoming hour. So we get one chance at it today. But currently, T-minus 1 hour and 3 minutes, just passing that. Falcon 9, Dragon are go. The range is ready to support, but now we're waiting on the weather as we've been expecting all afternoon.
Thanks, John. We've got an extensive history now of flying Falcon 9 from the Florida coast, and just last year completed a test run of the mission that we're less than an hour from beginning here today.
The purpose of that mission was to demonstrate Dragon's capability to safely and reliably fly to and from the International Space Station. The success of Demo 1 was a really exciting moment, and it paved the way for today's mission, where we are just moments away, hopefully if we get that weather, from flying U.S. astronauts from U.S. soil for the first time since 2011.
Dragon and Falcon 9 together have years of operational experience, or what we refer to as flight heritage. As I mentioned earlier, SpaceX has successfully completed 21 flights of Dragon to and from orbit since 2010, including 20 trips to the International Space Station. Not only have we conducted thousands of hours of testing, we've also enhanced and added a number of safety features to Dragon.
Much of what was learned with the Cargo Dragon was leveraged in the design of this vehicle.
Cycling is complete, expected behavior. And wanted to hear if you were able to hear those.
We actually did, Jay. We were just making a comment about that and heard some clicking, and Bob watched it on the systems display, so absolutely.
Copy all.
And that again right there, that's the crew talking to the Corps here in Hawthorne, California, who's going to be talking to them throughout their ascent uphill today. So they were just doing a quick checkout. Bob and Doug confirmed they were able to hear it. Sounds like everything's still good, so still no issues with Falcon or Dragon. Back to what we were talking through as we're describing these systems, a lot of what SpaceX did with Cargo Dragon has been leveraged into this Crew Dragon. The vehicle is designed to be fully autonomous, which means it can basically fly itself, but it also features a full manual override capability if the crew needs to take control in case of emergency.
Many of the other enhancements help towards SpaceX's goal of reusability and less refurbishment time between missions. So let's take a closer look at some of these advancements.
Standing at almost 27 feet tall, from bottom of the trunk to top of the nose cone, Crew Dragon's composed of two main elements. We have the capsule up top, which is designed to hold the crew and any pressurized cargo, and then an unpressurized section known as the trunk on the bottom.
And the nose cone at the top of the capsule protects the docking system as well as the guidance navigation control system, or what we call GNC. The nose cone opens for docking and remains attached to the Crew Dragon spacecraft, unlike the previous version of Dragon, and that helps towards our reusability
Dragon
efforts.
SpaceX, we are at T-minus 1 hour. We're go for section 6. When ready, we report go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we'll put section 6 in work.
So the crew just has a couple checks, and when they are ready for launch, we're going to hear them report to the Corps that they are go for launch. Continuing to walk you through the Dragon spacecraft, opposite of that nose cone is the trunk. We can see it on the left-hand screen there, where it's kind of split right down the middle with the left side black and the right side white. The trunk provides an attachment point to Falcon 9, the Dragon capsule, and can carry any cargo uphill. On the outside, one half of the trunk contains a radiator that rejects heat from the active thermal control system into space using SpaceX's new pitot-tiling technology. The other half contains solar cells that are used to charge the spacecraft's batteries during flight.
SpaceX Dragon, Bob and I are go for launch.
And you heard that call out right
Copy,
there.
go for launch. Next up will be the go, no go forward, T-minus 45.
Bob and Doug are go for launch, and next up,
we're holding in step 6.5.
You're hearing it live from METS. This is amazing, very exciting. The spacecraft is designed to accommodate up to 7 crew members with modular seats that can be removed and replaced by additional cargo. The seats are made of carbon fiber and will be custom sized for any crew members flying on board.
That control panel that's centered between the pilot and commander seats consists of 3 touchscreen displays, and that just again allows the crew to operate the vehicle and fly it manually, but also look at all of their procedures, relative position over the Earth, the space station, any alarms, alerts, anything that they could possibly want to do on Dragon is through those touchscreens.
And lastly, our Super Draco launch escape system is a key safety feature of Crew Dragon, giving the crew the ability to safely escape from the time of launch all the way to orbit.
And that launch escape system was put into work a little bit earlier this year, again, on that in-flight abort test. As we look to the future beyond this test flight, the first operational SpaceX crewed mission for NASA will be a little bit later this year after Bob and Doug come home. NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, and Shannon Walker, and Suichi Noguchi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, were chosen to support this mission, being called Crew 1.
But today, Doug Hurley is the spacecraft commander for this mission. He previously flew on 2 space shuttle missions as the pilot on STS-127 and STS-135, which was the final space shuttle flight. Here's a closer look at Doug Hurley.
Please review your launch commit criteria. Again, this is to review and confirm the violation of launch commit criteria. We are tracking one issue with weather still. And I think we'll need to track that all the way down to launch to clear that. This will also go for arming the launch escape system and go for propellant load.
And this is the on countdown net reporting that technical poll was completed. All systems are proceeding. We're monitoring the weather as LD briefed. We're also looking at a watch item on a hydraulics QD rod ring. Ring pressure will come up at -8 minutes 30 seconds, and we'll be able to verify decay rate. No concerns at this time. Everything's reading nominal, but watching that item. No other constraints on Falcon 9 or ground systems.
Stage 2 RV1 bleed is complete.
All right, we just crossed the 55-minute mark away from launch. Sitting right next to Doug Hurley, who's closest to your screen, is NASA astronaut Bob Behnken. He is the Joint Operations Commander for Demo 2, and Behnken previously flew on 2 space shuttle missions, STS-123 and STS-130, and also served a tour as Chief of the Astronaut Office. So here's a little bit more about the man who said testing out a brand new spacecraft is an astronaut's dream.
When you go through the launch day preparations, there's a lot of moments that kind of stand out to you. One is the kind of the celebratory piece of it, which is that you're walking out of the suit up room and getting in the vehicle that's going to take you to the launch pad. When you close the hatch, that's really when Doug and I are in the vehicle, and it's our vehicle, and we're really in control of the mission at that point.
Test pilots, their task proved that man could fly into orbit around the Earth and return live and well to talk about it.
There's always a balance of managing risk as you go forward to execute a test point and figuring out a way to collect the data. We hear a sound. Okay, is that sound an expected sound? Or we see a light, is that light an expected light? What's the source of it? Does it sync up with something else that's going on or not? So trying to dissect all of that in real time in your head is, a lot of things happen like that on launching of a vehicle.
From St. Anne, Missouri, he is an Air Force colonel and flight test engineer. He flew aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour twice. Introducing NASA astronaut Bob Behnken.
My career at NASA has kind of spanned a couple of decades at this point. I arrived with the class of 2000. Went through the training program, primarily focused on the space shuttle and the International Space Station, learning those systems. Having launched a couple times on vehicles, the second time was definitely different than the first time. You can feel a little bit guilty of, hey, should I study one more thing, or is there one more piece of information I should get? Am I really prepared or not? So that's definitely different between where I was on my first flight and where I'm at right now. It's been really interesting, I think, for both my wife and I to have gone through the process of seeing each other launch in space. I've seen her take that risk and had it be in front of her, and I've done that to her. There's just something different about watching a rocket launch when there are people on board. You feel a little bit differently about the pit of your stomach, and I can only tell you it's multiplied significantly when it's somebody that you know, and then somebody, of course, that's a family member. It's even multiplied more.
For me personally, as a spouse, watching everything that Bob has put into this over the last 5 years, the dedication that he's shown, the perseverance is pretty special for both of us. Though the way our minds work, it won't be until sort of the mission is complete that you have really a chance to savor it and celebrate it. This is a huge accomplishment for an Air Force flight test engineer to be part of the demonstration mission of a brand new vehicle. It's going to be amazing.
Without a partner that has that same appreciation, I think it can be challenging for some folks. There's a lot of work and a lot of time that takes away from family that that my spouse appreciates, and I love her for that. Really, my role on the Demo 2 mission is to make sure that we get this vehicle tested and evaluated so that we can move on to more operational missions at the International Space Station. We've got a lot of objectives on board the vehicle that we need to accomplish to really make sure that it's good to go. We'll make sure all those systems are working during the test flight so that the future missions will have them available even if they don't plan to utilize them. Through years of the NASA team, helping to share that experience and teaching them the lessons that we've learned by going through this. Now there's another capability in the US besides NASA to operate something of this magnitude. When is the last time humans launched on a new vehicle? Certainly on the American side, it's been several decades. Now we're at a time when we've got multiple vehicles under development. It's a great time from a space exploration time frame just to see all that happening, and it's because of this nurturing of the environment, being able to pull in a wider group of people who can contribute towards human spaceflight. It's a super cool time. On a deeply personal level, I'm really excited that my son is going to get a chance to see me launch into space. Being an astronaut has been a little bit of an abstraction thing for him because he's seen me do it in old videos, but he hasn't seen me do it for real. And so I'm excited for him to see this launch. I want to thank the entire Commercial Crew Program team that's worked together to get to this point where we've got vehicles in the launch pad ready to head to the International Space Station.
We're just over 49.5 minutes away from launch of the Falcon 9 carrying Dragon to the space station. Right now, the launch director and the launch team are preparing for a readiness for launch poll. In this poll, the 13 members of the launch team will electronically indicate a go for launch. This is also the go for propellant load. Now, we're going to hear that in a couple of minutes, so while we wait, we are tracking you watching from all over the country. We're seeing large numbers of you logging on or tuning in from coast to coast, as well as around the world. We want to know, is this your first time watching a launch live? If not, how many have you seen before? Tell us using the hashtag LaunchAmerica from your favorite social media website. As for me, this isn't my first one. I've seen a lot, but everyone is exciting. Now, coming up, we're going to go into a readiness poll, as I mentioned. Currently, right now, on other nets, the SpaceX launch director is checking to verify the Dragon team is ready and that the NASA launch management team is ready. They'll come back at about T-minus 47 minutes with instructions to the SpaceX Falcon 9 team to make their final assessments. Then they log into the procedure. It's a little different than the old days where you hear a go, 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 position by position, all up and down the row. In this electronic age, everybody just clicks on whether they're go or no go. The launch director will then, at T-minus 45 minutes, summarize the end of the poll and will then provide instructions for the team. At the same time, we will begin getting ready for the crew access arm retraction, and we'll show you that on one of the screens that we've got up. Now, currently, we are continuing to monitor the weather. The weather is still red. It is improving. We're looking at one cell between the radar and the pad. We're keeping our fingers crossed that conditions will improve, but we're going to be watching that for about another 15 minutes. So it looks like we're going to be good to begin propellant load once we hear the pulls, but we still have to get the get the range green so that we can actually do the launch in just 47 minutes from now. Let's listen to the countdown net for a moment. Right now, coming up on 46 minutes, 10 seconds before launch. Didn't hear any significant chatter coming over countdown 1.
Yes, launch director on the countdown net. Poll is complete, and we have a go to proceed with propellant load. Launch control, proceed with swing and crew arm. Arming crew arm movement for T-minus 45 minutes. Thank you, launch control. A reminder in control room on hold and launch escape protocol. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief CE or LD, and it will approve aborting the launch auto sequence and proceed to launch abort. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. Operators shall also advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Remainder on fire alarm instructions. Here in Fire Room 4, in the event of a fire alarm, key operators, previously briefed, will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personal safety is threatened, we will evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. One final reminder, they'll be arming the launch escape system momentarily. Need all personnel, please stay in your seats from now through orbit insertion and Dragon separation from the second stage. Pre-rocket arm retract has started.
And you've heard Mike Taylor, the SpaceX launch director, give instructions to the team. We've also just heard the call. The crew access arm retraction is underway. Great view from the camera inside the White Room as we see the arm moving away from the Dragon capsule, one of the major events necessary to get down to T0. The next one coming up will be arming of the escape system on the Dragon capsule. Now, right now, the next plan for Falcon 9, T-minus 35 minutes, we will begin loading propellant onto the first and second stages. Now, currently, Falcon 9's looking good, Dragon's looking good. The range continues to be go for launch in terms of the clearance around the launch pad, both the air and the sea space. Looking at the flight corridor, the ground stations, the NASA tracking and data relay satellites are ready to support. And we just continue to monitor the weather. Our team is getting constant updates. We're monitoring weather data sensors around the launch site, looking to make sure that we can get everything into the green position. The one that we're mostly looking at right now is how much rain we're going to get between now and liftoff, whether it's just going to be mild precipitation that's within the rules for loading propellant. That's what the expectation is, but we're going to continue to watch that. So fingers crossed, but right now coming up at T-minus 43 minutes, 18 seconds and counting, everything but the weather's go, and the weather is trending in the right direction. So we've got our fingers crossed here. At this time, we're going to send it back over to Kennedy Space Center as the action is picking up on the launch pad.
Thanks, John I. Now that countdown clock is continuing to tick, and we are 42 minutes and 46 seconds away from launch. Now, as you just saw, the crew arm retracted. That is the last major visual milestone before liftoff. And we should be hearing out on the net soon confirmation that the launch escape system is armed. When that happens, all 8 of the Super Draco throttle valves are opened, which means that those engines can ignite.
For section 7.
Okay. So that means those 8 throttle valves are opened, and if those Super Dracos needed to fire in order for a Dragon to escape off of the pad, they could.
And so things running just a little bit ahead of schedule right now.
Fuel bleed is complete.
Now we just saw the crew access arm retract just a minute ago. We saw NASA astronauts Doug Hurley.
In 7.2, our visors are closed and we're arming the launch escape system.
So we just heard the astronauts confirm that they are about to launch, or excuse me, arm the launch escape system. That happens just before fueling begins, which we expect to happen in just a couple of minutes. We saw Bob and Doug suit up a little over 3 hours ago. Then we watched them drive out to Launch Complex 39A. They were assisted by the SpaceX ground team with Crew Dragon ingress. That happened a little before 2 o'clock this afternoon. And then we saw the spacecraft hatch close. And again, just a minute ago, we saw the crew access arm retract. We just heard that the crew armed the launch escape system. And in just a few minutes, we are going to hear the call that they have started propellant loading.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
So we just heard that verification that the launch escape system is armed.
We're switching to Jan 2.
And we are going to send it over to Hawthorne to take us through prop loading. Jesse?
From the parachutes to the launch escape system, SpaceX has designed Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 to be the safest launch vehicle ever flown. And joining us today, we have SpaceX's Nick Pacone, who was our mission manager for our in-flight abort mission earlier this year and currently works on the Starlink team. Thanks for joining us, Nick.
Hey, Jesse. I'm here at the Launch and Landing and Recovery Center with the recovery team, our Dragon ground operations team monitoring the launch.
Awesome. Can you tell us more about the critical safety features on this new version of Dragon?
Sure. So Dragon 2 was designed with long-term reuse and reliability in mind. So fundamentally, there are multiple layers of redundancy to any of the failure modes that we could conceive of, that NASA could conceive of when we were working to design and test this vehicle over the past few years. But in the event that we encounter an unforeseen failure mode or multiple failures which push us outside of our design space, Dragon also has backup systems and operational controls intended to keep Bob and Doug safe. I'm sure you heard a lot about it today, but the launch escape system is the primary backup system that we have from the moment that the vehicle is here on being fueled all the way up until orbital insertion. At a high level, the launch escape system, in the event of a major Falcon anomaly or emergency, will terminate Falcon thrust, separate Dragon from Falcon, and it'll use Dragon's 8 Super Draco engines to quickly pull the vehicle away from any kind of Falcon anomaly.
And you talked a lot about the launch escape system. How exactly is that activated? Is it autonomous? Is it manually activated?
Definitely. So for this system to work as designed, you have to remember that the vehicle could be flying at hundreds or thousands of miles an hour through the lower atmosphere. So it's really important that it's extremely fast and highly reliable with very low chance of false positives. The launch escape system fundamentally is set to look at a set of pre-programmed criteria which are on board the vehicle. Dragon and Falcon are looking at high rate telemetry, looking for abnormal vehicle dynamics, loss of communication between critical systems, or manual commanding. Our launch director and chief engineer, who you've heard a lot from today, are capable of sending a manual command to Dragon to initiate a launch escape. And Bob and Doug are also always able to actuate the launch escape handle and initiate a launch escape themselves as well. Now that the system is armed, all of this is currently active on the vehicle.
Wow, it sounds like there's a lot that goes into it. And we did have an in-flight abort test earlier this year to test this out. Can you tell us what we learned from that test?
Definitely. It was possibly the most flight-like test of an orbital class booster in history. It was a fully flight-like test using a full Falcon 9 rocket, which we had to knowingly destroy in order to get this fully integrated system. For folks who didn't get a chance to see it, the vehicle followed a normal crew launch trajectory. About a minute and a half into flight, we had Dragon autonomously trigger the launch escape system based on a reconfiguration of those triggers I was talking about. Thankfully, we had we continued through flight, had a successful parachute deployment and splashdown, and we did see Falcon rather spectacularly blow up about 10 seconds after separation. It's important to recognize that all of that happens from command to actual separation of the vehicle in under half a second.
Wow, yeah, that sounds amazing. Thank you so much, Nick, for joining us and talking through those details with us. Enjoy the launch today. So we're going to send it back to KSC with Lauren.
Thank you, Jesse. We are about a minute and a half away from propellant load. At T-minus 35 minutes, we should hear the call out on the nets that propellant load has started. So that's about a minute and 13 seconds away.
Hey, Marie and Lauren, I am getting goosebumps over here. This is an exciting moment. When I was sitting in the vehicle, when we retracted everything, when all the prop was getting loaded up, I was just going through my crew notebook. I was thinking about, what my first step would be if there was a malfunction, because usually everything goes nominally when you fly into space, but you have to think about the things that you have to take care of, the first steps you have to take care of. And on my mission, I was calling out the abort calls, like if we had lost an engine, where would we go next, and the different abort calls around the country and around the world. So I think that's what those guys are probably thinking about now, and just really getting ready for this mission to go off.
Absolutely, and we're just now about 20 seconds from when we expect propellant loading to start. Again, that's fueling of the rocket.
All right, we're getting close. We should hear that call out any second now on the nets. So let's listen in.
Propellant load has started.
Fantastic. So prop load has started. We've started loading liquid oxygen on stage 1 and stage 2. And yeah, liquid oxygen and RP1, which is our rocket grade kerosene. So now that we are 34 minutes and 42 seconds away from the first launch of astronauts into orbit from American soil since 2011, we know that the launch escape system is armed, which happened just before fueling. Dragon prop load happened weeks ago, actually, just a few miles down the road at what we call Dragon Land. And those propellants, which are MMH or monomethyl hydrogen, that's our fuel, and NTO or nitrogen tetroxide, that's our oxidizer, those not only feed the Draco engines that propel Dragon on orbit, but they also supply those 8 Super Draco engines of the launch escape system. So I have one right here, a little model. Oh, it doesn't come off the stand.
Don't break it, Lauren.
All right, I know, it's very nice. So as you can see, Dragon is actually broken up into 4 quads, and each quad has 2 of the Super Draco engines for a total of 8 of them. And as I mentioned, they are biprop engines. They have MMH and NTO as their oxidizer. Now, most abort systems from past space vehicles, I believe like Soyuz, Mercury, Apollo, they all had a pointy escape tower on top where there was essentially like a mini rocket engine or a series of rocket engines on top. And if they weren't used, that escape tower would have to jettison itself from the vehicle. If it was used, it would be used to lift the vehicle off of the rocket. Well, Dragon is a little bit different in that its escape system is actually integrated into the vehicle. And that's great for a couple of reasons. One less thing you have to jettison on a nominal flight. And so they're pretty dormant, just those throttle valves open unless they're used, and hopefully they never have to be. And yeah, I mean, the other thing that offers you is the ability to escape from the pad all the way to orbit. Because if you jettisoned your escape system prior to that, you couldn't. So yeah,
That's little Dragon there.
In
All
the
right.
new era, much safer design.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for walking us through that, Lauren. Again, the launch escape system is armed. That protects Bob and Doug so that if something were to go wrong, they can shoot off of the pad away from the rocket and parachute to safety in the ocean. That is such a crucial safety capability. And so now we want to go over to Hawthorne for an operational update with John.
Thanks, Marie. We are counting down those final minutes. Everything is still looking good on the Falcon 9 and the Dragon vehicles for an on-time launch, but weather is trending the wrong way right now. We're keeping our ears open in case we hear that the weather is going to be no-go for the rest of the count. Right now, we are counting down at T-minus 32 minutes.
Stage 1 locks and
Falcon 9
RP1
did
flow rates
begin
are nominal.
propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes, right on time. The propellants we use on Falcon 9 are a fuel, which is rocket-grade kerosene, also called RP1, refined petroleum. We use an oxidizer, and that's the super chilled liquid oxygen, or LOX as we call it. Those two propellants come together, but they don't light, so we need an ignition source to complete the fire triangle. For this, Falcon 9 uses a fluid called T-tub. You might see that just before first stage ignition, or maybe later in the second stage ignition. You get a green colored flame as the T-tub comes out into the oxygen, and that ignites the main engines right before the rocket takes off or the second stage engine lights. Now, currently in the fueling, RP1 fuel is about 10% full on the first stage. That's the bottom 2/3 of the stack of the vehicle you can see on the left. The first stage is that long white cylinder at the bottom, plus that black cylinder called the inner stage. That's the entire first stage that we're loading with LOX and RP1 kerosene. That's the part that comes back to Earth. The second stage just above it, the white cylinder, and then above that will be the Dragon trunk and the capsule. Now, currently, the second stage is also loading fuel with RP1. That's about 8% full right now. We are loading liquid oxygen on the first stage. The second stage liquid oxygen load will begin at T-minus 16.5 minutes if the weather cooperates. So LOX loading will then continue on both the first and second stage until the last few minutes of the countdown. Helium loading is also underway into pressure vessels on the second stage. We use that to pressurize the tanks in flight as the propellant is being pulled out by the Merlin turbopumps. Dragon on board the spacecraft. You can see the astronauts are monitoring systems while propellant is loaded into the Falcon 9. Now, when we flew the first demo flight last year and then the in-flight escape test earlier this year, the sounds inside the Dragon capsule were recorded. So as part of the training, the sounds of the propellant loading were played back to acclimate the crew to what they're experiencing now. I'm listening to some discussion on one of the back nets, trying to track where we are with the weather criteria. We're just passing another weather gate right now, trying to see whether or not the conditions are go. In certain situations, when the weather is no go, you have to wait 30 minutes, and we are now inside of 30 minutes. But if the cloud moves away, if the conditions improve, we may be able to continue the countdown for another 14 minutes and reassess. So we're waiting to see whether or not we can continue the count. Currently, we are. The range, they're ready to support with no problems in the air and the sea space area. But again, the weather, that's the one that's looking bad, and we're going to continue to listen. And as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch time. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we're going to have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity on May 30th.
For Demo 2, Bob and Doug's flight to station will take about 19 hours, and their journey is fairly similar to the trip our cargo Dragon makes back and forth to the International Space Station, with two noticeable differences: docking and splashdown.
As we await T-minus 0 in just a little over 28 minutes from now, ground operations teams just doing those final series of system checks, making sure both Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for liftoff, and really keeping an eye on that weather. You're just continuing to get live views of the teams. You've got Falcon 9 and Dragon on your left, and then Bob and Doug on the right as they prepare at the Cape for liftoff.
Once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon make their ascent until Falcon 9 and first and second stages separate and send Dragon on its way to the space station.
And once it gets on orbit, mission operators will prepare Dragon for on-orbit operations, where Dragon will execute a series of burns that are going to gradually raise its orbit to align more closely with the International Space Station. You're seeing some of that track in the animation on your screen right now. After doing enough of those burns, they'll put Dragon. Oh, sounds like we're going to get a weather update real quick for the crew.
Go ahead, SpaceX.
Yeah, we're currently just evaluating a constraint on the field mill rule, which looks at lightning energy dissipation. We expect to have an update at about T-20 and more information there on whether we would be able to continue into the prop load or scrub at that time.
Okay, Jay, thanks for the update. We appreciate it.
Copy. So I'll give you some more words in about 6 minutes.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to find out in about 6 minutes if we're going to have enough time. And John, I was referring to a couple of those weather situations where we have to have a certain amount of time. In this case, with the field mills, about 15 minutes. So they have until about 16 minutes and 30 seconds to really make sure that we're going to have enough time for that to dissipate. So we're going to be listening for that weather update in just a couple of minutes, but it is going to be a pretty interesting trip uphill for them once they actually get on orbit.
And a very exciting countdown with 6 minutes to figure out if we are launching today. But targeting back to what we were talking about, next Dragon will make its approach and actually dock with the space station. This is a very different process from what we've seen with Dragon cargo deliveries in the past, which used a process called berthing. Now, berthing requires a spacecraft to approach the station and then stop so a crew member can maneuver the station's robotic arm to capture the spacecraft. Docking on this version of Dragon can be done autonomously.
Stage 2 cryo-helium load started.
Autonomously with no crew aboard the station. It's typically a faster process, both when arriving and leaving, but it does still require pinpoint accuracy to approach safely.
Once captured, a spacecraft then gets attached to a common berthing mechanism. It's the same type of port that we use to connect each of the modules together on board station. It's a little bit slower process than docking, but the hatches are significantly larger than docking ports, which makes them perfect for bringing up large cargo items.
Dragon will spend up to 120 days docked before preparing to return home. Following successful completion of Dragon's test objectives and cargo loading operations, the crew will close out the cabin, perform final system checks, and configure the vehicle for undocking. Once the automated undocking sequence is complete, Dragon will complete 2 departure burns using its Draco engines, pushing it away from the space station.
And then after Dragon departs the station, it's ready for its trip home. That'll have deorbit entry and landing and a number of other operations. If you're looking at this animation, it might look like we're playing the one we played originally in reverse, because that's kind of how it goes, but just a little bit quicker. All of the operations following the final departure maneuver will include things like trunk separation, closing that nose cone again, executing a deorbit burn, and once they're inside the atmosphere, deploying drogue and then main parachutes, and then finally splashing down off the Florida coast, at which teams will move in, get Bob and Doug up out of the water, and get them out of the capsule once they're on the boat. So we have 4 minutes now until we get that next expected weather update. Well, let's go down now to the team at Kennedy. Marie?
All right, thanks, Dan. If you're just joining us, we are now T-minus 23 minutes and 48 seconds from the first launch of astronauts to the International Space Station from U.S. soil in 9 years. We're going to find out in less than 4 minutes if the weather looks good for that. And this will mark the beginning of a new era where more people will be able to fly to space than ever before. In fact, we took a poll a little bit earlier to ask you if you had the opportunity to fly to space, would you go? And 86% of those of you watching answered that you would go to space.
That's an incredible number. I think, realizing that you don't have to be a military astronaut or a NASA astronaut to fly in space. You can be a regular civilian, just a regular person going up to space on a SpaceX type rocket. So I think that's why the numbers are so high.
Yeah, and we are really thrilled to see all the folks watching along online. I know we certainly hope that that this is a go, but we're going to hear a little bit of a weather update in less than 3 minutes now. And Leland, I know they're waiting for a weather update, and they've come, almost all the way down the count. What do you think Bob and Doug are thinking about right now?
We on 120 SES 129, we were having some weather problems, and I think we were getting close to the countdown. And then it seemed like the sky just cleared up right above our heads. We saw it and we knew where we were going. And, we always know that, you can have any types of delays, fuel, prop delays, all kinds of things that can happen. But we've trained over and over and over again for these types of scenarios. And so, we want to be safe. We want to be safe for our families. And we'll, do this another day if it doesn't work with the weather.
I love that John I always says weather. It's that thing that everybody talks about, but no one can do anything about it.
I know.
And it is this interesting thing of just, succumbing to Mother Earth. She's going to tell us if we can go or not today.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if it happens, look at it this way. Bob and Doug got one really great rehearsal in, right?
It's always best to practice and practice and practice, yes.
So again, we're less than 2 minutes now from that weather update that is going to go directly to Bob and Doug, and we will quiet down so we can listen in for that, because I know we can't wait to find out what that is. And those of you watching that have been following along, we are eagerly awaiting to hear whether the weather is going to be a showstopper today.
These clouds can seem really deceiving at times, right? You see the blue skies peeking through and you think everything's fine, but you just don't know. That's why we have those launch weather officers.
Absolutely. And I know, we've talked about it before, but it's not just the weather in Florida that they're looking at. They've got to look at weather downrange. If they were to have an abort in flight and they needed to come down somewhere in the ocean, they need to consider what the weather's like out there, because recovery teams have to go out and get them in a situation like that. So there's so many variables, and that's why not just with this flight, but with every human space flight we've had in the past, there's always a very good chance of a scrub, because you do have so much criteria that you have to meet. And we're going to listen in now. We're just seconds away from a weather update.
Stage 2, RP1 load complete.
That is liquid oxygen you see venting off the rocket. That's completely normal and expected. We're standing by for a weather update.
Unless you can give us another 10 minutes, I don't think we're going to get there with any of the rules today.
I'm going to give you 10 minutes.
I mean, another 10 minutes past T0.
Oh,
1645 local. I think we'll probably be clear on all the rules, but not quite going to make it for this.
Okay. We're going to check back in with you about 2 minutes, and then I'll call it up at about T-minus 17 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, there's some of them are starting to count down, but we still have one above 2,000. So if that gets below,
And that didn't sound great right there. That was the weather net going out, but we're still standing by for a final decision. And we're going to continue to listen in for an update. But in the meantime, we're going to go over to John Innsbrucker at SpaceX headquarters in California. John?
And Dragon SpaceX on weather, we're still not
T-minus 18
good currently.
minutes and counting.
LD is
We are still
having
red
some
on weather.
discussions. Expect an update from LD.
We're waiting in about another minute for one final check with weather. We're going to check at T-minus 17 minutes possibly. We don't really expect that things will have improved. The weather officer was not optimistic that the weather would clear up that rapidly. We did hear the launch director, Mike Taylor, joke that, you know, if we could move 10 more minutes past the T0, weather conditions may improve, but Mike was not able to do that. We have an instantaneous window today. So at 17 minutes, we want to make that call because shortly after that, we will begin loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage. So if we're not going to have the opportunity to launch, if the clock's going to run out, stand by.
Continue to violate a couple different weather rules that we now do not expect to clear in time to allow for launch today. We go ahead and end today's launch attempt. Launch control. Go ahead and end the launch auto sequence and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence, please. Launch abort has started.
And Dragon SpaceX, unfortunately, we are not going to launch today. You are go for 5.100 launch scrub.
5.100. It was a good effort by the teams, and we understand, and we'll meet you there.
Copy all.
We've heard the call from the crew. They have been informed. Launch director Mike Taylor has called a scrub for the day, and we got the feedback when the Dragon team informed Bob and Doug. They said we gave it a good try, what they understand, and we are here to try another day. So right now we did officially hold the clock. It looks like at T-minus 16 minutes, 54 seconds. The launch automatic sequence that controls the Falcon 9, the loading of propellants, the cycling of valves, that is also stopped. We now proceed into what is a normal scrub sequence for us. We practice this every launch. So now we move into safely taking the propellants, the pressurization gases back off the first and second stages. As things get into a safe configuration, then we will disarm the escape system on Dragon, and we'll bring the crew access arm back around the spacecraft. So right now, we got down to just inside 17 minutes. The hardware was working very well on both Dragon and spacecraft. We had the fuel loading going on. We had liquid oxygen loading going on, everything but second stage. And the weather just needed a little bit more time to clear the conditions. We didn't have that time because we had an instantaneous window. And so with that, SpaceX launch director had to call upon the input from weather, had to call a scrub for the day per the safety rules that we have for this flight. So right now the team is undergoing the post-scrub operations on both Dragon as well as Falcon 9, working with the range. No issues being reported right now as we start to go through that sequence. Everything looks good. And Dan, we had a good webcast going here until the very end. So, you know, we'll look at it as now we've had another great dry rehearsal. Last Saturday we did a dry one, I should say, and today we've done a wet dress rehearsal. But sorry, we just couldn't get there, Dan.
Yeah, thanks, John I. And obviously, we can't control the weather. We came right down to the wire there, hoping we could just squeeze in between those cloud systems to get a launch today, but it wasn't to be. But it doesn't mean we're done. We're going to have another attempt coming up in just 3 days. So we're going to be doing this all over again, essentially, on Saturday, on the 30th. And that launch attempt is going to be coming at 3:22 p.m. Eastern time. So a little bit earlier in the day. It's going to look largely the same to everything that we saw today, with the crew waking up, going through suit up, making their way to the pad. So we're going to feel a lot of deja vu, I think, on Saturday.
Yep. But still exciting. Safety is always first. So if weather was not there for us today, hopefully Saturday it will be there for us, and we will have a safe launch on Saturday.
Yeah, the initial weather report still had us at about, I think, a 40% possibility of violations. So weather a little bit better, but we're still going to be kind of rolling the dice. It is Florida in the spring and summer, so storms are always a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
One of the good things, though, the vehicle appeared to be in great health throughout the day, both Dragon and Falcon 9, so we didn't have to scrub for any technical issue. We're going to continue and follow along with Bob and Doug until they're out of that capsule, as again, they had started loading fuel onto the Falcon 9 rocket, so they'll have to wait until all that fuel comes off. They'll disarm the launch escape system, which still stays armed because they're still sitting on a partially loaded rocket. And then once they're able to disarm that launch escape system, the crew arm will swing back out. They'll make their way once again back the way they came, and then it'll be back to crew quarters for Bob and Doug for a few more days. But if you're just now tuning in, wondering why we're not still counting down, we did have a launch scrub today. We were just a little under 17
Stage 1 launch and
minutes.
fuel flow rates are nominal for offload. Expecting about a 40-minute offload time.
So that call out the LOX, the liquid oxygen fuel pumping out of the first stage of the Falcon 9, everything looking good with that. Expecting about 40 minutes for all that fuel to come off. So again, once that fuel comes off, Bob and Doug will be able to disarm the launch escape system, and that crew access arm will swing back out. They'll be able to make their way back down and then over to crew quarters. So unfortunate scrub today because of weather. That was the one thing we were tracking from the moment we started today. Watching Bob and Doug get suited up for their launch. We did abort today's launch, or scrub today's launch, with a little under 17 minutes to go until our T0 time, which was 4:33. So that's going to move us to our next attempt, which is coming up on Saturday, and that time is going to be 3:22 p.m. Eastern time, so a little bit earlier in the day for Bob and Doug and for everybody else watching around the world. They're still going to have a 19-hour flight to station if that's when we launch, and a lot of the stuff that we saw today is going to look very similar, but we're just going to have to try again, cross our fingers, hope for a little bit better weather the next time.
And again, this goes with every launch. We do track everything all the way down to T0 to make sure that everything is go, making sure that the range is go, weather is go. So this is standard procedure. We always tend to make sure that we have a backup day, launch day, in case we do have scrubs like today. So this is pretty normal and standard. Nothing to be worried about. Again, we do this for the safety of our vehicles, as well as today we had astronauts on our vehicle. So even bigger reason for us to make sure that we have safe weather for them to fly.
And just a reminder for everyone still tuned in, it takes about 40 minutes for all of this propellant to come off of the Falcon 9. And while it is offloading that launch escape system on Dragon, which is designed to pull the capsule away if there's any issue with the rocket or anything on the pad, that is still armed. So we're going to continue to stay with this until all the propellant's off, and then we'll see the launch escape system get disarmed. Bob and Doug will be able to open up their visors again. The crew access arm will swing back out and link up with Dragon, and they'll make their way off and then down the tower at the pad. But if you're just now tuning in, no launch today. We did have to scrub because of weather. We're going to be moving to our second attempt on Saturday, just a little bit earlier in the afternoon. Just going to continue to stand by as this propellant comes off. We heard a call that everything was going nominally or as expected so far. And then once all the propellant's off, we should see Bob and Doug make their way out of Dragon shortly after.
And what you're seeing on your screen is a live view of Bob and Doug on the right side inside of Dragon as they're waiting for propellant to be removed from the vehicle so that it is safe for them to disarm the launch escape system. And this will take a bit of time, so we are going to stay live with you to watch this as they exit the vehicle eventually and come down from standing down on launch today.
up until the point of the scrub, we had a really clean countdown, weren't tracking any issues with Falcon 9 or the Dragon spacecraft, so always a good thing to see. We did have to scrub because of that weather. To be a little bit more specific, we were still in violation of one of the weather criteria. It was the strength of electric fields in the atmosphere that the 45th Space Wing and other weather operators are monitoring around the launch pad. And that's one of those rules where we need a certain amount of time if we're in a violation. In this
Offloads are
case,
nominal, roughly 50% on stage 1 locks in fuel, 85% on stage 2 fuel.
so the propellant offload on Falcon 9 continuing to go well. But we needed a little bit more time if we were going to be able to clear that launch weather constraint. And since we do have an instantaneous launch window today, we weren't able to make it. So we hope for better weather coming up on Saturday, where again, our next launch attempt is going to be at 3:22 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll be able to go through everything. I mean, we saw them get suited up. They had a great ride out to the pad. All of their initial checks on both the suits with pressure checks and communication checks went well. Able to get the Dragon hatch closed, the launch escape system arm, and Falcon 9 started its fueling, just not able to make a good weather window today.
And as John and I said earlier, it was just another great rehearsal today. I don't think you can get enough practice doing this. So when Saturday comes, or when the day that we can actually launch the vehicle, Bob and Doug and the NASA and SpaceX team are fully prepared with just an extra rehearsal on the belt now.
Yeah, as we had talked a couple of times throughout our countdown, the weather is a lot more complex when we're launching humans. You have some more stringent requirements in place, not only around the pad, but in the case of this launch today, we were also looking at whether the entire ascent corridor, as we call it, so basically the entire way that they were flying up the east coast of the United States in this launch today, we're monitoring that weather because those are areas that if they have an ascent abort, or basically Dragon firing off of the Falcon 9 while they're flying into space, we have to make sure that conditions are good in the sea states around those areas, just so they're not going to be landing in the middle of a hurricane, which we did have a tropical storm forming right off the coast of South Carolina today, just to help complicate things a little bit.
And people might be asking, if we knew the weather was going to be a little iffy today, why continue to count down? Well, that is the reason why we do all these checks all the way to countdown. In Florida, the weather is, pretty sporadic. Sometimes a thunderstorm or hurricane will pass through. Within 20 minutes, it's gone, and we could have clear skies for a safe launch. So as we continued as scheduled, standard procedure again to just continue to monitor weather all the way down to the last minutes of the count, and we see what happens. So today, unfortunately, we did scrub for weather, but we will attempt again this Saturday on May 30th.
And Dan, Jesse, a couple of things to add on there. Right now we are 11 minutes after the scrub was called. Liquid oxygen and fuel are coming off of the first stage. Hard to tell from the view. It's still a little misty around the tank because there's locks on board. But we're between half and a third of each of the fuel and LOX tanks filled on the first stage. So propellant coming out right per plan. The second stage fuel tank is offloading. That's going slower, but it's also a smaller tank. It doesn't take very long to either load it or to offload it. The other thing that we're working on is the high pressure helium spheres, as well as the nitrogen spheres for the landing leg system. The pressure will be brought down on those, eventually getting it down low enough to where people can re-enter the pad area. So right now the team is preparing, once they get a permission, the SpaceX egress technician team will come back inside the caution area around the pad, make their way up when conditions are right, open up the hatch and assist the astronauts out of the Dragon. I'd like to point out that for those who are wondering whether or not, having gone through this, putting propellant, pressurization gases on, getting fairly close to launch, whether that has done anything to wear out the Falcon 9 or the Dragon, the answer is no. If you can recall, the Falcon 9 is designed for at least 10 flights, and about time we get up to a 10th flight, we'll be doing testing to find that we probably got enough margin to continue keep flying. So this is the very first flight of a new first stage and a new second stage. So we've not, we haven't even gotten through the first flight. And in all of our margin calculations, we also take into account the fact that we may scrub a launch. So even today's operation, where we have pressurized and we have stressed the vehicle a little bit, that's taken into account in our design and our qualification testing. The other good thing is that the most stressing part of the flight for the Falcon 9 on the first stage is the reentry. So we didn't even get through that. So we're sitting here on the pad. It's a fairly straightforward situation and not stressing on the Falcon 9. And on the Dragon spacecraft, with the human rating factors to carry crew, there is enough factors of safety, margins of safety, redundancy, that just having 2 people on board and closing the hatch and even pressurizing the propellant system does not eat into the margins.
Offloads continue nominally 30% on stage 1.
So right now everything's continuing to offload. The automatic sequences that we use routinely, both at the launch sites, Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, even Vandenberg Air Force Base, as well as in our Texas test site for first and second stage. Those sequences are running. Propellant is coming off of the vehicle per plan. And we see Bob and Doug up in the Dragon spacecraft, just waiting when we can get up there, open the hatch, and help them egress and come on back down the tower. And the other thought I had, Dan and Jesse, is right now we are coming up on what would have been T0. And I'm wondering 10 minutes from now whether the weather officer would turn around and say, yes, it turned good. You just didn't have a long enough window. We only had 1 second and we needed 10 minutes. So we'll have to ask offline and say, hey, did the weather conditions improve? And one thing I'll tag on to that Dan was mentioning and Jesse was talking about, the launch opportunities. The launch window does move earlier on Saturday a little bit. So it just happened to be Orbital Dynamics said today, if you want to go to the International Space Station and you want to launch northeast, which is the approved trajectory, you have to go right at 4:35 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. You pick another day, the T0 moves. It's just luck of the draw. We might have been doing this at 8 in the morning when we were getting lightning, or we could have been doing it a few hours from now when conditions may have been acceptable. So in the end, we can all look at Isaac Newton and Johannes Kepler for orbital dynamics telling us when do we launch, and that stuck us right in the middle of a period of bad weather. So there's my science lesson for today, Dan and Jesse.
Appreciate that, John. That helps soften the blow of just moving past that T-0 time. But for anybody, if you're just now tuning in, wondering why Falcon 9 is still sitting there on the pad as we move past that T0, we did have a scrub for weather today, just not able to clear all of those constraints. We keep a very close eye on the weather around the pad and their whole way uphill.
SpaceX for weather.
Right now, Bob and Doug are still inside of
Dragon. Go ahead for weather.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you some more words on the scrub rationale. Yeah, so we basically scrubbed due to 3 rules that we were violating. All 3 would have been expected to clear 10 minutes after our T0 time. And those 3 were natural lightning, the fume mills, and the attached anvil.
Yeah, we copy, Jay. We appreciate that update. We could see some raindrops on the windows and just figured that whatever it was too close to the launch pad at the time we needed it not to be. So we appreciate that. Understand that everybody's probably a little bit bummed out. It's just part of the deal. Everybody was ready today, and we appreciate that. And the ship was great. And we'll do it again, I think, on Saturday.
Copy all. And yeah, we concur. And appreciate your resilience sitting there in the vehicle for us.
We got the easy job. Nothing better than being prime crew on a new spaceship.
Copy that.
All right, some great words from Bob and Doug. They're feeling good inside Dragon. They'll be ready to go when we make our next attempt on Saturday. Right now, we're just still waiting for all of the fuel to come off the Falcon 9 rocket. After
Stage 1
that,
LOX and fuel roughly 20%, and stage 2 fuel 36%.
and so that call right there, we're still at a little over 20% on fuel, RP1, and LOX, liquid oxygen on the first stage, and then at about 26% on RP1 on that second stage. So again, it takes about 40 minutes once the process starts. So we should have right around 30 minutes or so until all that fuel's off. And then the crew will get to go to disarm the launch escape system. We'll see that crew access arm swing back into place, and they can begin to egress or get out of the Dragon spacecraft.
And you heard it live, that weather update of what we violated. We were just 10 minutes off, unfortunately, but again, today was an instantaneous launch. And as John explained, it's due to the orbital mechanics and making sure that at the time we launch, it will allow us to get to the space station on time and accurately. So you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are patiently waiting. They do still have their visors on and still strapped into their seats. The launch escape system is still armed right now as we are offloading fuel, and will not disarm until prop offload is complete. And this is just to ensure the safety of Bob and Doug and make sure that they can egress safely from the rocket.
And just a reminder today, just this first attempt, we're going to be right back here looking like on Saturday for attempt number 2. Launch America is not going anywhere. still on the track to get Bob and Doug into space, get this Crew Dragon up to the International Space Station. So it's always good. If you're going to scrub, probably rather scrub for weather than an issue on either Falcon 9 or Dragon. And we weren't tracking any issues with the flight systems throughout our countdown today. Everything passed with leak checks on the hatches and the crew suits. All the communications working great. All the teams were ready to go. So as John and I said, always nice to have a little bit more practice, and we'll be right back at it on Saturday.
What would this launch be if it wasn't even more exciting to try and launch today, and now we have to push it to Saturdays?
Really got to build the suspense.
Yes. So.
Hey, Dan and Jesse, another thought crossed my mind while I'm watching the diagram here showing fuel is just about off. First and second stage, we're down under 10%. LOX is also just about off of first stage.
10%.
Yep, you're getting the announcement. Stage 2 fuels at 20%. Stage 1 LOX is under 10%. So just continuing to come off of the vehicle as expected. On the monitor, Bob and Doug continue with visors down. Their launch escape system is armed, as we've mentioned. If there is anything that were happening to go wrong right now, they still have the viable pad abort means, something that we demonstrated way back in 2015 on one of these webcasts when we fired the Dragon capsule using the 8 Super Dracos off of the launch pad, and it splashed down offshore in the Atlantic Ocean. So they're staying there with the system armed until all the hazards are essentially removed and we bring the crew access arm around them. We're standing by a minute. We're going to listen to Launch Director talking to the weather officer.
If you're just now tuning in, we did not launch today. We did have a scrub because of weather, but as we were saying, we are looking forward to trying this again on Saturday. Our launch time on Saturday will be another instantaneous window, so we'll have to have the weather cooperate again. And that launch time will be at 3:22 p.m. Eastern. I think our last weather update put us at about 40% probability of violation. John, I can check me real quick.
Yeah, Dan, what I saw coming out of the Air Force was 40% probability of violation, I believe. It's always tough because they report in terms of violation, and the optimists have to subtract that from 100% to go, hey, 60% chance, I'll plan my picnic. We were listening, the SpaceX launch director, Mike Taylor, was talking to the launch weather officer asking about the 3 criteria that scrubbed us today. It sounds like in another minute or two, the lightning and the attached anvil cloud rules will clear. The field mill rule, charge in the atmosphere, is still bouncing around, and so, hey, we may need several more minutes before that one would clear. So we'd need even longer than 10 minutes in the window today, it looks like, for all the rules to clear. That brings up what I wanted to mention a little while ago. I got lost listening to the weather brief, but there are a lot of folks who are going, why an instantaneous launch window for Falcon 9 and Dragon? Now, typically when we go to the space station, when we do the mission planning, it's an instantaneous window. There may be enough performance in the rocket to launch somewhere in a 5-minute period, but you've got to pick a time in there. But in the case of Falcon 9, once we start propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes, it doesn't matter so much if you can move 5 or 10 minutes left or right, because the whole sequence is scripted. We do the flight analysis, assuming that the temperatures of the propellants are below a certain amount so that we know how much performance is available to the rocket, how much margin we're going to have. So essentially, if you start the countdown, 4 hours, 8 hours out like we're doing today, and you have a very short window, once you get into propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes, you have to go as soon as you get to 0. We don't have the ability to stop the countdown, wait 5 minutes. Now all of a sudden the liquid oxygen starts warming up from 340 degrees below 0 in the ground system, and that changes how much performance you get carrying into orbit, and we don't want to cut into those margins. Now, if we had something like a 4-hour window, which some communication satellites have, we could actually get down to almost 0, hold the count, detank the Falcon 9, wait a while, it takes us about an hour and a half, reload a whole new batch of cold liquid oxygen and fuel from the big storage tank that we've got there at Pad 39A, and try to launch again. But in that case, you have to be able to launch, about an hour and a half or so later after you scrub. And in the case of the International Space Station, an hour and a half from now, it's nowhere near where we need to be to get to orbit with the performance of the Falcon 9 and the Dragon. So today, it's a combination. We start the day with a 1-second window.
Yeah, just informing you,
But once we get inside of 35 minutes, it becomes an instantaneous window for the Falcon 9, regardless of what the customer may be able to give us. So there's a little explanation for folks who are wondering why we have such a tight window. Right now, it looks like we are bringing the last bits of fuel off the stage, and liquid oxygen is just about off of the stage. So things are clocking right along per the 40-minute timeline. Everything looks good, and we'll wait to hear that we're clear, and then when we get the call for Bob and Doug to go ahead and disarm launch escape system, and the crew access arm will watch come back out, center itself around the Dragon hatch, and then the ingress team will go up there and open the hatch.
Thank you for the science lesson, John I.
Hey, no charge.
Much appreciated.
We did hear a quick call to the crew there. We should be just under 10 minutes away from that prop offload completing. It looks like we're just tracking
Stage 2
the
fuel
RP1
offload is complete.
And there we have the confirmation. Stage 2 offload's complete, and we should have now just the RP1, so that densified propellant, or the RP1 is kerosene. We should be under 10%, a little under 10 minutes until that's off. And then we'll step through those events we were discussing, where they'll be able to disarm the launch escape system, get the arm back out there, and Bob and Doug can begin to exit the Dragon spacecraft. Still not the friendliest skies in the background.
That is Florida, though. The weather is constantly changing over there, which is why we always have to keep an eye on it through every single launch that we have out there. Bob and Doug are patiently waiting. As you can see, that is a live view of them on the Crew Dragon vehicle as they're waiting prop offload to complete. Second stage prop offload is complete. We are just waiting on first stage to
Stage one
complete.
blocks offload is complete. Waiting on stage one fuel, roughly 5 minutes or so.
And again, the launch escape system is still armed. We are waiting for a prop offload to complete before they disarm that, and then they will be able to egress from the Crew Dragon vehicle.
We just heard we should be just under 5 minutes away from the last of that fuel coming out of the Falcon 9 first stage. And then we'll see those events start to pick back up, and we'll see the crew arm swing back out. They've been in those seats for a couple hours now. They typically get inside of Dragon a little over 2.5 hours ahead of launch. So they've been strapped into these seats for quite a while. They are custom sized though, so they're as comfortable and as snug as possible. Obviously, since they're going to be in them for a really long time, but most importantly, when you're doing that splashdown at the very end of the mission, it's your car seat, and splashing down or landing on land is not the most gentle of procedures in a capsule. So just really making sure that they're snug inside of that Dragon capsule. But we should be a little under 5 minutes away from the prop offload being completed.
And as Dan mentioned, those suits are custom made, but the seats are also custom fit for each astronaut as well. They do remain on Crew Dragon for this mission for almost 24 hours about. So we do want to make sure that they are comfortable and make sure that the suits and the seats are comfortable enough for them to stay in that position for a while. I believe when they get into orbit, they are allowed to get out of their seats and get a little bit more comfortable, but it's a long ride for them.
Yeah, once they do get on orbit, they are able to get out of the seats and actually out of their suits too, since for this flight path today, it was going to take them about 19 hours. So Bob and Doug would actually have had about 8 hours to sleep on board the Dragon capsule. So we weren't able to launch today, though. The rendezvous on Saturday should be very similar to what we would have had if we launched today, where it'll take them about 19 hours to get to the International Space Station. So they'll launch, and they'll have a number of different events that we'll be able to walk you through, including manual piloting of Dragon and just really putting the spacecraft through all of the paces before it arrives at the International Space Station. Because, again, this is a test flight, and this is this last test before we certify the Dragon spacecraft for regular crewed flights, which will just be bringing up those long duration, 6-month, maybe even a year-long missions.
Right. And it should be a very exciting test flight because it's pretty much like an actual mission. When Bob and Doug get on the station, they will be performing some research while they're up there, performing tests and doing some final things for this demonstration mission.
But I mean, just for right now, we are just going to continue to stay with them until we see them come out of Dragon, because the launch escape system's still armed while we wait for this propellant offload to complete. That's just done as a safety measure. Anytime you have rocket propellants beneath you, you want to make sure that we have a good way for them to get out of the way. And so we should be within just a couple of minutes for that final bit of RP1 coming off the first stage, and then we'll hear the crew get the go to disarm that launch escape system. We'll see the crew access arm swing back in. But if you're just tuning in, expecting them to be in space, we did have a scrub today due to weather. Our next launch attempt is going to be this Saturday, May 30th at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. And just like we did today, we're going to be bringing you every single step of the way. It's going to look a little familiar if you watched all of today's, but it's going to be just as exciting.
I can imagine it might even be more exciting with all the anticipation that we've hyped this launch up for with already going through it all today. But again, the more practice we have, the better off we will be. Hopefully next launch attempt, we will have a flawless launch. and actually be able to lift off with good weather.
Yeah, weather is going to be the big thing that we'll continue to watch. That was the culprit today for our scrub. And our initial weather reports already looking at about a 40% possibility of violation, probability of violation. So as John I was saying, the optimists in us have to say that's 60% good. So we're gonna look at the good side of this, and that's roughly what we were in the days leading up to this. We won't have a rogue tropical storm forming off of South Carolina on us on Saturday, but Florida weather will always be dynamic, so we'll just continue to track and hopefully get a good chance, hit that window on Saturday.
And just a reminder, everything else on the vehicle and for the mission was looking good today. It was just the weather, which, as John I said earlier, and Lauren even referred to him mentioning this, weather is the one thing that we actually cannot control on our missions. So unfortunately, it did cause us to scrub today, but the vehicles are healthy. Bob and Doug were ready. And they should be ready to go again with the next launch attempt on Saturday.
Just looking at our data, it looks like that RP1 is just about all out. So we'll just kind of stand by for a few more moments. Hopefully we get that call soon, John I.
Yeah, I was going to, while we're waiting to hear the call that the last percentage of fuel is off, I was going to comment on Jesse's discussion about it was just the weather. I think during this countdown, there were more words said about the weather than everything else. I'm listening right now to a weather discussion in the background.
Yeah, and again, for people wondering if we knew that we did have bad weather, you know, even from this morning, again, we do monitor this all the way down to the final minutes of the countdown. And with Florida weather being pretty sporadic, sometimes we have even hurricanes coming through or bad weather coming through and passing 20 minutes later and having good weather for a launch. So this is why we continue to attempt to launch today, but unfortunately for T0 today, weather was not on our side.
Yeah, Jesse, this is John again. I dropped off to listen to a weather discussion. They were just giving the times. The lightning rule went green, so we could have gone without a lightning concern. The attached anvil rule cleared, but the field mill rule is expected to clear at 58 minutes after the hour. So that's another 4.5 minutes from now. So we were close, but we needed about 25 minutes later launch time. It does remind me, at risk of offending some people, but the old saying that says it's better to be on the ground wishing you were flying than flying wishing you were on the ground.
Yes, definitely. Safety first, always, and making sure that when Bob and Doug do fly, they are flying safely and as planned. So again, this is standard procedure for us to make sure that they do have a safe flight to the International Space Station.
All right, well, for now, we're just continuing to stand by, expecting the call that all of that prop has now been offloaded from Falcon 9.
All right, venting vehicle tanks to nominal TPC set points or crew ingress.
At this moment, the launch escape system is still armed. Once the prop offload is complete, that'll be the next step in our procedures to have Bob and Doug begin to make their way out of Dragon.
LD, countdown 1. LD. We have the prompt here for nominal crew egress. Okay, so we're ready for launch escape system disarm. As affirmed, ready for launch escape disarm.
MD copies. You guys are ready? We'll.
Yeah, launch team's ready. Go ahead and advise the crew.
Hey, Dragon SpaceX, you copied that discussion. So with that, you are go for disarming launch escape system for section 2 of 5.100.
We'll put that in work. Section 2, disarming the launch escape system.
All right, that was the call we were waiting for, propelling off of Falcon 9. So Doug Hurley, Bob Bankin now going to disarm the launch escape system on Dragon. And once that's disarmed, those 8 Super Draco engines will be out of the mix.
SpaceX Dragon launch escape system has been disarmed into Alpha Decimal 3.
Copy that. We concur.
And showing then confirmed the launch escape system has been disarmed.
And Dragon SpaceX, with that confirmation, you are go to open your visors and proceed to section 3.
Okay, we'll open the visors and go to section 3.
As you heard and you can see, Bob and Doug can now open their visors and get ready for exiting the vehicle. Again, they kept their visors on while the launch escape system was armed, while prop offloading was continuing. And that is just to make sure that they are safe. Now that there is no more propellant on any of the vehicles, they are safe to have disarmed the launch escape system and now are getting ready for that crew arm to swing back, the hatch to open, and for them to egress.
SpaceX Dragon with an update. We're holding in 3.4 and we're ready for seat rotation when you are.
Copy that. We'll wait for the closeout team to open the hatch and verify clearance, and then we can execute seat rotation.
Check cap.
And there's that crew arm swinging back towards Dragon. Once that crew arm is in place, they will be able to open the hatch on Crew Dragon. Bob and Doug's seats will rotate back out of launch position so that they can safely get out of their seats and egress the vehicle.
And we heard they'll have what they call nominal egress, so just the normal procedures for getting them out of the capsule. That means the same closeout team that was there to get them in will be able to assist as they come out. They'll arrive and get that hatch open, then they'll be able to rotate the seats. That'll rotate Bob and Doug pretty much forward, where they'll be into the original position that the seats were configured when they made their way into Dragon. It just gets them a little bit out and under the displays and makes getting in and out of the capsule a little bit easier. They've been in those seats for about 3 hours at this point, so definitely a long day for the crew. As they woke up about 6 hours prior to our T-0, had their breakfast, which we confirmed was steak and eggs, at least for Doug Hurley. And then they proceeded through all of the suit up and the trip to the pad, making their way inside Dragon, where they've been for about the last 3 hours at this point. We were on track for an on-time liftoff right at 4:33 p.m. Eastern time, but did have to scrub a little under 17 minutes before launch due to weather. So for now, we've offloaded all of the propellant off of Falcon 9. The launch escape system has been disarmed. That crew access arm is back right up next to Dragon, as you can see in that view on the left. Pretty soon we'll see the teams arrive to get the hatch open, get Bob and Doug out. They'll make their way back to crew quarters and their quarantine. It is important to note that throughout the entire process of them getting into Dragon, suiting up all of those different steps, they maintain that same quarantine that they've been in since for about 2 weeks now. And that is specifically for events like today, where we have to scrub and just go to another day. So we don't want to break that quarantine once we're putting them into that launch vehicle. And that's a standard quarantine that we have for any crew members flying to the International Space Station. The current COVID-19 pandemic obviously puts a little bit of extra pressure and a little bit of an extra spotlight on that, but they're following a lot of the same procedures that we have in place just to keep crew members healthy before they go and spend several months in space in an enclosed environment with just a couple of other people.
Right, and it's a little bit more difficult to get them help on the space station, right? So we want to make sure that when they do head up to the space station, that they are fully healthy. So this is, again, is standard procedure, not just because of this pandemic that's going on. This is a standard procedure for astronauts to quarantine prior to heading to the station. And as Dan mentioned, this is a standard procedure to exit the vehicle as well. We did scrub today, but this is not an emergency state. This is standard procedure. This is something that is practiced and rehearsed and made sure that we do follow our standard procedures to make sure that everything is still safe. Bob and Doug exit safely and go back into quarantine and get ready for our next launch attempt.
Looks like they're getting a chance to stretch their legs, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dan, Jesse, I'm monitoring along in the scrub procedure right now. They're getting the goes to get the folks back to the pad, the crew that'll open the hatch. So they have notified the team chief, launch engineering, to return to the pad. As a reminder, around the pad, the Air Force and NASA set up roadblocks to make sure nobody gets into the hazard area. So they will head to the roadblocks, they'll pull them open so that they can drive to the pad. So launch director, I think, is estimating it's still about 15 minutes for the crew to drive all the way down out to 39A, get up the tower, and then begin operations on the hatch. They have confirmed that the purge of the Dragon service section, which is...
Bueno, pues ya está, señores. Esto es increíble, vamos. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Que no pueden atravesar las nubes? Yo ahí, aquí en la vista exterior, tiene ahí como algo, como un plástico o como algo debajo del agujero. Yo no sé, macho, esto parece más cutre. Y los guantes de vilera, de lavar las manos en casa. Se los saca, los otros había que desenroscarlos así, tenían unos precintos, tenían unas cosas. Hombre, van al espacio que no van a la Luna, o sea, van ahí a la ISS, pero me parece muy simplón todo. Ese casco retiembla, tiene una pinta también, no sé, lo veo muy cutre todo. Bueno, señores, pues nada, 40.000 horas aquí, para nada. Se aplaza el lanzamiento. Bueno, pues es lo que hay. Con esto los cohetes... Yo no sé, antes estábamos hablaban por ahí cosas ahí y yo le recordaba la película Contact, que tenían una más aquí y otra allá, pero bueno, esto es cara al público, estos son unas películas que se montan aquí. Yo siempre creí que la NASA dejó de enviar estas cosas a la Luna porque eran costosísimas y ya tenían otros medios mucho más eficaces y económicos para hacerlos. Entonces se ha desentendido de eso. Lo que pasa es que ahora viene esta compañía, SpaceX, y bueno, es interesante porque a la gente le genera mucha incertidumbre. Son muchísimos años sin salir ahí, sin volver a la Luna. Aquí no van a la Luna, pero no se van haciendo cama para que veamos cuando vayan a la Luna cómo va a ser. Esto es lo que tiene. Gasté aquí un montón de horas de misión. Pero no sé. Pues nada, vamos a ver un segundo qué pasa aquí. Yo lo veo muy cutre. Muy cutre. Como micro. Pues ya queda hecho, ahora ya está hecho. Ahí queda. Mañana se pone a hacer el contador, que es día 6. Bueno, yo le invito a todo el mundo a que repase el vídeo. Al principio hablamos algo, enseñamos un par de vídeos. Como nosotros, un montón de gente se quedó ahí con las ganas. Con las ganas de nada, porque esto, también si no son capaces de mandar un cohetito de estos para arriba. Pero bueno, no sé, a mí eso... Aquí hay cosas que no me salen las cuentas. Ya lo expliqué al principio del vídeo. Bueno, pues nada, Señores, déjenme ver cuántas horas llevamos con esto, porque 4 horas 46 minutos. Esto la gente que lo ve en diferido le da para adelante, y ya llega al final y ya sabe que no pasó nada. Pero es así. Cutre, que significa pobre, o sea, una cosa muy simple, muy simplona, muy... Es como si yo tengo un coche pues de hace 100 años o que no le pongo intención de hacer las cosas bien, que compro materiales de los más baratos para hacer algo. Eso es cutre. Yo puedo hacer un Bentley, un Ferrari, un Rolls Royce, o puedo hacer un 580, un Fiat 500. O sea, una cosa es simple y otra cosa está bien hecha. Un barco cutre es un barco que se le cae la pintura, que no está cuidado, que los materiales son malos, que es muy simple. Para ir a América, en un barco cutre no se puede ir. Cochambroso. Yo esos trajes, no sé. O sea, esto cambia toda la percepción que teníamos antes de los astronautas, acaba de cambiar ahora mismo. Y esas naves también, después de estar viéndola aquí 4 horas, o sea, es rara, más simple. Todo ese cohete para mandar a 2 tipos para arriba. Cohete, combustible, 200.000 personas, eventos, risas, cubriéndolo todas las cadenas de Estados Unidos. ¿Pero por qué hacen eso? Si hay cosas más importantes que eso. El caso de Óscar de Santa María Huerta, ese caso de Comandante Reyes, el caso de Manises con el Comandante Cámara, el caso del OVNI de Irak o Irán, nunca sé. Y aquí están con este rollo. Bueno, pues nada, nosotros lo cubrimos, que nosotros cubrimos todos. Yo ya dejaré las explicaciones y el desarrollo de lo que pienso al principio del vídeo. Ya lo dijimos 40 veces, porque esos temas ya los sacamos y ya los hablamos 40 veces. Y nada, ahí se quedan. Yo, señores, aquí lo dejamos porque no contaba, dudé en hacer este vídeo hoy. Estos siguen ahí sentados, macho. Cuando se levanten, no están sentados, que están acostados. Están estirando las piernas porque ya no se aguantan. Casi como salgan de aquí, van al baño directo. Y ese traje, un traje que, o sea, tiene una torera en la parte de arriba y un pantalón en la parte de abajo. Como sigamos a este paso, dentro de 10 o 15 años, vamos en chanclas y en traje de baño. Bueno, pues nada, señores. Nada, las cosas son así. No ha salido el cohete, no se ha estrellado, no ha salido todo bien ni todo mal. No ha salido. Habrá que esperar. El próximo día no voy a hacer uno tan largo, ¿eh? Si es a la misma hora, conecto ahí 10 minutos antes, si cuadra y listo. Pero bueno, ahí está toda la secuencia. Muy bien, señores. Pues nada, muchas gracias a Pepita, a La Sombra de Cristal, a Daniel Menéndez, a Didac, Hombre, llega aquí uno. Joel Gallardo. Hola, ¿qué hora es el lanzamiento? El lanzamiento ya tenía que haber sido. Y no fue, se anuló. Me parece que es para el sábado o así, lo dejaron. A JJ, a Nando, a Flashback, a todos cuando vieron por ahí por el chat. Muchas gracias, señores. Y nada, nos vemos en la próxima. Venga, un saludo. Vamos a ver, dejamos de compartir y nos despedimos. Venga, hasta luego. Chao. Miren el vídeo el segundo enlace que hay ahí, que es sobre el tema de la luna. Venga, hasta luego.